going live on phone. Yeah.
Morning.
Hi there. Who have we just had join?
Emily, you can hear me, right?
Oh, yes. Hello, Hardy.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so pleased you're here. I was getting nervous. You're keeping me on my toes. Thank you so much. We're going to start very shortly. We have a few sort of guest speakers to warm us up, and then we will be playing a film. And at the point that you see the film, that will be the point that you know that the panel discussion is about to start. So please stay on your screen. Don't go anywhere because that would be very sad. We'll come to you, and all we'll get is that lovely picture of it that's on the wall behind you. But Christine's here live. And I think the only thing to do is make sure, I don't think we can control your mute buttons. I think we just need to make sure that you take yourself off mute at the right moment. Oh, what a lovely background.
Whenever you are ready, Tom is ready.
Guys, I'm going to go on mute now. I think we're going to start in a moment. But if anyone needs us to send messages in chat, we won't be able to see them. Okay.
So I need an actual go signal from Emily.
Yeah, she's going to do it in just a second.
Well, so she just gave me a thumbs up, and I don't know if that is a go signal or not.
2 seconds. Hi, everybody. We'll start. I've got Lord Deben on the phone. He'll join in a second.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the official opening of the Water and Climate Pavilion. I'm Christine McGurty, Chief Executive of Water UK, the trade body for water companies in the UK. And we're really honoured to be here today. This is the first ever water pavilion of its kind in the history of COP. And we are just one of many partners who've played a role in getting it off the ground. I'm joined today by several very eminent speakers, and then we'll be having a panel shortly to discuss Race to Zero and resilience. But first of all, I'd like to invite up to speak Torgny Holmgren of the Stockholm International Water Institute that has played an absolutely key role in getting this pavilion here today. Torgny, over to you.
Thank you, Christine, and welcome all here in Glasgow this morning of first COP ever with the Water Pavilion. Now, our journey started 12 years ago at COP15 in Copenhagen. A number of us came to realize that water was not on the agenda. So we started slowly but step by step together with a number of partners, you see all of them here behind me, to bring and raise the awareness about water. Come Paris 2015, of course, with the Paris Agreement. In 2017, we had the Bonn meeting when we had the first official water day, also co-arranged with UNFCCC Secretariat. We had the Blue COP in Madrid, the Chilean Blue COP in 2019, and here we are today with the first ever water pavilion. And this is great. And for me, that is a check. If I draw a map, Copenhagen, Paris, Glasgow, that is a check. So, being in the heartland of key negotiators is very important. I have been a negotiator myself, and I know how important it is and how valuable to get in touch with people from real life, like we are dealing with water on a daily basis. So now we have the opportunity to raise awareness on the value of water, not only for adaptation, we know too much or too little water, but also for mitigation, when we know that we can also provide solutions to mitigate to renewable energy sources, but also to carbon capture. And I think this is very important. And now we have the opportunity to be part, and I think we should be part of the future. We have water on the agenda of the COPs to come. So I'm very impressed by all our 30+ organizations that are co-organizing this water pavilion. And I'm very pleased also, especially pleased also to have a number of government representatives, also governments behind us. So I am now soon going to leave the floor to our colleagues from Scotland, UK, Netherlands, Germany and Tajikistan. So let us make water heard of these 2 weeks in Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Torgny, for those words to get us going today. And I'd like to now invite up Michael Matheson, who is the Cabinet Secretary in Scotland for Net Zero Energy and Transport. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your invitation to join you here for the opening of the Water Pavilion. What's particularly impressive is the journey that you've been through in order to make sure that water is very much in the minds of those who are taking part in COP26 with your first Water Pavilion at a COP event. I'm pleased that Glasgow has been able to finish off your map and provide you with a check. I'm also pleased that the Scottish Government have been able to be one of the sponsors of this particular pavilion. The thing that struck me about having a water pavilion at COP is that water is the lifeblood of our planet, and it is critical to so many parts of our day-to-day lives and to our economy. And therefore, as we go through a period where we look to identify the challenges and the measures we need to take in order to tackle climate change, it is only right that we also ensure that water is very much at the centre of our thinking. Of course, those of you who have arrived in Glasgow and in Scotland over the course of the last day or so will have noticed that water is not something that we have a lack of. And to the extent that several parts of Scotland just now are suffering from significant floods as a result of recent adverse weather. And we can see as climate changes that water is playing an increasing part on our society, not just in terms of how we make use of it, but also in the impact it has on people's lives, whether it be through flooding or causing major disruption to our transport network. And that's why it's critical to us all to make sure that we look at what we can do in order to manage water and to use it in the right way going forward. We pride ourselves in being a hydro nation here in Scotland, and we like to work with countries right across the world around the whole challenge around water. Scottish Water, our public utility that's responsible for the delivery of water in Scotland, provides a first-class service and is also internationally recognised for its role in helping to support new technology and new ideas around the management of water. So I hope while you're here in Scotland, you have an opportunity to experience not only the fine and good hospitality of the people of Glasgow and of Scotland as a whole, but you also have an opportunity to learn about Scotland as a hydro nation and how we manage water and our water resources. And alongside that, our desire to work with partners across the world to support them in their work within the water sector as well. So, in drawing my remarks to a close, can I wish you well for COP26. I hope water is very much at the forefront of the negotiators' minds as they go into the discussions over the course of the next couple of weeks. I hope that we don't provide too much water for you during your time here in Scotland, but I certainly hope that the pavilion serves you well and that you have a good event over the course of the next 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those inspiring words, Minister. And now we have another speaker. I'm delighted to welcome up here Jamshed Shoimzoda, who's the first Deputy Minister for Energy and Water Resources from Tajikistan. Over to you.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to behalf of the Tajik to greet all of your delegation to the open ceremony in the Water Pavilion. As my colleague mentioned, this is undoubtedly a historical moment. Since the first time in the history of the COP, we have a special water pavilion in the beginning organized. However, this is logically justified since the water plays a crucial role in the adaptation and mitigation measures, as well as achievements a climate resilient agenda. It's a great honor for us that Tajikistan, along with the Netherlands, Germany, Great Britain and Scottish government, as well as other partners, has become so organizing of this pavilion. And this is logical too, since our country is actively promoting the water issues in the global agenda. As you know, over the past 20 years, by the initiative of Tajikistan, and the United Nations General Assembly has adopted 8 resolutions on water, including the announcement of the International Decade for Action, Water for Sustainable Development 1828. This is in mind the President of Republic Tajikistan, His Excellency Emmanuel Rahmon, has invited to the high-level panel on water on 2016. And now he is a member of the Water and Climate Leaders promoting the integrated water and climate agenda at all levels. As already noted, Tajikistan and Netherlands are so chairs of the United Nations Conference on Water 2023, which are expected to become water-shared moments in the world community. With these our partners, UNDESA, UN, Water, we are making every effort these days to make the preliminary process this important, even inclusive the conference itself a success. Tajikistan will be hosting the second Dushanbe conference on the water decade on June next year, which according to the UN General Embassy resolution on modalities will become the key event in preparation for United Nations Conference on the Water 2023. Naturally, the success of these events depends on the mobilization of the efforts of all stakeholders. And we are really on your support in this process. With the framework of the COP26, we are organizing 5 side events, targeting various aspects of the integrated water and climate agenda, including promotion, the key role of the water in addressing climate change adaptation, and showcase global initiative to address water as a climate issues. I'm convinced that the Water Pavilion will make its worthy contribution to addressing issues related to water and climate, and will be also contribute to the successful implementation on the Sustainable Development Goals on water and international decade for action, water sustainable development by demonstration is the best solution. Tajikistan, as my colleague from the Scottish mentioned, also have a huge water resource, but we are facing with a problem. More than 60% of the water resource of Central Asia generated in Tajikistan. But we already know what does it mean. What does it mean climate change? What does it mean water? And how we can work together to solve the new challenges, the new climate agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Great to have another perspective. And joining us virtually now, I'm delighted to say we have Henk Ovink, who is a Special Envoy for International Water Affairs in the Netherlands. Henk, over to you.
Thanks so much, Christine. And thanks first, Torkney, for setting us up in this check-the-box Copenhagen, Paris, Glasgow approach. And yes, we have a water pavilion. And thank you also, Jamshed Chomzoda, not only for your grand remarks, but also for your partnerships towards the UN 2023 Water Conference. Great to be with you from the Netherlands, on my way by train to Glasgow, almost. Having a water pavilion at COP is amazing. Water connects, as we know, people, cities, countries across the world. And water has to be at the COP, and it's good that it's finally here, and it's here to stay. 90% of all these climate disasters involve water. So the water pavilion is the climate pavilion. It is the place where water can show how it can support the world in dealing with climate change, show solutions and partnership, and bring the world, the climate world and beyond together on water. Water helps with mitigation, wastewater treatment, offset carbon, nature-based solutions, helping with deforestation. And water helps with adaptation, of course. Better water management, again, nature-based solutions, making more room for our rivers and watersheds, transportation, and food security. The only thing water asks of us is to be managed and used responsibly, to be valued inclusively and comprehensively. Investing in water has a trickle-down effect for all sectors, cutting across all silos and helping us to deliver not only on the Paris Agreement, but also on all sustainable development goals. And that makes water and water management such a complex and hard-fought issue. This is the place where we address this complexity at the Water Pavilion at COP26 in Glasgow. This is the place where we connect, confront, but also inspire, help pathways forward. The Water Pavilion presents, among many, the Water Tracker, where the partners help countries to improve the position of water and their national adaptation plans, and the Resilient Water Accelerator, where partners help countries to develop better financeable integrated water projects. It is the place to come together. This is the place where we start identifying and forging coalitions across all sectors, silos, regions, and cultures. Implement, replicate, and scale up water-based climate innovation. Water, in my words, is the springboard, the lever for climate action and sustainable development. It needs your attention, your management, and your capacity, and also your investments. And because water is everywhere and in everything, we own it collectively. So we have to manage it collectively and in a comprehensive way. I call upon countries and partners to coordinate better with each other, to work together in a more integrated way. And let's give each other the freedom to evolve into resilience countries that are well adapted to climate change. By getting the data on climate and water in order, by identifying weak points through stress tests, by creating national integrated adaptation plans, by securing capacity, by developing high quality projects based on these national plans, by arranging finance, and finally, by maintaining and managing adaptation measures. There's a lot to do. We are lagging behind. We have to make up for this. We have to identify those solutions and scale and replicate them across the world. The good thing, we have the people, the knowledge, and the willpower, and of course, enough finance. So let's make it accessible. Let's work on water as we look ahead towards COP27 and the 2023 UN Water Conference, co-hosted by Tajikistan and the Netherlands. And just to end, really want to thank all the partners of the Water Pavilion. Look forward to a COP that is water inspired, where water is the blue thread across climate action. And to say that we have perhaps just enough time to reinvent ourselves, just enough time to right what's wrong. So let's get to work. Thank you very much.
And our thanks to Henk Ovink for those very inspiring call to action there. Now, for our keynote, I'm delighted we have another very special guest joining us virtually. He is someone who has had a long and distinguished career of many decades in public service as an MP in the UK and played an absolutely critical role in many environmental policy matters. He's also now chair of the Climate Change Committee, which advises the government here on all matters net zero. So without further ado, over to Lord Deben. Delighted to have you with us today. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be with you, even though it is only virtually for the moment. But I'm pleased also at the innovation of a water pavilion, because water is at the very heart of the issues with which we are dealing. I come from the east of England. We are a water-stressed area. It's not easy. And I'll just say that 40 years ago, when I first became the Member of Parliament for the constituency I represented for some 35 years, water was not a problem. I once met a Dutchman who just moved to Britain to grow apples. And he said it was so good because he didn't need to do any irrigation. It was just right. Well, for various reasons, that bit of the constituency was removed out, and I never met him again, not for another 30 years. But when I met him again, he explained that he now had moved from not needing any irrigation to needing some irrigation, to needing a lot of irrigation, to needing too much irrigation for the licenses that he had, having to go over to a very modern Israeli irrigation system if he were to continue to grow his apple trees. That's in half my lifetime. That's the change that has happened. It's an acute and enormous change just here in Britain, and we are lucky enough to be less affected than so many countries throughout the world. And water is at the heart of our lives. We know that. We can see it. Every religion has water as a symbolic part of talking about the relationship between human beings and creation. And anyone who's read that remarkable statement of what climate change is about, the Pope's encyclical Laudato Si, will see that he makes this enormously important comment that climate change is the symptom of the disease. It's the symptom of what we have done to the world. And one of the things that we've done to the world is to be absolutely reckless in our use of water, in the way we have polluted water, and in the systems which we have, which use water without any possible consideration of where it will come for tomorrow. As the population grows, so the demands for water grow. And for so many people in the world, there is neither decent drinking water nor proper sewage, so that, of course, instead of the good circle, they have the worst circles, the kind of things that most of us in the rich countries haven't experienced before. So I celebrate the opening of the water pavilion, and I do so hoping that people who go into it will just recognize that at the heart of dealing with climate change is the acceptance by the rich countries of the fact that we have caused the problem and that therefore we have to pay for the changes. The saddest thing that's happened so far is that we have not so far anteed up the money we need to help developing countries to move from where they are to where they ought to be without the destructive, dirty in between, which is how we managed it. And we need to do that very much across the board, but nowhere is it more important than dealing with water. For climate change creates bigger problems for water than perhaps for anything else. Countries which once were able to grow crops and export them as well as feed their own people can no longer do so. There are areas where war is breaking out almost every day because one community ceases to have the water it needs to feed its animals or to feed its crops, and therefore invades the next door one who still has that water. Water is going to be the geopolitical danger for all of us, and therefore we have to realize it's a global answer we have to have. Too much water and too little in every year is one of the things that will happen to many countries. But above all, it will become the source of conflict. And we shall just realize, all of us, that it's in our own interest to spend the money that's necessary to give water to the world, to clean up the water that we have, to return the seas to their pristine cleanliness, and to recognize that without that, the whole world is destroyed, and we with it.
Our thanks to Lord Devon for joining us today and kicking us off with such powerful words there. So with that keynote, we are now able to declare the Water Pavilion officially open. And to mark that point, I'm just going to ask the gentlemen who are here with us today to step up for a quick photo. Thanks
Thank you.
very much, gentlemen. So we're about to start our panel discussion shortly. I'm just going to say a few words first. We all know that water is a very carbon-intensive industry, so decarbonisation of our sector is absolutely critical in the UK to meeting the UK's own net zero ambition. We are very proud in the water sector to be one of the first major sectors to declare a net zero ambition. In 2019, we committed to net zero on operational emissions by 2030, and that was part of a series of very stretching social and environmental ambitions. But worldwide, of course, the water challenges are about far more than just net zero. 2 billion people living in water-stressed areas, and climate change is making the problem worse. So before I introduce the panel speakers to you, we're just going to play a short video. A route map to net zero, and we're delighted also to have been a partner in the UN's Race to Zero campaign, which as of today has so many members that it's serving 72 million customers. So fantastic progress there. Now, in this discussion, as I said, we'll be talking to colleagues in the UK and worldwide about tackling net zero and resilience. I'm delighted that we have with us here Peter Simpson, Chief Executive of Anglian Water, Sam Larson, my colleague at Water UK, who's been the driving force behind our route map and leader on all things carbon. We're also joined online, I'm very pleased to say, by Tracy Slatter of Borwen Water in Australia. And from Miami-Dade County in Florida, USA, we have Hardeep Anand. So I think I'll start with you, Tracy. Would you like to give us a brief introduction on your role and your journey to net zero and why you decided to join as a partner? Tracy, over to you.
Well, thank you, Christine. And I do want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land that I'm on today, the Wadawurrung people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. Well, there's so many reasons to be a part of this, isn't there? There's our customers, the environment, the new economy. And, you know, we're really lucky at Barwon Water. We're Victoria, which is a big state of Australia. We are one of the largest urban water corporations in regional Victoria. And we also have enabling policy settings from our Victorian government, which is committed to halving emissions by 2030. At Barwon Water, we committed to being net zero emissions by 2030 and 100% renewable by 2025. And we're well and truly on that journey. We've done things that many of in the water sector have done, including putting in place large solar farms, battery behind the meter to capture that solar. We've entered into partnerships within the water sector and with our own customers to purchase renewable energy from large-scale renewable energy producers. We're doing mini hydro and the like. But one of the things that really is driving us is to make sure that everything that we do helps add value to our customers and helps our region prosper in the new economy. And so the initiatives that really excite me are where we've partnered up with customers and around the circular economy. For example, one of our initiatives turns the trade waste model on its head. Instead of two large global exporting manufacturers having to pay to treat their sewerage, we now take that high strength sewage straight down the sewer, capture the methane with a cogen engine. We generate renewable electricity, and that pulls our plant right off the grid completely, but also we'll heat hot water and return that to those manufacturing businesses so that they don't need to use gas to heat their hot water for production. And in another partnership, we've partnered up with all of the municipalities in our region, where all of the curbside food organics and other industrial waste combined with their own sewerage will be turned into two products. One is biogas to run the plant off renewable energy, but the second product is biochar, which will be provided to farmers in our own region to generate improved soil qualities and of course replace the need for as much chemical fertilisers, which have huge amounts of greenhouse gas emissions in their production. So we're really interested in how we can see this not only as the race to zero, that's critical, but to do it in a way that keeps our prices down for our customers, for our core business, leverages our infrastructure and delivers value not only for ourselves, but for our partners, for our customers in our community.
So many important issues there. That's a really good way to get us started. I'm going to come to Peter Simpson next. Peter, in addition to the UK route map that I talked about, obviously Anglian has its own fantastic route map to net zero. It'd be really good to hear a little bit about that and also a little bit about what you learned in that process that would help those who are embarking on that journey, wherever they are in the world.
Thank you, Christine. It's fantastic to be here this morning. At Anglian Water, we've been on this journey for quite a few years, actually. Going back to 2010, we set an ambition to halve the amount of embodied or capital carbon in everything we build. Last year, we achieved 61% reduction in that. We've seen in the last 5 years alone over a 35% reduction in our process emissions and our operational carbon emissions. So we've made a lot of progress, but like all companies, we're really pleased to be part of that ambition to reach net zero, which in the UK water industry is by 2030. So what's that told us? What's that taught us along the way? Well, first of all, the importance of working together, collaboration. We've seen some fantastic initiatives coming out in the water industry where innovation is being shared between water companies. We have a centre of excellence called Spring, which is generating lots of great new opportunities on this agenda, where together we're making huge progress. It's also important that we have alignment between what we're doing as companies and what governments are doing and what regulators are doing, but also alignment with communities and customers and working with them, for example, on reducing the amount of water they use, which helps them not only in terms of water, the water availability in the environment, but also helps in terms of energy. And there have been some really, really fantastic opportunities coming out of this, things that we wouldn't have seen before, when we come together and we work together. So one of the exciting initiatives at the moment is something called triple carbon reduction. And that's a project which we're involved with lots of other water companies, United Utilities, Severn Trent, lots of universities, 3 universities, where we're looking at generating green hydrogen from effluent from water recycling centres, sewage works. We're using that hydrogen to compress it, to use in our generation for resilience. But also we're using the oxygen in a very new process to reduce process emissions, which are one of the really big challenges that face us as a water industry generally. So as we watch the reduction in operational emissions come down towards 2030, the biggest challenge we face remains process emissions, so the emissions of nitrous oxides and methane in particular. So what can we do about that? Well, that's the toughest challenge. and that's the one which we're innovating and collaborating together on. So it's about alignment, it's about long-term thinking and plans, it's about that alignment between government, regulators, companies, working with customers to reduce their demand. It's about the opportunities from innovation and collaboration. As I say, we've got a fantastic basis in the UK through the work we're doing in the Centre of Excellence, Spring, and in fact the regulator leaning in there and giving us an innovation fund, the Breakthrough Fund, which has driven so many of these great projects forward.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Peter. And I'm sure we'll come back to those themes of innovation, collaboration, partnerships. Just to go now across the Atlantic, it would be great to hear from you, Hardeep, about your perspectives on both the challenges and the opportunities.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here virtually. So Miami-Dade, as we know, is ground zero from a number of perspectives, from climate change and sea level rise, the shocks and stresses that we face here from the hurricanes. And we are bounded by water on all sides, a very shallow topography. And the Biscayne Aquifer is our source of drinking water. And our mayor is actually in Glasgow at the moment. She's earned the name, the water warrior, Mayor Daniela Levine-Cava. And she had the foresight, and she wanted to lead the county from a standpoint of what we call one water. So as a matter of fact, very recently over here, my role has transitioned partly within the utility that I worked in for the last 6 years, and also from a countywide standpoint in terms of integrating and managing our water resources from a watershed standpoint. Water, as we know, has no boundaries. We've regulated it in different silos. But I think the intent here now is for us to make sure that we develop a long-range infrastructure plans, both on water, wastewater, and stormwater from that watershed standpoint. From a utility standpoint, one of the top 10 utilities in the nation here, and serve about 2.4, 2.5 million customers. We've got 3 large water plants, 3 large wastewater plants, totaling about 300 million gallons a day, about 15,000 miles of linear assets combined in terms of water and wastewater. And so we are aggressively working towards implementing the recommendations of a recently released report by the mayor earlier this year, which is the Climate Action Strategy. We've got the Resilience 305 reports, and also Sea Level Rise Strategy. And all of these plans come together in ensuring that we are becoming resilient, but we are also developing master plans to make sure that we have our own paths to net zero by 2050, 50% emissions to be reduced by 2030. So we'll talk more, but I think broadly, these are some of the efforts that we're making out here in the county.
Loads going on there, clearly. Very interesting to hear more about that too. I'd like just to turn to Sam Larson now. Sam, I've just touched briefly on the UK route map. It would be good if you could just tell us a bit more about that, and in particular highlight any parts of that have international relevance.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. So I think the first main conclusion from the route map to draw is that reaching net zero by 2030 is absolutely achievable in the water industry. There's a number of scenarios set out in the route map that shows how the industries could get to net zero through a number of different emphasis on different areas of the business. Now, underneath that, there really are 2 blocks. It's a 2-part story as how the water sector will transition to net zero by 2030. The first block is really very well aligned with what's going on globally in other sectors. So the transition globally towards low carbon energy, renewables, solar, wind, plays a major part in getting the water sector to net zero by 2030, because of course a lot of the emissions are associated with the consumption of electricity, pumping water and treating water. So the first part of the transition to net zero is actually very well aligned with the emphasis that we're seeing through the International Energy Authority and individual country NDCs, which also call for high degrees of renewables in company plans. So that first part is very well aligned. The second part is quite different, and in contrast, there are a number of policies that need to be put in place to allow the rest of the emissions to fall to net zero. And Peter spoke well on the point of process emissions, which is one of those items that sits in that block of emissions which are hard to abate. They're recognised around the world as something that doesn't currently have a policy framework to enable it to be reduced. So pulling that back together, we've really got that two-part story. Obviously, the first part is moving forward under its own steam now as the world itself moves towards greater amounts of renewables. Now, the second part is quite an exciting time here in the UK because last week we had the government's new net zero strategy, which for the first time put in black and white an indication from the government, a signal that they want to see greater action in that second category. So over the next few weeks and months, we'll be working with government and regulators to put the flesh on the bones on that, to really emulate that success that's come from renewables around the world. There's a model there that governments have applied to get traction on decarbonisation, and what we'll be looking to see is that model applied on that second category, those hard to abate emissions.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Peter, did you want to come in and add anything on that topic?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think one of the ways that it's important to think about this topic is as an area of opportunity. Quite often we talk about all the threats and the danger and the hazards, and sometimes that's not that motivational. So maybe flip it the other way and let's think about what the opportunities are. And I'll give one particular example. In the last few years, as a company, we've raised nearly £1 billion of green finance at much lower rates of interest. We've done that off the back of a very strong record on our reduction in particularly capital carbon involved in things we build. That's enabled us to go to the finance markets and borrow money much more cheaply. That money is then being invested in resilience schemes and in adaptation schemes to help us as a business, as well as reducing carbon. And the biggest project we've got at the moment is actually a 400-kilometre large diameter pipeline from the north of our region down into the southeast, interconnecting with lots of different regions to help us with some of the challenges that Lord Deben talked about earlier, exactly the same area, to give us flexibility to move water around, to deal with the fact that we've got less water available and more water needed for the environment, but to give us flexibility against those climate scenarios that we see coming towards us. So there's an example of an opportunity. Great carbon credentials as a company, but as a country you can have that as well. Ability to access a green wall of finance and then take that money and invest it back in resilience and reducing carbon. So sometimes just thinking about this as an opportunity rather than just always a threat is a good thing to do.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. It's a really good point. Tracy, would you like to come in here? It'd be really interesting to get your perspective on seizing the opportunity. Yeah, feel free to come in now and yeah, give us the Australian perspective on that.
Yeah, look, I think the point that Peter's making about this being an opportunity is absolutely critical one for us to embrace. We see opportunity all over with this initiative. As I said earlier, you know, this is an opportunity for us to help lead the transition into the new economy for our region, to build skills and jobs in the new capabilities that we're going to need going forward. Even in small ways, you know, our frontline sewage treatment staff who, you know, talked to me years ago about sort of being at the bottom of the hierarchy. They used more colourful language than that. And I talked to them about how that's going to turn on its head and that they will be at the top of the technology chain. And that's been born to be true. And even fairly recently, having a breakfast chat with them without even initiating it, they're proudly showing me the work that they're doing, generating renewable energy, and the fact that the plant's now offline and that they're partnering up with other companies. And that takes me to the next opportunity, which is not to see this as the water sector working on its own. We have to work with other water companies and with government, but we also have to, I think, look at the opportunity to work with our customers. The examples that I gave before with two large global export food manufacturing businesses, for them, this is not their core business. But when we lent in and listened to the challenges they have around managing waste and facing uncertain and increasing energy prices, we knew that they had a desire to want to change their business model, but they really weren't focused on it and didn't really, and we're concerned about consultants and things coming in, but they're our customers. They've been our customers for decades. They trust us. And so when we offered to partner with them on something that was good for us and good for them, it took a lot of attempts, but we finally came up with a model that worked, that was commercial, that gave them a commercial positive outcome. It's given us a commercial positive outcome. Everyone's excited about it, and it's putting those townships on the map as well. So I think there's real opportunity, and also even thinking about the issue that Lord Denton talked about, the drying climate. We've got a significantly drying climate in our part of the world. The beautiful reservoir behind me in the last 3 decades has seen a 30% reduction of inflows. And people are valuing rivers. They want their rivers to be flowing, to be full of life, to be supporting native animals and vegetation. And so I think there's another opportunity for us to start thinking about climate independent sources of water, integrated water management, recycled water initiatives in a far bigger scale than we have before, so that we can really create a much more sustainable future. And instead of people looking at us just as the organisations that mean that you can turn the tap on or flush the toilet, we're actually looking to us as leaders of this change and partners of this change to a new, far more sustainable future with better jobs and with better prospects for people's kids and grandkids.
Wonderful to hear you talk with such passion about the opportunities. And Hardeep, it would be good to hear from you. Are you seeing that too, the opportunities there, whether it's for innovation, partnerships, new technologies? Tell us a little bit about how you see the opportunity as well as the threat.
Yes, thank you. I really want to ditto all the other speakers who've touched on this subject. And yes, I do. And from my standpoint, our effort is focused on doing exactly the same, but also looking at things where we start mining all the intrinsic energy in our wastewater systems, from cogen to methane to biogas. We have, for example, a landfill that is co-located next to a treatment plant, where we're looking to take the gas that is currently being flared and converting it into cogen. One of the opportunities I see is with the digital age coming to fruition, is the use of data and making decisions based on an integrated approach across the watershed. As I had said, our data is quite siloed. We look at models, regulators look at it from a different lens. Our community and the customers that we serve look at it from a standpoint of resiliency, right? In the aftermath of a shock or a disaster, the expectation from us is to make sure that we provide safe drinking water and, of course, public health and hygiene. So I think if there's an opportunity there, and like Peter said, trying to convert the threats to opportunities, we're always going to be confronted with some shock or stress. The pandemic has shown it. And we're talking about emerging contaminants in water. We're talking about PFAS. We have to start adapting to making better technologies. Ultimately, it all translates into the cost and affordability to our customers, right? So I think from that standpoint, the opportunity I see is to be able to have some sort of better sharing of data across the board, not just locally, but regionally and nationally. And the opportunity is also to make sure that the actions that we take are aligned to national and international efforts. Everything that we do should be aligning to the SDGs. So I think these are some of the opportunities and the exciting days for the water sector ahead.
Good to just turn to you on the UK. How are companies here balancing this challenge of adaptation and resilience?
Well, I think they're first and foremost not thinking about an either or. They're thinking about both things at the same time. I mean, as a water sector, we're right in the heart of the challenges of the changing climate. We deal with it in terms of one extreme drought, we deal at another extreme in terms of flood. So we're right in the heart of it. So not thinking about either or, thinking about both. And as the example I gave earlier, there are opportunities to think about both and get opportunities to invest in resilience from your carbon credentials. So frankly, why wouldn't you do it? So I think the other really important point, I think, is having a long-term perspective on some of this stuff. So when we think about water resources, it's really important to plan for those. And it's really important to plan for them in light of the new paradigm we've got, which is less predictable than it was in the past. So rather than having sort of static ways of planning for water resources, to plan on the basis of scenarios. We don't know what the next 25 years is going to look like in terms of water resources around the world. So we have to think about what are the potential scenarios that we could face, and then build systems and behaviours that give us the best chance of surviving those scenarios from an environmental point of view and from a community point of view. So we need different thinking in light of some of the new challenges, and we need to have those long-term plans, not just for water resources, but also for the drainage side of things, and those two things need to fit together. And they both need to be built on the same sort of understanding and scenarios. And we need to have that alignment between how the government thinks about it, the regulators think about it, companies think about it. And ultimately, we've got to engage our communities and customers in understanding some of those challenges as well. So I guess the headline really is, let's not think about them in silos. Let's not have conversations just about net zero or just about adaptation. Let's have conversations about both the things at the same time, always. They're things that shouldn't be separated out.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And Tracy, it would be good to get your perspective on that with some immediate challenges right in front of you. How are you thinking about this challenge of balancing adaptation and resilience and preparing long-term for the impacts of climate change?
Yeah, well, it is absolutely a critical issue, and it is about doing both at the same time and looking at the synergies that exist between them. We're going to have to invest a lot more in our infrastructure to cope with the climate extremes, the floods, the droughts that are getting more significant, and our infrastructure really needs to be able to cope with that, which is why I think it's important that when we are looking at investing in the pathway towards net zero, that we do that in a way that leverages investments we might otherwise be making in our infrastructure, and look at how we can do that much more holistically, as Peter said, looking at how we can decarbonise the construction process through better ideation and design, look at how traditional treatment plants can do a lot more than they did in the past, such as providing renewable energy and green hydrogen into the future, which in turn can fuel the vehicles, the large transport vehicles that are needed in the industry. But in turn, as we invest in that infrastructure, making sure that we're doing that in a way that is going to be resilient, especially in coastal areas, which are so much more affected by, the storm impacts and so on. So I think there's a lot for us to take on board, and it's easy, I think, for us to feel overwhelmed by it, and it's important not to. And I think that ideation and design phase of every single one of our construction projects has to be seen as an opportunity for resilience and moving towards net carbon. We can't see these projects over here are the net zero projects and the rest of it is business as usual. That way of thinking's gone. We have to be thinking of the whole portfolio and everything we do in our business, driving down waste streams, investing in ways to create the circular economy and create better and new products from the waste streams we used to have. But every construction process to be a way of designing out waste, designing out emissions, both in the design, but in the way that the infrastructure operates over the life of the asset.
Really good points there, Tracy. Peter, did you want to pick up?
I've just got to build really on the point that Tracy was making about designing things. So, I mean, if we start off with how do you avoid having to build something, that's the first question we should be asking ourselves. And quite often nature has a role to play in that. So increasingly sort of nature-based solutions can provide much better solutions than perhaps traditional concrete and pipes and pumps do. So that's a really important bit of thinking, and some really good examples in the water industry of what's been achieved there, whether it be treatment wetlands or actually thinking about catchment management. So a particular example that always comes to my mind is in East Anglia, we've had over recent years a big problem with a pesticide called metaldehyde. It's a slug pesticide. And traditionally what we would have done is we would have built very energy intensive treatment processes to take that pesticide out. Additional processes, because none of our existing processes will remove this particular pesticide. But instead of that, what we actually did was work with thousands of farmers across the whole region to actually introduce a product substitution process, so basically putting another product in, giving them another alternative product rather than this particular pesticide. And what that actually has done is reduce the amount of that pesticide in the river. So now no longer do we actually have to treat it. So we don't need to build those treatment plants. We don't need to have that energy intensity. So that's a great example of, you know, catchment management, working with the farming community, avoiding the pesticide getting in the river. Then you don't have to take it out. Then you don't have to treat it. And you don't have to use the chemicals, which are incredibly energy intensive. You don't have to use the power, which is incredibly energy intensive. So building on Tracy's point, if you can think of right at the outset what role nature, what role catchment management, before you even get into thinking about building, then that starts to give us some of the answer.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks for that example, Peter. It sounds like a win-win-win all round. Sam, what's your perspective, given the industry-wide nature of the work you've been doing on this?
Yeah, thanks, Christine. I think it's really important to draw all of those great examples of opportunities all together, because there is a huge seam of opportunity in the water sector to help meet the global targets. So here at COP, we're hearing a lot about whether the world is on track to keep 1.5 degrees alive, and really calling out the fact that this is the critical decade. So around the world, we're looking for those sweet spots in society where there are opportunities, like all the ones that the speakers have mentioned, that can really accelerate that progress, that pace within this critical decade. And there's a number that have already been mentioned. One that only got a very quick mention so far was the opportunity for hydrogen, which is really very important. So many countries looking to turn towards some form of hydrogen solution, a way of storing renewables generated by solar or wind, store them up until times when there's less solar and wind available so that you can keep society moving. Now, the water industry has one of those opportunities. Lots of research going on, as Peter mentioned, around the world into how you can create hydrogen. Lots of pilot studies underway that are starting to bear fruit, that you can essentially create the hydrogen straight from the biogas that you make from the wastewater treatment process. So scaling that up around Europe, around the rest of the world, helps meet that commitment to generate hydrogen to help balance the electricity system. And that reduces costs for consumers because it's a cheap way of achieving it. It balances out the network, and it means consumers aren't exposed to those peaky prices that a lot of parts of the world are currently seeing.
Yeah, no, really good point, Sam. We could go on for another hour, but we'll need to start wrapping up soon. It'd be lovely to hear first from each of our panelists a little bit about what you see as the next big challenge ahead of you. We have heard about some of the challenges already, but I'll come to you, Hardeep. How are you thinking about this? What do you see as the next big challenge?
Okay, sorry about that. I think for me, it is going to be being able to be proactive in terms of, being able to recognize risks ahead of us and implementing mitigative actions proactively. Ensuring that when we're piggybacking on the other speakers, when we are planning on our infrastructure projects, we've got to look at it from that lens of that triple bottom line. How are we bringing that social, economic, and environmental perspective forward, in addition to, of course, renewing our infrastructure? So I think if you're able to maintain that balance between the two, I think we would be doing a great job compared to where we are now. So that's how I would sum it up.
Tracy, how are you seeing that? The next big challenge ahead of you? You've got many, I know.
Well, look, I think we're blessed in the water sector. We have so many intelligent, highly capable scientists and engineers that we will overcome the challenges and we'll surprise ourselves with the innovations that we achieve, especially through opportunities like this where we can learn so much from each other and piggyback on the way forward. But I do think, and Samuel touched on this earlier, the process emissions, the fugitive emissions. It's one thing to be generating renewable energy and replacing non-renewable energy with renewable energy, but there's a whole lot more that's harder. And I think, that's the space that elimination, the changing the way we do our business, carbon sequestration, green hydrogen, energy productivity, they're all going to play a massive role. And I do think that we've all started on the things that are relatively easy, as challenging as they've been. But this next tranche of work is going to be even more exciting.
And Peter.
Perhaps just building again on what Tracy said, as I mentioned earlier, process emissions is a really big issue, big challenge. I think there's a fantastic opportunity though, having laid out a route map as a water industry. What that has opened up is more innovation and collaboration between companies than certainly I've ever seen in the water industry over the last 30 odd years. And I think that's fantastic because I see us working together on those challenges in a very different way to how we've done before, which is incredibly positive. But process emissions undoubtedly is the big thing we've got to go after together. I think it's also really important to remember that we also know an awful lot of the ways in which we can make great progress on this journey. So it's not about saying that process emissions, that's the big thing, therefore we can't do. There's an awful lot of things that we know how to do now, and we need to crack on with that. So there's a real important bit about let's get on and start delivering the things that we know we can do, as opposed to just waiting for something else to come along. So that's a big bit. And then in terms of the adaptation side, I mean, I think really it's about we've got to reduce demand for water. That means water companies have got to reduce their leaks, they've got to reduce their waste, but we've also got to encourage customers to use less water because the environment is going to have less water ultimately. So we'll come up with supply side solutions, but demand reduction is going to remain really, really important and a big challenge for all of us.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Peter. And Sam, how do you see the big challenge ahead?
Yeah, thanks, Christine. I think I would probably end with what I guess is a thank you to various people over the last 2 or 3 years that have made the net zero 2030 commitment possible. So obviously 2 or 3 years ago there were very few sectors that had this sort of commitment, and it was a bold and brave step to put that line in the sand and commit to aiming for such a sort of bold and ambitious target. But it really has galvanized minds, and I think many countries and water companies around the world are currently thinking about net zero. They're thinking about how it fits into their business, how it fits into their plans. But actually, once you've made that commitment, the galvanizing effect is actually quite empowering. And I think the companies here in the UK and the others around the world that are starting to make those commitments have found it very useful in terms of building momentum in itself. And also a thank you, I think, to the various government agencies that have supported along the way so far. So organisations like the CCC, which have been very helpful on, helping us set a clear path, but also government departments like DEFRA and BASE that have supported the policy making over the last year or two.
Yeah. Thank you, Sam. Absolutely right. And thanks also to Peter, to Tracy and to Herdeep for being such a great panel today. And there's been a wonderfully positive themes around innovation, technology, partnerships, collaboration, and plenty there for many of you to take away as thought-provoking and useful. Before we finish up, I've got one more speaker who's going to round off our session with a few words, and that's Danielle from the Global Water Partnership. Danielle, would you like to come up?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I think what we've heard mostly here is that the challenges can only overcome together, the climate challenges. And we see the illustration of that in the innovative examples that were presented this morning of what water actually has to offer to the climate space. Both in terms of mitigation and adaptation, right? So mitigation around net zero, renewable energy, recycling, and wastewater treatment, but also around adaptation and how to manage droughts and floods at opposite ends of the same continuum. But we also heard a few other things about the importance of having better information for decision making. That this also requires behavior change and investment. But the purpose of all of this discussion is to move that talk into action and to leverage stronger commitments to meet targets within an integrated systems approach that is also respectful of nature. So in the spirit of collaboration mentioned previously, the Water Pavilion is actually living proof of what we can achieve together that we can't do alone. We heard the panel speak of opportunity, and over the course of the next 2 weeks, lots of opportunities will be available to exchange, inspire, and further those commitments. We have upwards of 100 events across 11 themes. And it's going to be an exciting COP, so we invite those here today and those who are watching us virtually to continue those discussions, follow them, and make water action work for climate for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Great to hear from you. And that concludes our first session at the first Water Pavilion of COP. Thank you so much to all of our speakers, both here and around the world. And thanks to all of you for joining us. And please do sign up and join some of the many other events going on this week at the Water Pavilion and elsewhere at COP. There's more information about that on the Water UK website and on the COP website. Thanks very much, everyone. Good morning.
Hi, guys.
nothing's changed. I'm going around in circles. The more I try, the less you listen. So now that I've got your attention, let me introduce myself. I am water, and we need to talk. I know I've been unpredictable lately, but what do you expect? When things heat up, I get more intense. You can no longer depend on me to quench your thirst, nor to give the rain your crops need to grow. The lucky few will cope, yet many more will struggle. But don't be mistaken. If we work together, we can change course. If you develop smart solutions, I can go further. If you harness the power of the sun, I will help your fields to flourish. If you build circular systems, I won't go to waste. But this isn't just about technology. Planting trees holds back my surges. Well-managed wetlands keep me contained. And protecting groundwater helps me flow clean and freely. Yes, I am volatile. But if you take the time to understand me, if you bring me into the conversation, together we can adapt to climate change.
Groundwater is the foundation of livelihoods of millions of people around the world. And it's very important to explain to the primary stakeholders that the more we keep extracting this resource in this manner, the resource itself will be destroyed. And in 30 years, we have over-extracted groundwater to the extent that aquifers have completely run dry.
And make sure that groundwater is managed well because of the benefits that it is going to bring us for sustainable development. And indeed, also the benefits that groundwater has for climate change resilience. So it's an absolutely critical resource and a critical issue for us to be looking at.
Groundwater development, especially in the context of Africa, has lagged behind because of failure to establish sound business case that is supported by scientific elements and evidences. I think the most critical aspect of groundwater development is establishing a solid business case for groundwater development using scientific evidence.
Groundwater provides almost half of all drinking water worldwide, about 40% of water for irrigated agriculture, and about a third of water supply required for industry. But the policy attention is a major gap, and the invisibility of groundwater in the debates around, for instance, climate change and resiliency and food security.
It's so important to build partnerships, therefore, around groundwater and around groundwater management to help us break out of this groundwater silo. And I think that has been such an important contribution of GRIP.
Look at GRIP as being a seed investment, as being very, very critical in establishing this baseline and a strong transformative foundation for groundwater development.
I think GRIP created a novel mechanism for sharing and tackling problems and solutions around the development of groundwater issues, with a focus on food, sustainability, and governance, including transboundary, which is of critical importance. Water does not recognize these man-made borders.
I hear
that very often the actors that are most heavily involved in water management are outside the so-called water sector, right? The so-called water box. They're farmers, and they're energy utilities, and they're conservation organizations. So building partnerships with those kinds of actors is so important.
We cannot solve the groundwater problem in a silo. We cannot solve the groundwater crisis from a hydrogeological perspective
I think those days are basically over. And now we need to talk about groundwater in a much broader
You can also
context.
rename yourself from host 500.
Oh,
yeah.
When it comes to water, the future is different from the past. But we've got some work to do to make sure people recognize that
So
that
you'll be
question needs to be asked and needs to be integrated
be the
into
one
these
kind of
research
moderating
programs.
everything
So
and-
making sure that groundwater is
No,
part
no.
of
So
part of
I'm one of the panelists, so
innovations
Okay.
that the
You are
CGIAR
setting up
is
the
going to be
session.
rolling out.
I think I tend to be a bit excited when I hear 2022, the UN year of groundwater, because for me, that is a do or die year for groundwater transformation. So my expectation in the year 2022 is a breakthrough in terms of groundwater development, a breakthrough and the year in which African governments and African institutions will centralize groundwater.
2022 as a stepping stone year, and groundwater being such a critical important of the sustainability agenda and water security for all, I think could really be a platform to help us leapfrog towards a more sustainable future, and making sure that groundwater is part of that solution agenda, perhaps even the solution broker.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining.
Hi everyone. Can all of us quickly
A pale
rename
blue
ourselves?
dot.
I think
Even from billions of
it's
kilometers
by,
away,
default
it is water
says host
that
500.
defines our planet, our unique life source, and our
correct?
best
Yeah.
hope of fixing the biggest challenges we
Let's just
face.
rename ourselves with our name
Floods
and
and
our
droughts
organization.
caused by climate change, global hunger made worse as farmers are
Are
unable to
you able to
irrigate
do
their
that,
crops,
Roxy?
and health crises inflamed by poor sanitation and
Who else is
pollution
here?
all begin and end with water.
Okay, how do I pronounce your
Which
name?
is why,
Orvi?
at the International Water Management Institute, we are shaping the response to these critical issues to speed up inclusive solutions for sustainable development.
Orvi, do we?
We provide evidence to manage water at every level,
Okay, yeah.
from
My
a farmer's
apologies
field
for
to the largest river
mispronunciation.
basin. Whether it's solar irrigation in South Asia, the safe reuse of wastewater in West Africa, or
Have you
using
been able to
satellite
rename
data to
yourself?
help decide how
Okay.
water is shared across
And I
borders,
think,
we bridge the gap between
Nathan, and who
research
is there
and
from CV?
impact.
I think
Because we know that water supports
Valerie
all
and
life on
Sonia
Earth,
will join
and
us
if managed
at
properly,
the pavilion.
has the power to sustain
So,
it.
so how do
Join
we
us as we work towards a water-secure future for
coordinate that?
generations to come. On this pale blue dot, we call home.
As far as them joining with the feed, or are they joining us in the Zoom webinar portion, or they're going to be in person?
They're going to be in person.
I believe somebody is coordinating that on the in-person end.
Oh,
Okay,
El agua es esencial para la vida. De la seguridad hídrica depende el bienestar de los centroamericanos, así como el desarrollo sostenible de la región.
Y el cambio climático no es un aspecto ambiental, es un aspecto multisectorial que afecta tanto los aspectos económicos, sociales, ambientales, etcétera, etcétera. El principal, digamos, sector que está siendo afectado es el recurso hídrico.
La correcta administración del agua es primordial para adaptarse de manera eficaz al cambio climático, puesto que influye directamente en la seguridad alimentaria, la producción energética, el crecimiento económico y la salud. Centroamérica es una de las regiones más vulnerables al cambio climático, debido a que su ubicación geográfica está sujeta a fenómenos hidrometeorológicos. De los 250 eventos climáticos extremos registrados en la región en los últimos 80 años, el 85% estuvieron relacionados con el agua.
The countries in Central America have been particularly affected over the last years in particular by hurricanes, but sometimes also by other types of floods or heat waves. Honduras has been most affected over the last 20 years. El Salvador has been significantly affected, and also Guatemala and Nicaragua.
Yo estaba afuera porque yo los domingos no vengo a trabajar. Y eso sucedió un domingo. Estaba en mi casa y me llamaron de que se estaba inundando el mercado. Pues para mí fue algo triste porque perdí todo acá. A mí me costó volverme a levantar.
Ante los retos que provoca el cambio climático en la región, la gestión integrada de los recursos hídricos, GIR, se vuelve una solución viable y eficaz.
La gestión integral de los recursos hídricos es fundamental para el desarrollo, porque Centroamérica tiene grandes recursos que puede desarrollar, pero si no la usamos bien, podemos quedarnos sin ellos. Por lo tanto, la gestión del agua está totalmente asociada a las proyecciones de desarrollo que tiene la región.
La GIR se basa en que el agua es un recurso natural, así como un bien social y económico. Es un enfoque flexible que reconoce la relación entre los distintos usos. Por eso promueve el desarrollo y manejo del agua, la tierra y otros recursos. La Asociación Mundial para el Agua, GWP por sus siglas en inglés, en conjunto con organismos del Sistema de Integración Centroamericana y otros actores relevantes, han iniciado el programa Agua, Clima y Desarrollo, que relaciona la gestión integrada del agua con la generación de resiliencia al cambio climático y el desarrollo sostenible de los países. Los principales objetivos de este programa son promover que la adaptación al cambio climático sea un tema prioritario en los planes de desarrollo de la región, fortalecer el conocimiento y la capacidad institucional en cuanto a los temas de agua y cambio climático, implementar soluciones viables para lograr la seguridad hídrica ante el cambio climático, fortalecer la red de miembros y aliados de GWP para que el programa sea sostenible.
Es muy importante esfuerzos como este proyecto de agua, clima y desarrollo para ir concertando con los diferentes actores en Centroamérica esfuerzos específicos que se pueden hacer a nivel de comunidades, a nivel de productores.
El principal alcance que se espera con este programa es que se reduzca la vulnerabilidad de las naciones al impacto del cambio climático, lo que garantizará la subsistencia y un mejoramiento en la calidad de vida de todos los pobladores. El cambio climático es una realidad que nos afecta a todos, pero está en nuestras manos lograr una adaptación eficaz y oportuna para garantizar nuestra subsistencia y la de las futuras generaciones.
पानी
अन्नी air
banyu oh पानी खाबो Tentang beraninya. Pengukit itu adalah alat untuk menjugil.
Ini ininya nih, di sini beban. Nah nanti ini diungkit sini buat naikin. Udah sih mas.
The kind of issues that dominate Chennai are all typified by water. Like either there's too much of it or too little of it. We face recurrent floods, recurrent droughts.
Semarang, as a coastal city, is suffering from tidal flood and land subsidence. So people here tend to think that water is actually their enemy rather than their friends.
ময়নদী খুলনা শহরের একটা প্রাণকেন্দ্র এবং জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনজনিত কারণেই যেই প্রবলেমগুলো আমরা ফেস করি সেটা হলো জলাবদ্ধতা, অতিবৃষ্টি, ঝড় এবং স্যালাইনিটি যে বৃদ্ধি পাচ্ছে এখানে, যার কারণে আমার ফসল ঠিকমতো জন্মাচ্ছে না। পানি যেটা ওয়েস্ট ওয়াটার যেটা নদীতে ফেলে এবং নদী ক্রমাগত এটা নষ্ট করছে। এই ওয়াটার অ্যাজ লেভারেজের এই প্রোগ্রামের আওতায় আমরা নদীটাকে প্রবাহিত করতে পারি, পরিষ্কার রাখতে পারি, রিজার্ভার হিসাবে এখানে কাজ করতে পারি এবং বায়োডাইভার্সিটি এখানে উন্নত করতে পারি।
Water as leverage really changed the perspective of seeing water and treat water. For example, one of the WAL concept is resilient kampung. By making this place free from tidal flood and land subsidence, we can provide a good livelihood for the people here. So they can live here, they can work here, they can play here, and also this could be a role model for any other similar coastal places around the world.
As a program, Water is Leverage made sure that water was not looked upon as a problem issue. It was looked upon as an opportunity. It was looked upon as a connector. One of the things that the program attempts to do is to capture water effectively. One of the sites is a temple tank. There are 54 major temple tanks in the city of Chennai. Historically, these tanks serve the purpose of water recharge. Water as Leverage very innovatively attempts to restore this and make sure that the water harvesting part of it is maximized so that water is available on a sustained basis to everyone. Water as Leverage project also triggered a more holistic approach in handling water. It looks at humans as responsible entities that can play a very pivotal role in conserving a very limited resource for future. So in a sense, it was completely innovative, something that the city had not witnessed before.
প্রোগ্রাম বটম আপ অ্যাপ্রোচ একদম রুট লেভেল থেকে যারা ইউজার, যারা এই পানি ব্যবহারকারী, যারা জলাবদ্ধতার শিকার এবং একদম রুট লেভেলের কৃষক পর্যন্ত, কৃষক, রিক্সাওয়ালা সবাই এখানে এনগেজ ছিল। সমঝোতা এর মাধ্যমেই আমরা এটা তৈরি করতে সক্ষম হব। আমি একটি সবুজ এবং বাসযোগ্য খুলনার স্বপ্ন দেখি, যেখানে প্রাকৃতিকভাবে সব কিছু গড়ে উঠবে এবং লবণমুক্ত পানি যদি আমরা ব্যবহার করতে পারি এবং বায়োডাইভার্সিটি এখানে উন্নত করতে পারি, এটা একটা সাস্টেনেবল সিটি হিসেবে গড়ে উঠবে ভবিষ্যতে।
My dream is that the people of Semarang will love the water, that every place near the water, it can be a beautiful place, it's not an abandoned place. And all the people of Semarang will consider water as friends.
I dream of a Chennai where the city does not fear water, where water is celebrated and look at it as a resource that you really can conserve for future in an extremely inclusive manner.
Water is the main element of life. It shapes landscapes and is key for environmental, social, and economic development. Only 2.5% of the planet's water is fresh.
Not surprisingly, many of these impacts are actually water impacts, which are manifested through droughts and floods and rainfall extremes and variability. The fact is, all of us listening in today have experienced climate change in one way or the other, whether we know it or not. So climate change is here and now, and that is what this report is really telling us. So today we have with us two authors from the Working Group 1 who have written chapters in this report and were a part of the Summary for Policymakers writing team. They will walk us through the findings from the water cycle chapter and the extremes chapter. We also have with us the co-chair of the IPCC Working Group 2, as well as a lead author of another report of the IPCC on oceans and cryosphere, who will provide further comments and their views and insights on the current finding. Finally, the Director General of IMI will provide his concluding remarks. So with that short introduction, I would now like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Hervé Douville. Dr. Douville is with the Météo France, and he was the coordinating lead author of the Water Cycles chapter. He will talk to us about the latest findings from the chapter. Over to you, Dr. Douville. You'll have around 12 minutes for your presentation. You may share your screen. Thank you. Over to you, Hervé.
Hi, everyone, and thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to summarize some of the key findings of the Chapter 8 of the latest IPCC's report on water cycle changes. So my talk will be mostly based on this chapter and on water fluxes and natural reservoirs, while, of course, water quality remains a key issue also for sustainable development. And water quality, we know, is sensitive to water volume and temperature, and therefore also to climate change. So on purpose, Chapter 8 does not start with observed changes, but rather with a process-oriented approach consisting in assessing why we should expect water cycle changes. The first reason is that the water cycle is coupled to the atmospheric energy budget, so that any radiative change due to changes in the concentration of greenhouse gases or the loadings of aerosols will have fast consequences on precipitation. A second reason is that the atmospheric water cycle is also coupled to the global ocean, whose human-induced warming is associated with a global increase in global mean evapotranspiration and global mean precipitation, and therefore to an overall intensification of the water cycle. Moreover, other human activities, such as changes in land use and land cover or increasing water use, may also have both direct and climate-mediated effects on the water cycle, especially at the regional scale. Beyond multiple drivers and timescales, key processes include both thermodynamics and large-scale dynamics. Physical principles tell us, for instance, that the atmospheric water holding capacity increases by about 7% per each degree of atmospheric warming. A warmer atmosphere will also experience an increase in moisture transport, and thereby will make wet seasons and events even wetter. Moreover, greater warming over land than ocean will drive an increase in atmospheric evaporative demand, and therefore an increase in aridity and in the frequency of drought, at least in the regions where there is no large increase in precipitation. And finally, global warming can also alter the atmospheric circulation, for instance, lead to a narrowing and strengthening of the tropical rain belt or to a poleward shift in the storm tracks. So moving now to the observed changes. One first key finding is a stronger assessment that the emissions of anthropogenic greenhouse gases and aerosols have been associated with distinct fingerprints of temperature, precipitation, and aridity across the 20th century. So the ongoing global warming, greenhouse gases induced warming on the left is associated with contrasted changes in precipitation and with an overall increase in aridity in many regions. While on the right, we see that the time evolving emissions of aerosols have been associated with, mostly from the northern hemisphere, have been associated with an interhemispheric temperature response, a southward shift of the tropical rain belt, and have counteracted the aridity response to greenhouse gases emissions in the northern mid-latitudes. Beyond, to further support the importance of anthropogenic aerosols, we see here the average summer precipitation anomalies, so over land in the northern hemisphere. And we show the observation in black showing a decline in precipitation from the 1950s to the 1980s, followed by a recent recovery, which is also typical of what has been observed, for instance, over the Sahel, with a dramatic drought in the early 80s, for instance. And we see that most COP26 models, although they underestimate this long-term evolution, do capture this evolution when they are driven by all radiative forcing, and their ensemble mean results are here shown as a red solid line. And this long-term evolution is clearly the combination of a long-term increase in precipitation due to increasing concentration of greenhouse gases here in pink, and a vanishing opposite response to anthropogenic aerosols in blue. Beyond mean precipitation, the formal attribution studies have been also applied to heavy precipitation events and have led to the conclusion that the global warming due to anthropogenic climate change has already led to an increase in both the frequency and intensity of these events since the 50s. At least in most of the IR6 region where we have enough data to make such an assessment possible, as shown in grid in this figure. And also, circulation changes may alter where and how often these more severe, more intense agroclimatic events will occur. In addition, trends in terrestrial water storage observed from space, for instance, using recent observation from the GRACE missions since the early 21st century, clearly show that in some regions, water restriction for irrigation has had a dramatic impact on water resources, as for instance, around the Aral Sea, which was one of the fourth greatest lake in the 50s and has strongly shrunk over recent decades. Moving now to the projected water cycle changes, a first key result is the fact that most water cycle changes will become larger in direct relation to increasing global warming levels, not surprisingly, and in line with what has been showed earlier by the special report on global warming at 1.5 degrees, for instance. This is true for annual mean precipitation, as shown here for 3 global warming levels at 1.5, 2, and 4 degrees respectively. But this is also true for most wet and dry extremes, as will be explained later by Sonia. Beyond changes in precipitation, all scenarios, including the intermediate SSP2 scenarios shown here, based on COP26 models, show a relative increase in land surface evapotranspiration over most land areas and a decrease in soil moisture in many land areas, while relative changes in annual mean runoff show similar but exacerbated patterns compared to precipitation changes. If we focus now on projected changes in seasonal monsoon rainfall, we see that CEMIP6 models, most of them project an increase in global monsoon precipitation, particularly over South and Southeast Asia, but also East Asia and West Africa, apart from the far West Sahel. And we also have assessed some changes in monsoon seasonality with a delayed onset over the Americas and West Africa and a delayed retreat over West Africa. Finally, if we plot here changes in annual mean precipitable water, total precipitable water, in black, mean precipitation in blue, or mean runoff in brown, as a function of global warming levels, and this is here average for tropical land area, we again clearly see an overall intensification of the water cycle with increasing changes for increasing global warming levels. But we see that, for instance, the mean precipitation increased much less than the mean precipitable water, that is the mean atmospheric water column, which itself increases at a rate that is closer to the Clausius-Clapeyron rate of 7% per degree Celsius of atmospheric warming. And we also see that the year-to-year variability shown in dashed line of the water fluxes increase more than changes in mean fluxes for both precipitation and runoff, highlighting that there will be more volatile water resources in the future, a stronger volatility of future water resources. So all those findings are quite robust, are based on multiple evidence and multiple generations of CEMIP models, but there are still limits for projecting water cycle changes whose quantitative assessment remains uncertain and cannot exclude the potential for abrupt change. For instance, if we mix all CEMIP6 models and all SSP scenarios, and we show here total uncertainties in the annual mean precipitation response, we see that the total uncertainty can be arise from three contributions whose relative importance depend on the selected time horizon. For instance, in the top panels, in the near term, uncertainties are dominated by both internal variability and model response uncertainty, while precipitation changes are not much sensitive to the emission scenario, which highlights the need for urgent adaptation and careful adaptation. If we look now to the mid to long term, we see that the role of internal variability vanishes, but that uncertainties are still dominated by the model response, highlighting again that both mitigation and adaptation strategies need to consider the full or at least the likely range of model outcomes. This finding is the same conclusion can be drawn from this panel, showing the annual mean changes in runoff average over large-scale river basins, 9 river basins, with most basins showing a wide range of 90% confidence interval in their response, and some basins even suggesting that the ensemble mean force response is not a fully linear function of global warming, of increasing global warming on the x-axis. Such non-linearities can arise from land surface feedbacks and related tipping points, but it can also arise from changes in oceanic circulation. And for instance, here, as illustrated by the annual mean precipitation response, which has arisen in the past or could arise in the future from a collapse in the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. So the IR6 report states that there is only medium confidence that the hammock will collapse or will not collapse, before the end of the 21st century. But should it collapse, it is very likely that there would be abrupt changes in the water cycle, especially in the tropics. So some key conclusions and the implication for adaptation and mitigation. I won't repeat all the key findings, maybe just add that over specific regions, we will have also some decrease in mountain glaciers and snow cover duration with strong implication for runoff and river discharge. We will have some intensification of tropical cyclones and extratropical storms with increased related precipitation intensities and an increased proportion of tropical cyclones of the highest category, the most powerful ones, with related increase in river flows. And over the 21st century, again and beyond, we cannot exclude the possibility of abrupt and irreversible regional change in the water cycle. So what about the implications? We can say that without further adaptation, existing water-related risk will be exacerbated with further global warming, that careful adaptation responses are needed, not only to avoid the most adverse water cycle consequences of global warming, but also to avoid maladaptation and the lack of co-benefits for mitigation. And finally, that land-based mitigation option can have considerable water footprint and probably also need to be managed carefully. So in summary, we can say that water is an issue for all of us and for all dimensions of our climate change policies. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Urvi. That was a fantastic presentation, providing very good summarized outputs from the assessment, Working Group 1 assessment, and the implications you drew for Working Group 2 and Working Group 3 were also spot on. I mean, a lot of our findings in Working Group 2, which is due to be released in February, March next year, actually also echo your findings. With that, I would now like to pass on to our next speaker, which is Dr. Sonia Senaviratne. She is in the Water Pavilion right now and will join us live from Glasgow. She's a professor of climate sciences at the ETH Zurich and is a coordinating lead author of the Extreme Cycle. She will talk about the water-related extreme findings from her chapter. Over to you, Sonia.
Do you hear me? Yeah? Okay, great. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to make this presentation. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. And I will present the main... I think people here don't hear, but... Okay. Yes, so I will present the evidence on changes in water cycle extremes in the IPCC AR6 report. Next. So I just want to say that the work I'm going to present is work from the Chapter 11 team. We had a team of 16 authors, and we coordinated this chapter together with Xubing Zhang from Environment Canada. Next, please. So we already have large evidence of observed changes in extremes. The evidence of observed change in extremes has strengthened, in particular for extremes related to the water cycle. This is, for instance, related to precipitation extremes, droughts, tropical cyclones, and compound extremes, which also include dry and hot events, as well as fire weather. You see here pictures of the different extremes that we have been assessing in the report, and as you can see, many of them are related to the water cycle. Next, please. Next. So human-induced climate change is already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe. I think this is one of the main conclusions of the report, that we see that no region is spared from climate change. Every region is affected in some way by changes in extremes, including water cycle extremes. Next. So I'm showing here a few examples of events of which we know that they have been made more probable due to human-induced climate change. For instance, flooding in Bangladesh in 2017, the fire and heat wave in Australia in 2019 to 2020. Also the high heat wave in Siberia, which was also again associated with fire. And then this year, of course, we had a large range of events, including fires in Canada, then the flooding in Western Europe, which was associated with very heavy precipitation, and also high drought in Mediterranean. Many of those changes are related to water cycle. So for instance, this includes these concurrent heat waves and droughts. Here you have several examples, which are then also leading to more frequent fires. So when you have both dry and hot conditions, you have more probability of fires. On the other hand, you also have an increase in heavy precipitation, which increases the probability of floods. Next, please. So I'm showing a picture from different changes in extremes across the world. Hervé has also shown this picture for heavy precipitation. I wanted to start with temperature extremes because they are related also to some water cycle extremes because they amplify a drought. And as you can see, in all regions, almost all regions of the world, we see an increase in hot extremes. Next slide, please. For heavy precipitation, in most of the regions with observations, we also find an increase in heavy precipitation. Next slide, please. We also have several regions where we find that there is an increase in droughts, in particular droughts associated with drier soils, which have impact to agriculture and ecosystems. So you see that there is a range of regions where we have identified signals for increase in drought, and this is substantially more than the last report of IPCC. Next slide, please. I also wanted to mention some other type of extremes, for instance, tropical cyclones, which are also associated with heavy precipitation. So event attribution studies and physical understanding indicate that human-induced climate change increase heavy precipitation associated with tropical cyclone, and also that it is likely that the global proportion of major tropical cyclone occurrences has increased over the last 4 decades. Next slide, please. Human influence has likely increased the chance of compound extreme events since the 1950s. So we have an increased occurrence of concurrent heat waves and droughts on global scale. We have also an increase in fire weather in some regions of all inhabited continents, and compound flooding has increased in some locations. Next slide, please. So now we'll say a few words about projected changes in extremes as function of global warming, also focusing on water cycle extremes. So many changes in frequency and intensity of climate extremes become larger with increasing global warming. And I've listed here a few examples. This includes hot extremes, marine heat waves, heavy precipitation, agriculture and ecological droughts in some regions, and the proportion of intense tropical cyclones. As highlighted here, of course, we have those changes both in the very wet extremes and dry extremes increasing. Next slide. And there is already much higher risk at 2 degrees compared to 1.5 degrees, as well as at 1.5 degrees compared to now. So now this slide, you're seeing how the change in the frequency of heavy precipitation is changing as function of global warming. You see that an event that without human-induced climate change would have happened once every 10 years is happening now about 1.3 times every 10 years. That means an increase of about 30%. At 1.5 degrees, the increase would be by 50%. And at 2 degrees would have an increase of 70%. So those events would happen almost every 2 years out of 10 years. Next, please. Next. You're seeing here also the change in intensity of extremes. In general, we see an increase of about 7% per degree of global warming associated with Clausius-Clapeyron relationship. And so this means that we have a very clear signal in terms of increasing intensity of heavy precipitation events. Next, please. For droughts, it's a similar picture, but in this case, we're only looking at regions which are drying, so it's only part of the land area. For heavy precipitation, the statistics were for all of the land area. For the drying regions, you see that we have a range of regions where we find that there is an increase in droughts at 2 degrees of global warming. And again, there we have an increase both in the frequency of those events and in the intensity of these events with increasing global warming. Next slide. I want to say a few words about compound events. I think that's a really important point, and that's actually a new topic that was addressed in the report. What we are meaning by compound events is actually the concurrence of different extremes in the same location or different extremes at different locations at the same time, which are leading to joint impacts. So with further global warming, we find that every region is projected to increasingly experience multiple changes in climate impact drivers, including extremes, and that many regions are projected to experience an increase in the probability of compound events with higher global warming. This includes concurrent heat waves and droughts, which are likely to become more frequent, and also a further increase in fires and compound flooding. Next, please. Another really concerning point is that we have an increase in the concurrence of extremes at different locations, and this can lead to large impacts. So we can have concurrent extremes at multiple locations, including, for instance, crop-producing areas at 2 degrees and above compared to 1.5 degrees. This can affect, for instance, food security. Next slide, please. I just wanted to say a few words about what would be needed if we want to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. We have seen that compared to 2 degrees, this will make a very large difference. And these are data from the 1.5 degree report. The scenarios that will be consistent with 1.5 degree stabilization are shown in blue. This requires an immediate reduction of CO2 emissions on a global scale by at least 50% until 2030. And to reach net zero CO2 emission at the latest in 2040 for 60% probability of limiting global warming to 1.5 degree, or 2050 for 50% probability. Next slide. So I'll come to the conclusions. Evidence on change in climate extremes, in particular for water cycle extremes, has strengthened in the past decade. We find that no region is spared from changes in extremes, and that threats from extremes are multiplying with increasing global warming. In a warmer world, water cycle extremes such as heavy precipitation, pluvial floods, or droughts are amplified in many regions. And limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees avoids numerous further increase in water cycle extremes compared to 2 degrees and above. We find also that compound events are an important factor of risk above 1.5 degrees, for instance, for fire risk, but also impact on food security. So my conclusion would be we should do all we can to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees and avoid overshoot. Even a world at 1.5 degrees is not safe. We have seen this now, even at 1.1 degree or 1.2 degree, we are having impacts. But it's the best option we have to limit global warming to 1.5. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for an excellent talk. And the message is very clear that a large section of humanity are already experiencing climate change through water extremes like floods and droughts, and urgent action is needed to keep temperatures within 1.5 degree, something that the G2 leaders apparently agreed also yesterday. Let's see how that turns into action. With that, let me now turn my attention to two of our very eminent panelists. One of them is present in Glasgow in person, and another is joining us online. First, I'll go to Dr. Roxy Matthew, who is joining us online from India. And Roxy is a climate scientist at the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, and he is the chair of the Indian Ocean Regional Panel. And he was a lead author for another IPCC report, the Special Report on Oceans and Cryosphere. To you, Roxy, my question is, I know you have been following these reports and contributed to them. Tell us your key takeaways from the report, especially the Working Group 1 Physical Science report, and situate these findings for us in the context of South Asia, which is likely to be one of the hotspots of climate change. And how can South Asia tackle climate change? Over to you, Roxy.
Thanks, Aditi. Hi all. Thanks for attending the Water Pavilion at COP26. And thanks to Hervé and Sonia for giving a global overview on the changing climate and how the water cycle is changing. And here I will give a perspective from the tropics, particularly in terms of South Asia and how the Indian Ocean region is faring. And one of the salient points that has come out from the recent sixth assessment report of the IPCC is that some of the changes are irreversible in terms of human timescales. That is about in centuries, centennial timescales, or even a millennium. And that is because the carbon dioxide lifespan is quite long in terms of centuries, and ocean absorption is slow. And this also has huge implications for the tropics, which is linked to this heat absorption. In fact, about 93% of the additional heat from global warming is absorbed by the oceans. And the largest change is observed in the Indian Ocean. And whether it is sea surface temperature or the cumulative ocean heat absorbed in the last several decades, the largest change is in the Indian Ocean, and it's the fastest warming ocean. And this has implications on the water cycle in the Indian Ocean or the South Asian region, for example, the monsoons. And though the IPCC report hasn't mentioned that the changes in the monsoon are irreversible, considering that the changes, the underlying background changes in the ocean are long-term, the changes that we see in terms of the floods, droughts, and all could be irreversible as well for a long time. And now, and the second thing is that I would like to refer to what Sonia and briefly Hervé also presented in terms of the drastic changes in the future. And some of these changes for the Indian Ocean and South Asian region are already here. We don't have to wait for 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. We already see a 50% rise in the number of cyclones, and also there is an increase in its intensity and the duration of cyclones, especially on the Arabian Sea side in the Indian Ocean. And there is a threefold rise in extreme rainfall events and intensifying droughts. Now, that connects to our changes in water cycle, because if you look at all of South Asia, it's heavily dependent on how the water is spread out in terms of the monsoon. We are already having changes in water in terms of floods, droughts, or cyclones. So water stress could permeate into agriculture, the food sector, and the energy sectors too. Now, another factor I would like to point out is that right now, we do not have the risk mapping or climate action to deal with the current state of extremes. And with 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius, this is going, we know that this water stress is going to intensify further. And particularly, we do not know about the compound events that Sonia was talking about. For example, during the recent cyclones that we had the storm surges from the cyclones interacting with the heavy rains and the sea level rise, resulting in compound floods or floods that are much higher than the usual level. And this means that the flood levels are going up year by year, decade by decade. So curbing emissions are critical. And while it is important that cumulative carbon emissions are considered and all, it's also important that we all move towards the common goal. We cannot keep on negotiating and debating. That time is over for South Asia, because that is one of the most vulnerable regions. And South Asian region, including India, can lead innovation to mitigate and adapt to climate change. That's what I think, particularly by investing in efficient energy and being a global leader, particularly in South Asia. We have already made a strong leap in terms of NTCs, but we don't know how much of offsetting we have done in terms of fossil fuel emissions. That is one place where we have to work on. And hopefully innovation and technology is one way for a quick transition into clean energy. And there is hope, because among the few countries that brought out COVID vaccines at a fast place, India is one among them. So we have the technology and people to work on from this region. And so my concluding message is that along with innovation and transition to renewable energy resources, adaptation measures should also be considered, considering the fact that the drastic changes that we have been expecting in the future are already here. Thank you, Aditi.
Thank you so much, Roxy. I think those were all excellent points. Now that makes me move to our final panelist, which is Dr. Valerie Masson-Delmore. She is present in Glasgow and is at the Water Pavilion. If the cameras can zoom at her. I don't see her on my screen yet.
Can you hear me, Aditi?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you, Valerie. Yes, wonderful to see you, Valerie, there.
Nice to see you.
Yes, and thank you for accepting our invitation. So Valerie is a climate scientist working at the Paris Secli, France, and she is the co-chair of the IPCC Working Group 1. In her role, she has co-supervised 3 IPCC special reports in 2018-19 and in the recent 2021 Physical Science Basis report. So Valerie, you have supervised the writing of these reports, so you have deeper insights into this than many of us present here today. So tell us your top 3 takeaways and also tell us what kind of scientific and policy advances that will be needed for us to keep within the 1.5 degree. That seems to be the absolutely necessary goal now. How do we keep within 1.5 degrees? So over to you, Valerie.
Thank you very much, Aditi. And I really like that here in Glasgow, there are 3 pavilions next to the other. The Science Pavilion involving IPCC, the Cryosphere, Frozen Water Pavilion, and the Water Pavilion. And as you have stressed, there are strong interplays between warming, water availability, water stress, and water management responses. I would like to flag 3 aspects, focusing on the Working Group 1 report. One, for me, striking advance is by combining multiple lines of evidence, the ability to narrow the range of the climate warming response to our greenhouse gas perturbation. It's a metric called climate sensitivity, and it's really striking that compared to our past assessment, we've narrowed the range of that response by about 50%. And this is the outcome of basic climate research, and in particular, progress in understanding cloud feedbacks. So that's a major advance, but at the same time, there's much more to be done. In particular, progress in understanding changes in clouds and convections, which could lead to major advances in further constraining future climate change, with major implications for the regional water cycle characteristics. The second part of all these reports is our clearer understanding of why every increment of warming matters, with multiple regional characteristics, trends, extremes, monsoon changes, values above tolerance thresholds that directly scale to the level of global warming. So as you have seen, I think a major conclusion from our report is the understanding of how the water cycle intensifies with every increment of warming, which in fact increases the adaptation challenges, because it means you have to adjust not just to trends, extremes, but also precipitation that becomes more variable from season to season and from event to event. You have seen the presentations flagging the better understanding of the role of greenhouse gases and aerosols, in particular on monsoons, but we still have a number of gaps regarding, for instance, in Asia, the onset or retreat of monsoons, and that requires further work in terms of physical climate science to inform adaptation strategies. You have seen from Sonia's presentation how we have a better understanding of already human influence affecting heavy rainfall events or droughts, but you have seen on the maps that we still have gaps in terms of availability of highly resolved meteorological hydrological records, or gaps in terms of available attribution studies, especially in the developing world. So I like to flag what we have achieved, as well as remaining knowledge gaps, to show how progress can be achieved to better inform adaptation strategies. Roxy has stressed the slow component response to human influence today. So there are changes that will not be avoidable. The response of glaciers will occur over decades, affecting streams flows, the response of the ocean over hundreds of years, ice sheets, thousands of years. What we show is that every increment of warming matters in slowing the rise of sea level, which gives more time for coastal adaptation regarding changes in erosion, coastal flooding, as well as salinization, which is important for water resources on coasts. Much of adaptation taking place today is still looking backwards, looking at what has been experienced,
And I think a strong message from our Working Group 1 report is that we provide a wealth of information on what to expect. And I think a key point is for everyone involved in water management, in water-related decision-making, the use of climate services to better inform decisions made now by what to expect in the future, so looking forward so as to enhance resilience. Aditi, Sonia, Hervé, Roxy, you have all flagged the importance of the level of global warming. So our report shows that if emissions of greenhouse gases stay close to today's levels just a few more decades, we'll overcome a level of warming of 1.5 degrees within 20 years and 2 degrees by 2050. So what really matters, because every ton of CO2 added in the atmosphere will imply more warming, is reducing CO2 emissions as fast as possible. And in the coming years, decades, because as long as our emissions are not at net zero globally, climate will continue to drift with more implications for changes in the water cycle. The report shows that for warming of more than 2 degrees, natural sinks, the ocean, the land, might be less effective at storing a large part of our emissions. And that's also an interplay with the water cycle, because plants facing water stress and heat stress will lose their ability to store carbon. That's another dimension of the interplay between climate change, natural sinks, nature-based solutions, and changes in the regional water cycle. And the last point we stress in the report is the possibility to have multiple benefits by reducing emissions of pollution particles. It can improve air quality, but it will affect the water cycle as well. By reducing methane emissions, you can maximize benefits for air quality because it's linked to near surface ozone. And because by reducing quickly methane emissions, you can compensate for losing the cooling effect of pollution particles. So this is really a novel dimension of our 2021 report. And there's an intersection with water management because solutions exist related to wastewater treatment that can help reduce methane emissions fast. This is what I wanted to share regarding the interplay between our last Working Group 1 report and water management challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie. I think those were, again, incredibly important points in terms of the need to adapt based on what will happen in the future, especially when we are not even sure if the current adaptation is being effective in reducing any of the much of the climate risk. So it's even more important to craft a future adaptation appropriately, and of course, the absolute importance of reducing emissions here and now. With that, we are almost out of time. So I would like to convey thanks to Hervé, Sonia, Roxy, and Valerie, and pass on to Dr. Mark Smith, who is the Director General of the International Water Management Institute. Over to you, Mark, for your key takeaways and concluding remarks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Aditi. And a big thanks to our speakers and panelists, Hervé, Sonia, Roxy, Valerie. What you have done is laid out a cornerstone for the program in the Water Pavilion to come. What you've done in this session is given the very basis, the very starting point for the dialogue that is to come over the next 10 days and 2 weeks at the Water Pavilion. So my reflections, a critical message as people take part in the coming sessions. You know, in the water community, we often say climate is water. And so why do we say this? And Hervé gave a very clear explanation that we say this because of physics. It's not because it's a sector issue, it's because of physics. And this physics drives the intensification of the water cycle, which is driving increased frequency and intensity of climate extremes that are becoming larger and will become larger as global warming increases. So water risks are therefore increasing. And this is happening in combination with higher uncertainty about extreme events. So it's a very difficult puzzle for water managers to contemplate water managers, indeed, Valerie, who are used to looking back, and now we need to be looking forward into the future with a different set of tools. So how do we do that? So it's incumbent upon us as we go forward, of course, to try and lower these risks, to manage these risks and reduce exposure to the water risks that climate change is unleashing. And this means, yes, as you've said, every increment of warming matters, therefore. We have to target for the purposes also of water management, stabilizing at 1.5 degrees C. So therefore, reducing emissions as fast as possible is water management. Combined alongside that, of course, there's a need for urgent adaptation. Adaptation must look forward, as Valerie said. We must adapt with care. We must ensure that there are co-benefits for mitigation as we undertake adaptation, that we avoid maladaptation. As we move forward into adaptation, we need to look also for how do we do so alongside the energy transition? How do we do so in ways that drive forward innovation, that build on and further help to further advance, indeed, the very climate science that will help us navigate these challenges? This IPCC report was, in my view, a call for radical action on water. It couldn't, we talk about code red for humanity, it couldn't be a deeper red for water and water management. And so as we therefore go forward into the coming set of sessions over the many coming days in the COP at the Water Pavilion, we need to focus on three critical things. One is, what's the policies that we need? In the water community, we're very used to talking about that. What's the policies that we need in water governance, in climate, across sectors that can help us manage these risks? How do we mobilize finance into the right places, into the right measures for both mitigation and adaptation? And how do we promote and accelerate the right kinds of action across governance, climate services, through to infrastructure and water technologies? We have to recognize that water security is therefore at the heart of climate action and climate adaptation. It's codependent with climate security, it's codependent with food security, and we need to move those agendas forward together. A weakness in one is a weakness in all, and I very much look forward to the program of events coming up in the Water Pavilion, which will help us to make those connections well and make those connections well with how we move forward on water security in the face of the climate changes that were presented today and the climate extremes and extreme events that we're going to be coping with in the years and decades ahead. Thank you, Aditi, and back to you.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, everybody, all the speakers and the panelists. So with this, we come to the conclusion of our event, which was live streamed on YouTube, which I believe quite a lot of people watching it. Yeah, thank you, everyone. And let's keep, in our own ways, strive towards that 1.5 degree goal. And let's keep water at the center of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi, for organizing this important session.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Pollutants. They promote good health and generate food. They are home to 40% of the planet's biodiversity and store carbon, mitigating the effects of climate change. But wetlands are disappearing 3 times faster than forests, and we are consuming more water than nature can replenish. One of the last examples of a free-flowing river system is in South America. This is the Paraguay-Paraná wetland system, which stretches 3,400 kilometers from its origin in the Brazilian Pantanal, through Bolivia and Paraguay to the Paraná Delta in Argentina. Beyond its natural beauty and uniqueness, this interconnected wetland system has a global heritage value, and its normal functioning is vital for the future renaissance of the region and indeed for the rest of the world. Given its particular geological characteristics, its gentle slope, and the natural obstacles that the wetland systems encourage in its path, the speed of the water is low. This causes it to overflow, flooding the plains and giving rise to diverse landscapes and an extraordinary flora, inhabited by a large number of mammals, fish, reptiles, birds, and small invertebrates. This dynamic environment generates an exuberance of life. But what happens when one of the richest freshwater wetlands in the world faces prolonged and severe low water? 2020 has been a catastrophic year for this wetland corridor. As a result of climate change, rainfall in the region has varied significantly, causing the Paraguay and Paraná rivers to reach its lowest water levels in 60 years. Without water, the natural barrier against fire is lost, and fires spread rapidly. The dry cushion of plants' biomass and carbon stored for decades in its wetlands can easily burn in a few days. The communities of the Pantanal, the Iberá wetlands, and the Paraná Delta will remember 2020 as the year of drought and fire. Firefighters and volunteers have gone to great lengths to fight the fires, protect the biodiversity of the wetlands and the communities that inhabit them, despite the additional difficulties imposed by COVID-19 pandemic. Nevertheless, fires continue to ravage wetlands and biodiversity, causing health problems as well as social and economic tensions. Immediate action is needed to conserve and restore the health of the wetlands and the life that depends on them. The loss of these ecosystems affect the entire world and has irreparable impact on the supply of fresh water. It is the utmost importance to build bridges between regions and organizations to find real solutions to this water and climate crisis. Interregional cooperation can be a powerful tool for finding restoration solutions on a large scale, and a decade of undertaking ecosystem restoration provides an excellent framework for action going forward. Today, the wetlands of Paraguay-Paraná system need us, more than ever. Let's conserve our wetlands so we take care of life on our planet.
Orang tua kami telah mengingatkan bahwa kami harus melindungi hutan mangrove dan tidak menebanginya untuk dijadikan tambak. Sekarang dengan hilangnya sebagian besar mangrove, laut telah menyapu tanggul-tanggul tambak kami hingga masuk ke daratan sekitar 1 mil, dan desa telah kehilangan 25 baris tambaknya.
In the Demak district of North Java, Indonesia, the coastline is severely eroding as a result of sediment disturbance. Mangroves that protected the shore and held the sediment have been cut down and replaced by aquaculture ponds. To make matters worse, the land is sinking due to groundwater extraction by cities and industry. This combination of factors has left the coastline and communities exposed to the daily tides, as well as extreme weather events that are occurring more frequently due to climate change. In efforts to quell the tide, concrete seawalls were placed, but these collapsed in the soft mud and blocked the sediment transport inland. Efforts to plant mangroves also failed because the water had become too deep. A new approach was needed to restore coastal safety and revitalize the local economy. A consortium of local communities, scientists, engineers, NGOs, and the government was brought together, led by Wetlands International, EcoShape, and the Indonesian government. Together, they designed an integrated solution to restore the mighty mangrove belt that once protected the land. To enhance coastal safety, permeable structures were constructed by contractors and villagers in the most severely eroding areas to trap sediment and create the right conditions for mangrove recovery. Today, communities own, monitor, and maintain the structures. In other places along the coast, unproductive aquaculture ponds were converted back into mangrove forests. In addition, local farmers received training in sustainable aquaculture practices, which boosted productivity and tripled their income. These economic benefits enabled farmers to give up part of their aquaculture ponds to make space for mangroves.
Sebelumnya kami sebelum mengikuti SL, saya menggunakan bahan-bahan kimia. Tapi hasilnya di situ kurang memuaskan karena sering terjadi yaitu kematian udang. Adanya SL di sini saya rubah sistemnya, yaitu memakai yang ramah lingkungan, yaitu komposisasi atau penggunaan mol. Sekarang saya mulai yaitu berbagi ilmu, berbagi pengalaman saya dan berbagi keberhasilan saya kepada kelompok-kelompok di pinggiran pantai seluruh Kabupaten Demak. Saya tunjukkan pada teman-teman, ayo bangkit, ayo jangan malas, buktinya ada.
In 5 years, this project has grown into a landscape-scale initiative along 20 kilometers of eroding coastline in central Java. The use of permeable structures to bring back mangroves has been replicated by the Indonesian government in 13 districts. Sadly, the coastal restoration efforts in Demak are severely challenged by the sinking of the land, caused by unsustainable pumping of groundwater by cities and industries nearby. Young recovering mangroves are being washed away and ponds suffer from flooding. To facilitate a solution to this land subsidence, the project partners initiated water dialogues at national and provincial level and worked with communities to help them express their needs.
Ini adalah rumah kami. Insya Allah kami berencana tetap tinggal di sini. Saya berharap proyek ini dapat menyelamatkan dan mengembalikan hutan mangrove kami. Saya merasakan ada harapan baru.
What we have been pioneering in Indonesia can be replicated elsewhere. There is no standard blueprint and upscaling has to recognize that. Building with nature is going to be the answer to coastal protection in many places.
Solutions like this that engineer with nature can help protect not only coastlines, but also rivers, cities, and beaches. We are sharing our knowledge, training the engineers of the future, and removing policy barriers for building with nature instead of fighting against it. Join us in upscaling this approach in Indonesia, Asia, and beyond.
Cuando se dio esta tragedia de Brasil,
fue reconocer que lo que estaba sucediendo en Brasil podía suceder en mi país, en Ecuador, en cualquier parte de América Latina, en cualquier parte del planeta.
Se tivermos um desastre das proporções do que foi o rompimento de Fundão, o painel tem uma responsabilidade, um desafio muito grande de analisar, entender, produzir recomendações técnico-científicas para a Renova e que terão naturalmente desdobramentos para outros segmentos da sociedade.
La propuesta de la OICN de ser un tercer actor que pueda mirar la tragedia con una visión integral, independiente, integradora, era un desafío muy lindo. A crear ideas y recomendaciones que hacen sentido, que no son para los libros, sino que son para la prática.
Além de campo de análise de paisagem, visualização de como o trabalho se dá na paisagem. Exatamente porque na paisagem você reúne várias especialidades e que fazem menção ao todo da bacia, a bacia do seu início até o mar.
Avaliação de impactos é uma disciplina que sempre se preocupa com o longo prazo, se preocupa com o que pode ocorrer no futuro, se tomarmos determinadas decisões hoje. Programas como proteção, reflorestamento de nascentes, reflorestamento de áreas ao longo de vários trechos da bacia do Rio Doce.
That is the mission, really, of the panel, is to look at the basin as a whole and to consider the relationship of the local people with the environment, is to make sure that people can get back to their lives. And that implies that they should be able to earn a livelihood and go back either to living on the basis that they were living before, if possible, or finding new possibilities of employment. Are managed in synergy with the restoration effort that is underway after the dam failure.
O que eu procuro trazer muito é essa questão do lado social enquanto oportunidades de aprendizagens. Enquanto possibilidade, sabe, das pessoas fazerem diferente, entenderem o mundo de uma forma diferente. Se o painel ele consegue contribuir para essa grande mudança de mentalidade, é algo extraordinário, né?
A ocupação humana, ela tem o histórico, e ela está no presente e ela vai continuar no futuro. O desafio do painel é primar pelas melhores técnicas, no sentido de orientar o uso desse conjunto enorme, gigantesco de informação que está vindo à tona com o trabalho da Renova, né? Apontar caminhos no uso de tanta informação.
Para nosotros como panel, la aspiración sería que nuestras recomendaciones sean asumidas, sean integradas, sea parte del ADN del proceso de cambio de la construcción de la cuenca. Cómo reconstruir ecosistemas deteriorados, cómo lograr sociedades con mayor participación. Y yo quisiera ver en este Río 12 un modelo para toda América Latina y para Brasil de cómo una sociedad se dinamiza, actúa, construye su propio futuro.
The water cycle, source of all life. In the Tana River in Kenya and the Volta River in West Africa, nature follows the cycle of the seasons, providing ecosystem services and sustaining people's livelihoods, enabling fishing from ponds that fill during natural floods, growing crops irrigated by flood waters, or supporting fertile pastures for grazing animals. But climate change will affect how reliable these services will be in the future. Modern civilization also harnesses nature through engineered infrastructure, such as dams. These provide energy generation, water for drinking, irrigation to grow crops, and industrial uses. But these built approaches can have a damaging effect. As a result of engineered control, ecosystems may also become less resilient to climate change. The benefits and costs of built infrastructure are well known, but less well known are the benefits of natural infrastructure. Dams benefit from healthy and resilient upstream ecosystems. For example, forests can help stabilize soils and reduce erosion. In turn, this reduces sediment entering reservoirs. Well-functioning natural infrastructure ensures built infrastructure performs better. Wise Up to Climate is a project that works closely with key government decision makers, scientists, NGOs, and local stakeholders. It aims to identify how natural infrastructure can support built infrastructure to operate under future climate change scenarios. Using a range of expertise from different disciplines, Wise Up generates new knowledge on the role and benefits of natural infrastructure as a solution to help societies adapt to climate change and identify how ecosystems can support built infrastructure to function better, longer, and reduce costs. A new online tool enables interactive trade-off analysis, combining built and natural options into optimized intervention portfolios. Decision makers then choose which option achieves their desired balance of benefits. The approach helps decision makers better understand how combinations of natural and built infrastructure achieve local and national development goals under different climate scenarios, helping set their countries on more sustainable and adaptive development pathways.
I understand that hydrodiplomacy or diplomacy per se happens within the context of sovereign states. But all the agreements and the decisions that are adopted by sovereign states to be effective need the support, need the agreement of water users at different levels. That all is hydrodiplomacy.
One of the things that Bridge does is through its training packages and dialogue platforms, it facilitates access to knowledge about the benefits of these international conventions relating to the use of shared waters.
Même si le fleuve est là, sur la frontière entre les deux pays, comment amener les parties prenantes à partager ces bénéfices à l'eau de manière surtout équitable?
For the past 2 days or 3 days, what you have been discussing, exercising, or what you have been saying is just like a reflection of what is happening in the Lake Chad Basin. So it's really good. It will help us, to move forward, to face the reality and say, okay, this is our problem and this is how we can solve it.
The training that we have just had delivered by Bridge, I would say the innovation here is the fact that it's been characterized by a lot of exercises. After each module, we have the opportunity to practice what we have acquired during that module and try to tie it to particular case studies and even to our own water sources we're coming from.
As part of IUCN's strategy for biodiversity conservation, we see one of our key pillars is to help countries, help stakeholders put in place good water governance, including in transboundary basins.
Benefit sharing is very important. Yes. And when we focus to the Sekong River Basin, of course the Sekong River Basin, we have the 2 or 3 COVID. And we work with the 2 countries, Cambodia and Vietnam. Because the upstream, we cannot to understand, I'm the state upstream, I not need to care anybody. No, not to think like that.
C'est une formation, une approche hautement participative. Il y a les études des cas et les études pratiques. Il y a les échanges d'expériences parce que vous avez des participants qui viennent du Niger, qui viennent du Tchad, qui viennent du Cameroun, qui viennent même au-delà du bassin du lac Tchad. Vous avez des participants qui viennent du Burkina. Donc ça donne l'occasion d'échanger, de partager l'expérience.
Si les États coopèrent, se mettent ensemble, ils tirent beaucoup plus de bénéfices par rapport à un pays qui vit dans l'isolationnisme.
Il faut que toutes les parties prenantes soient impliquées et qu'on puisse prendre en compte les préoccupations de toutes les parties.
During the negotiation, we learn how to persuade, how to listen to the other, how to get to the common point.
The negotiation exercise, I think the game and the role play is very important because it's a protocol that we can use for the negotiation in the 3 countries.
I learned from this training that it is very, very important to have a kind of stakeholder analysis of the area where this common resources, and also to have a good knowledge of the projects that are going on in that area. I think those are the things that we are going to look at when we leave from here.
Il y a d'abord les bénéfices environnementaux qu'on soit tendance à oublier, alors que c'est des bénéfices assez importants. Mais il y a d'autres aspects encore de bénéfices, notamment les bénéfices politiques en termes de participation à la prise de décision qui ne sont pas souvent visibles, ou bien encore en termes de sécurité et stabilité, ce n'est pas également visible. Ça également, c'est un élément nouveau que nous avons appris à travers cette formation. L'autre chose également que juste par rapport aux bénéfices, c'est beaucoup plus en termes de partage équitable. Parce que même si les bénéfices sont là, comment faire, quels sont les outils qu'on peut développer pour que chaque partie prenante puisse tirer vraiment profit the benefits.
With the exercise we have seen from different, which are very perfect from different parts of the world, they were helpful. They tell us about how we are supposed to negotiate.
To a brief project, maybe we get some idea about how to negotiate with Cambodia and Laos. We take the water for the power generation, but we try to release some water to downstream. So that's the thing we think about the benefit sharing.
Our next Blue correspondent in India has made a beautiful documentary about coastal people in the Sundarbans, the largest mangrove forest in the world. Hello, Supratim.
Hey, how is it going?
Great, thanks. Why did you make this documentary?
For many reasons. The main one is that I feel connected with the people living in the Sundarbans. I wanted to give them a voice and show their climate resilience to the world.
What did you learn from these people?
I learned to respect the thin line between humans and nature.
What do you mean?
The people are exposed to flooding, erosion and sinking land because the sea level is rising and the storms are becoming more intense. On the other hand, their lives also depend on the same ocean. I was touched by the fact that the community is willing to bear these extreme living conditions.
That was photographer Supratim. If you'd like to learn more about his documentary, search the title of his project, which is Sinking Sundarbans.
When speaking about the devastating impacts of climate change, Bangladesh is a common example. Characterized by its coastal deltas, Bangladesh faces some of the worst impacts of rising sea levels, with the country recently experiencing the worst floods in decades. But what is not heard as often is that Bangladesh is one of the most resilient countries in the face of climate change. To name a few reasons why, Bangladesh has an effective cyclone early warning system. Local people are showing creativity and perseverance to manage their crops and their water. The government, local citizens, companies and organisations are working hard to address climate change to make sure life goes on despite severe climate change impacts. At Next Blue, we want your help to explore and portray human resilience against climate change across regions in Bangladesh. We want to show inspiring practices for dealing with climate change impacts in water management, agriculture, business and social development in different regions across the country. We do this by collaborating with journalists, media outlets, government and business partners to write local stories or film short video clips about living with water and climate change in Bangladesh.
লেয়ারটা ঠিক থাকবে আর পাশাপাশি আমার হয়তো এলাকাতে পানি না থাকলে পানির ব্যবহার করতে পারবো আমি
We invite you all to join us and showcase your daily activities in dealing with water and climate change. Join us this year to explore, learn and inspire. In the fight against the pandemic, clean water and hygienic sanitation are crucial. Bangladesh has successfully tackled open defecation and is now fighting illnesses from unhygienic latrines. Local government representatives and activists work together with rural and low-income communities on knowledge building.
পরে আমরা মনে করেন মেম্বার এলাকার মেম্বার এবং আমরা কমিটিতে যারা ছিলাম তারা সবাই গেলাম গিয়া তাকে বললাম যে দেখেন এটা তো অস্বাস্থ্যকর লেপটিন এই অস্বাস্থ্যকর লেপটিন থাকলে আমাদের সমস্যা হয় আমাদের ডায়রিয়া হয় ম্যালেরিয়া হয় পেটের পীড়া হয় এইটা এইভাবে রাখা যাইবে না এটারে সুন্দরভাবে দিতে হইবে
The Bangladeshi government works with the World Bank on a project to provide loans to communities and households to build hygienic latrines.
তারপরে যে সমস্ত বাড়িতে একেবারেই গরিব যে জলবদ্ধ পায়খানা নির্মাণ করার জন্য তাদের কোনো সুযোগ ছিল না, এখন আমরা সেই জলবদ্ধ পায়খানা নির্মাণ করেছি। তারা এখন সেই জলবদ্ধ পায়খানা ব্যবহার করে এবং তারা যে সমস্ত স্কুলগুলোতে আমরা এই টয়লেট নির্মাণ করে দিয়েছি এবং রিপেয়ার করে দিয়েছি, সেখানকার ছেলেমেয়েরা স্বাচ্ছন্দ্যে সেই টয়লেটগুলো ব্যবহার করছে।
The program supports local entrepreneurs so they can extend their supply business to rural areas, a key factor in expanding the scheme.
মিশনের ট্রেনিংয়ে যাই, ওখান থেকে ট্রেনিং দিয়ে আসার পরে আমি আমার সচ্ছলতা অনেক খুলে যায়। আমি তারপরে এই দোকানটা নিই, এই দোকানে অ্যাডভান্স দিই, দেওয়ার পরে আমি ব্যবসা শুরু করি। এখন আমার প্রতি দৈনিক সিজনে বেচা কিনে আছে 35 থেকে 40 হাজার টাকা সিজনে। ওখান থেকে আমার দৈনিক ব্যবসার হার থাকে 2.5 থেকে 3 হাজার টাকা ব্যবসার হার থাকে।
Good sanitation and clean water are essential to the realization of all human rights. This success story from Bangladesh brings hope. The Sundarbans is a proud part of Bangladesh's natural heritage. UNESCO has declared this forest as a World Heritage Site, undertaking to protect its unique ecology and the wide range of wildlife that lives there. The Sundarbans is of universal importance to Bangladesh and to the world. Thousands of fishermen like Abdul Alim and Asfar Ali caught fish in the Sundarbans. The forest is the only source of their livelihood. But the climate is changing rapidly. Coastal residents are seeing the reality of this before their very eyes. Livelihoods, houses, fish farms and agricultural lands are all in danger. The people here know that they cannot fight the forces of nature, but the Sundarbans protect them by standing as a shield in front of the tidal waves, sheltering communities during repeated cyclones.
আমরা বলি যে সুন্দরবন মায়ের সুন্দরবনের ঝড় বাদল হলে আমরা নিরাপদ আশ্রয় থেকে এরকম যেরকম শাখা খালগুলো আছে এর ভিতরে থাকলে আমাদের ঝড় বাদলগুলো আরও বুঝতেই পারেন।
সুন্দরবনে এমন একটা জিনিস যাতে আমাদের যত ঝড় বাদলা সব থেকে সুন্দরবনে টানে। আমাদের এলাকায় ক্ষতিগ্রস্ত খুব কম হয়, যে বেশি ঝড় বাদলা সেই সব সুন্দরবনে বেশি হয় শহরের চেয়ে।
The importance of the Sundarbans for Bangladesh cannot be overstated. However, there are no structures in place to oversee the maintenance of this precious resource. On the contrary, the forest is suffering, sometimes in the name of development, sometimes through the vested interests of various individuals or groups. The Sundarbans is being brought to the brink of destruction by the building of factories nearby, by shrimp farming processes, deforestation, and housing developments. Experts say that by 2050, 30% of the coast will be submerged in saltwater. The number of natural disasters will increase, as will their severity. The people of 14 coastal districts, that is a quarter of the country, will lose their homes, livelihoods, and in some cases, their lives. At one time, the forest area in Bangladesh alone was 10,000 square kilometres. Now it stands at less than half that. Including the Indian Sundarbans, it totals a mere 6,000 square kilometres. The danger of the damage to the Sundarbans cannot be seen from the outside. However, the residents of this coast are aware of it.
Community empowerment, বিশেষ করে সিএমসির যে রেভিনিউ শেয়ারিং এর ব্যবস্থা সেটাকে অবশ্যই এনশিওর করতে হবে। সুন্দরবনের উপর একান্তভাবে ডিপেন্ডেন্ট যে কমিউনিটিসগুলো আছে তাদের কিভাবে অল্টারনেট লাইভলিহুডের আওতায় নিয়ে আসা যায় সেই ব্যবস্থাপনা করতে হবে।
In the last few years, the Sundarbans has played a role in saving the lives and property of millions of people by stopping the cyclones Sidr, Mahazen, Amphan, Bulbul, and lastly Yas. Without the Sundarbans, the lives and resources of millions of people on the coast are at the mercy of the increasingly ferocious cyclones and the devastation they bring. River deltas. unique environments between land and sea, supporting lives and welfare of billions of people, home to the world's most fertile soil, abundant biodiversity, as well as the largest cities and ports. Today, Delta regions are under enormous pressure from rapid urbanization and climate change. To meet these challenges, Delta regions worldwide are testing new innovations and strategies aimed at building a resilient future for all. In Bangladesh and Ghana, farmers and scientists have been working together to develop the Farmer Support App, part of the Water Apps project, a unique mobile app tailored to the needs of smallholder farmers. It provides them with reliable weather forecasts and helps them make informed decisions about seedbed preparation, fertilizer application, or the protection of vegetable gardens. The app combines modelling forecasts with the farmer's own observations and predictions based on local knowledge. This interactive process results in more accurate forecasts and a strong sense of ownership in the farmers. As part of the engagement, a weather club has been established in Khulna for farmers to share forecasting experiences. The Farmer Support App is ready for upscaling so that it can benefit a large number of farmers throughout Bangladesh and beyond.
এই তথ্যগুলো যদি সকল কৃষকের কাছে যদি পৌঁছে যায় তাহলে আমি মনে করি সাস্টেনেবল কৃষি অবশ্যই একদিন এবং বর্তমান যে জলবায়ু সেবাটা আমরা কৃষকরা পাই এটা আমাদের কৃষকদের জীবনযাত্রার মান উন্নত করেছে এবং কৃষিকে আরো সমৃদ্ধ করেছে। আধুনিক তথ্য প্রযুক্তি কৃষকদের অর্থাৎ আমাদের নারী কৃষকদের জীবনে আশীর্বাদ স্বরূপ বলে আমি মনে করি।
Vietnam's Mekong Delta, the rice bowl of Asia. Here too, people are working hard to reach the world market with high-value agricultural products whilst having to adapt to the changing climate. But a sustainable future for the Mekong Delta calls for a major transformation in the agro-business and water sectors, building alternative farming systems and improving water management. Realising this vision is a great challenge in itself. The Vietnamese government and local communities are collaborating closely with scientists, businesses and development partners to kickstart the Mekong Delta transformation. The Motor Decision Support Framework plays a pivotal role in encouraging strategic thinking and planning. The Motor Innovation is a science-driven tool that analyses the motivations and abilities of relevant stakeholders to engage in the Delta transformation process. And what different actions and interventions they can best embrace, such as food protection, changing land use, and growing different crops. Its unique capacity to systematically consider the various driving factors in Delta planning can be applied not only in Vietnam, but also in other countries, including Bangladesh. Motor is a bottom-up tool that supports decision-makers, farmers, engineers and development agents to better understand their river delta systems and move them towards a climate-proof and sustainable future. The farmer support and motor innovations are examples of how scientific advances have meaningful applications for society. Our vision is to utilise these innovations in day-to-day delta management, apply them to urbanising deltas across the world, and in so doing, guide our unique and abundant delta regions towards a safe, prosperous and sustainable future for everyone.
Thì mấy năm nay hầu như là giông gió nhiều, giông gió nhiều, thành ra mưa hơi nhiều hơn các năm so với mấy năm trước. Em sinh sống năm nay là khoảng 19 năm rồi. Trên thuyền thì còn 2 vợ chồng với một thằng cháu nội. Thì nước lớn thì nó, em nói với anh là nước lớn thì nó được sinh sống chài lứa nè, người ta giăng câu giăng lứa nè, đó ta mằng nó có cá nhiều. Đó. Còn mà anh nhờ mà nước nó không có nước á, nước nó hơi nhỏ thì giăng câu giăng lứa nó không có cá. Đó, dân ở đây ta nhờ ta sống như vậy. Dạ. Thẻ bao cát đó là hồi lúc mà vừa đầu tháng 8 thì nước nó sụp lở quá thì thử người ta phải sợ đặng mà nó lỡ bờ, nó lỡ cái đường lộ đó, phải đem bể bao cát xuống đặng mà ta thảy xuống đặng đừng có cho nó sụp lở nữa, cho nó dằn cái chân đất lại. Đó. Em thì thường ngày em giờ em ước mơ em lên nhà thôi chứ em không có nghề với thiền nữa. Em muốn sống ở dưới cái này, nó bị gì nước nó khi mà nước lên thì anh sống ở đây nó khỏe, còn mà nước nó giật xuống rồi đó, nước cạn rồi đó, ở đây nó cực khổ. Em muốn thoải mái, em muốn lên nhà, em sợ sống cho nó khỏe nhiều hơn. Đây là cô 65 tuổi rồi, cô Ngô Thị Ngọc Chói. Năm nay là 65 tuổi. Không thấy cái dạng mùa này là lúa đẹp. Nếu mà thí dụ như người làm nông của các nông dân nào cũng vậy, nếu làm lúa á, thì cầu cho nó có giá là một, hai nữa là cái biến đổi khí hậu làm sao mình cải thiện được đây. Cái đó số do trời rồi. Nhưng mà chỉ yêu cầu có cái là làm sao mà có giá cho nông dân được nhờ thôi. Ở đây á, nhiều khi á, khu vực này thì cũng có mấy ông nông dân cũng vòng ở đây nè, thì có nhau chia sẻ nhau. Thay vì thí dụ như tôi xài thuốc mà trừ rầy nâu á thì nó rẻ.
Rồi tới qua năm 2012, 13 bắt đầu cái nó khó là thấy nó thời tiết nó mưa gió bất thường. Hôm gọi mới nước rồi nó ngập tràn cái đê biển luôn. Đê biển là lúc nó công trình nó làm rồi nó lấy cái mặt đất bớt rằng nó đổ rằng nó đi nó làm đắp ngăn cái kênh nó đi. Hôm gọi nó tràn qua cái ngang đê luôn. Bây giờ môi trường nó biến động hoài thành ra nó khó. Hồi đó mùa nào thì tháng nào thì mưa tháng đó. Còn bây giờ muốn mưa nào mưa, muốn hạn nào hạn à. Từ luôn hết trơn á.
I hope that you had a great journey and along the way you have seen a lot of interesting stories, but also very nice inspirations about human resilience, about how people adapt to climate change and make a good life from the river and from the soil of the Mekong Delta.
River deltas, the world's unique landform where people and water come together. Delta regions are home to the world's most fertile soil, abundant biodiversity, as well as the largest cities and ports. Their strategic locations and rich natural resources offer advantages for trade, economic activity, and food production. In many countries, delta and coastal regions have long been the engines of national economies. For thousands of years, river deltas functioned as a central hub for economic development and urbanization. With the world continuing this trajectory, the importance of these water landscapes is emphasised more than ever in human history. But upon closer inspection, delta regions are experiencing some of our most pressing challenges in the light of rapid urbanisation and climate change. Climate change and sea level rise will directly affect the safety and livelihoods of millions of people in the coming decades. Without timely and effective adaptation interventions, it is expected that changes in our climate will result in significant GDP losses, ranging from 9% of GDP per capita in the Volta Delta in Ghana to an almost 20% loss in Bangladesh. This will exacerbate existing challenges in river deltas, as they are already the most vulnerable regions to flooding, salinity intrusion, and freshwater shortage. Urbanised deltas are and will be the world's climate impact hotspots, where high concentrations of people and wealth meet the most severe impacts of our changing climate. In response to these challenges, delta regions worldwide are shaping up and testing fundamentally new strategies to achieve a resilient future. The grand quest is to seek long-term resilience through physical safety, enhancement of ecological values, and sustainable economic growth. Countries such as Bangladesh and the Netherlands have responded strongly through long-term and holistic adaptation plans. What can we learn from work on the ground from these and other river deltas across the world? We highlight the successful stories and the key findings from several international case studies on delta adaptation, based on a series of lighthouse delta cases by the Global Centre on Adaptation, with support from the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. Let the journey begin from the Dutch Delta.
In the Dutch Delta, we have experienced severe floodings in our history that made us develop structural and resilient solutions. We had to be creative and active on developing water and delta policies. We have learned that fighting nature does not always give the best outcome. Therefore, our policies have become nature-based solutions aimed at living with water. However, we're not the only delta country, so we closely work together with other delta countries. For example, through the Delta Coalition, to learn from each other and to inspire each other. Moreover, we have created good governance on water and deltas. The Delta program based on a Delta law, structural finance and knowledge exchange. Let us go now and see how the Netherlands and other deltas work with water.
The Wadden region in the Netherlands, characterised by its smooth coastlines, fertile soil, unique biodiversity, historic cities, ports and coastal infrastructure. This region is a UNESCO World Heritage Site with inestimable waterscape treasures and historical value. But it is not immune to the challenges of climate change. With temperatures increasing, rainfall intensity rising, dry spells lengthening and salinisation worsening, the impacts on this region seem insurmountable. To match this, action is being taken on the ground. The Afsluitdijk has protected large parts of the Netherlands against flooding since 1932. This iconic water infrastructure is being renovated and prepared for the future. An integrated programme will improve the Afsluitdijk's economic, energy and ecological capacities. The ecological connection between the Waddenzee and the IJsselmeer will also be restored by introducing the innovative fish migration river.
We hebben het over ons voorbereiden op het veranderende klimaat. En juist die uitdaging om in die hele nieuwe manier van kijken op dijkversterkingen, op waterveiligheid, is het helemaal van deze tijd om daarin ook de natuurlijke processen onder water daar in dat ontwerp mee te nemen. Building with nature. Voor zo'n dijk als de Afsluitdijk, iconische dijk, die 90 jaar geleden al iconisch was, Nou, wat mij betreft dus nu met zo'n vismigratierivier ook voor de komende 90 jaar weer iconisch.
Not only in the Netherlands, building with nature is becoming a global, highly promising norm for climate adaptation in river deltas. In the Demak district of North Java, Indonesia, the coastline is severely eroding. Mangroves that once protected the shore have been cut down and replaced by aquaculture ponds. Simultaneously, land subsidence is increasing due to groundwater extraction for domestic and industrial uses. This combination of factors has left the coastline and communities exposed to the daily tides and extreme weather events occurring more frequently due to climate change. Local communities, scientists, governments and NGOs in North Java have designed temporary permeable wooden structures, trapping sediment and allowing mangroves to naturally recover. These structures are placed alongside sustainable aquaculture, boosting the local economy and increasing resilience. Building with nature can help protect the coastlines and communities around the world. To achieve this, a supportive policy framework for building with nature is needed, along with capacity building in the public and private sector. To maximise impact, constitutional changes are needed to provide alternative water supplies so groundwater can be protected and land subsidence prevented. We have seen inspiring stories of how to restore the natural resilience of river deltas and the adaptability of communities living alongside them. Now, we dive deeper into the key findings of the Global Centre on Adaptation. While each delta takes a different strategy and implements locally tailored measures, a number of common success factors are inherent across multiple cases. From the finance and policy domain, it is important that delta adaptation is supported through long-term commitment, appropriate policy frameworks, and long-term predictable budgets. Of special importance is to create legal and political frameworks that are conducive to long-term integrated adaptation planning in delta regions. Concerning adaptation technicalities, engineering should be combined with nature-based thinking and localized solutions. This means that adaptive thinking should extend well beyond pure design and in no way be viewed as a sole technical undertaking. Such a combination in delta planning and management allows deltas to continue to thrive under external pressures. Last but not least, active participation of the delta citizens and communities are essential for sustainable uptake and scaling up of novel initiatives. In this sense, participation should be combined with improvement of local livelihoods and with meaningful exchanges. All in all, we need an approach which ensures that increasing resilience also supports human and economic development. In this context, meaningful participation of local stakeholders combined with long-term commitment, predictable budgets, and appropriate policies are key to achieve delta resilience under climate change and urbanisation. Looking forward, we visit the future of global climate adaptation. Acknowledging an urgent need for global adaptation, especially in developing countries, the government of the Netherlands made €160 million available through the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, known as the DFCD. Managed by a pioneering consortium of FMO, Climate Fund Managers SNV and WWF, the DFCD will work with the private sector to catalyse over €500 million in additional funding for bankable projects across the world. These projects will boost the health of freshwater, forest, agriculture and ocean ecosystems and improve water management. Critically, the DFCD will help vulnerable communities to adapt, drive sustainable development, and strengthen global efforts to tackle climate change. On the ground in the Irrawaddy Delta of Myanmar, adaptation is already underway.
The key climatic risks impacting the Irrawaddy Delta include an increase in temperature, flooding, sea level rise, and saltwater intrusion. One way of adapting to these climate risks is better water management that supports integrated rice fish systems in the delta, where fields could include salt-tolerant rice varieties combined with brackish water, fish or crustaceans. We have developed a set of geospatial suitability maps and decision support tools. And this combined with cross-sectoral policy dialogues with the agriculture, fisheries and irrigation sector will help us in tailoring, targeting and ultimately in the scaling out of investments in integrated rice fish systems in the context of climate change.
Climate change is real and it's hitting the city hard. We are at that tipping point now where water has now become a cross-cutting issue across the city.
People here tend to think that water is their enemy, but water as leverage really changed the perspective of seeing water and treat water.
সাধারণত আমরা হাই লেভেল অফিসার কিংবা অন্যান্য কর্মকর্তাদের থেকে যে ইয়েটা পাই সেটাই আমরা অ্যাপ্লাই করি, বাট বটম আপ অ্যাপ্রোচ একদম রুট লেভেল থেকে যারা ইউজার, যারা এই পানি ব্যবহারকারী এবং তাদের কাছ থেকেই প্রোগ্রামটা শোনা এবং ভবিষ্যৎ পরিকল্পনা গ্রহণ করা।
Water as leverage also made sure that water was looked upon as an opportunity, looked upon as something that can be used at various scales in terms of intervention. And it has the potential of being scaled up so that many more cities could become water secure.
Adaptation to a rapidly changing climate on the continent of Africa is urgently needed. Droughts and soil erosion are some of the most pressing water-related challenges of climate change. So what needs to happen to turn the Paris Agreement into action on the continent? Nationally determined commitments, more commonly referred to as NDCs, are at the heart of the global effort on climate action. Water is a key component of the NDCs, with 2/3 of the actions being related to water. Given the importance of water, there is an urgent need to increase investments in water adaptation. If we are to ensure a sustainable future for all, more investment is needed across the continent of Africa. To address the finance gap, the Global Centre on Adaptation is creating a Build Smart project preparation facility for Africa's water sector. The object of this GCA initiative is to close the current planning investment gaps for multiple projects. A large regional dedicated facility will scale up and accelerate water climate change adaptation to boost human and economic development in a water insecure world. Deltas, the pressure cooker where resilient water management and development meet, a source for knowledge and experience. Let's act now. When speaking about the devastating impacts of climate change, Bangladesh is a common example. Characterized by its coastal deltas, Bangladesh faces some of the worst impacts of rising sea levels, with the country recently experiencing the worst floods in decades. But what is not heard as often is that Bangladesh is one of the most resilient countries in the face of climate change. To name a few reasons why, Bangladesh has an effective cyclone early warning system. Local people are showing creativity and perseverance to manage their crops and their water. The government, local citizens, companies and organisations are working hard to address climate change to make sure life goes on despite severe climate change impacts. Bangladesh must work to feed its increasing population as agricultural land diminishes, as well as facing threats posed by the climate crisis. How do local people deal with these challenges? And what can we learn from them? We visited some communities in different regions across the country to better understand their needs and discover what solutions they would like to see. The Sundarbans is a proud part of Bangladesh's natural heritage. UNESCO has declared this forest as a World Heritage Site, undertaking to protect its unique ecology and the wide range of wildlife that lives there. The Sundarbans is of universal importance to Bangladesh and to the world. Thousands of fishermen like Abdul Alim and Asfar Ali caught fish in the Sundarbans. The forest is the only source of their livelihood. But the climate is changing rapidly. Coastal residents are seeing the reality of this before their very eyes. Livelihoods, houses, fish farms and agricultural lands are all in danger. The people here know that they cannot fight the forces of nature, but the Sundarbans protect them by standing as a shield in front of the tidal waves, sheltering communities during repeated cyclones.
আমরা বলি যে সুন্দরবন মায়ের সুন্দরবনের ঝড় বাদল হলে আমরা নিরাপদার সাথে থেকে এরকম যেরকম শাখা খালগুলো আছে এর ভিতরে থাকলে আমাদের ঝড় বাদল হয় আমরা বুঝতেই পারি
সুন্দরবন এমন একটা জিনিস যাতে আমাদের যত ঝড় বাদলা সব দেখি সুন্দরবনে টানে আমাদের এলাকায় ক্ষতিগ্রস্ত খুব কম হয় এই বেশি ঝড় বাদলা এই সব সুন্দরবনে বেশি হয় শহরের চেয়ে
The importance of the Sundarbans for Bangladesh cannot be overstated. However, there are no structures in place to oversee the maintenance of this precious resource. On the contrary, the forest is suffering, sometimes in the name of development, sometimes through the vested interests of various individuals or groups. The Sundarbans is being brought to the brink of destruction by the building of factories nearby, by shrimp farming processes, deforestation, and housing developments. Experts say that by 2050, 30% of the coast will be submerged in saltwater. The number of natural disasters will increase, as will their severity. The people of 14 coastal districts, that is a quarter of the country, will lose their homes, livelihoods, and in some cases, their lives. At one time, the forest area in Bangladesh alone was 10,000 square kilometres. Now it stands at less than half that. Including the Indian Sundarbans, it totals a mere 6,000 square kilometres. The danger of the damage to the Sundarbans cannot be seen from the outside. However, the residents of this coast are aware of it.
Community empowerment, বিশেষ করে সিএমসির যে রেভিনিউ শেয়ারিংয়ের ব্যবস্থা সেটাকে অবশ্যই এনশিওর করতে হবে। সুন্দরবনের উপর একান্তভাবে ডিপেন্ডেন্ট যে কমিউনিটিসগুলো আছে তাদের কীভাবে অল্টারনেট লাইভলিহুডের আওতায় নিয়ে আসা যায় সেই ব্যবস্থাপনা করতে হবে।
In the last few years, the Sundarbans has played a role in saving the lives and property of millions of people by stopping the cyclones Sidr, Mahazen, Amphan, Bulbul, and lastly Yas. Without the Sundarbans, the lives and resources of millions of people on the coast are at the mercy of the increasingly ferocious cyclones and the devastation they bring. Most farmers in the Delta still depend on traditional farming practices and decision-making. While information and technology could potentially help farmers, they don't have access to tailored weather and climate information services that could help them anticipate and mitigate the effects of the unpredictable weather. As a result, when Mother Nature strikes unexpectedly, farmers often lose their crops, livestock, and livelihoods. The Water Apps project has co-developed weather and climate information services with farmers and local stakeholders in Bangladesh. The Water Apps project trained local extension officers, farmers and young people on weather and climate information services and how to use them for climate-sensitive decision-making.
দেখেন আগামী সপ্তাহে সব কয়দিন বৃষ্টিপাত আছে কম বেশি।
আমাদের এই আবহাওয়া তথ্যটা নারী কৃষকদের জন্য অনেক উপকার বয়ে আনছে। তারা এই যে বীজ সংরক্ষণ করতে যে বীজ রোদে শুকানো লাগে বা কখন রোদ কখন বৃষ্টি আবহাওয়া কেমন থাকবে শুষ্ক না জলীয় আবহাওয়া থাকবে এগুলো হচ্ছে নারী কৃষকরা জেনে তাদের বীজ সংরক্ষণে একটা বড় গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ভূমিকা রাখতেছে।
From Water Apps, the local farmers in Khulna receive 7-day, 14-day and seasonal forecasts, which help farmers plan ahead in their households and farming activities. Local farmers report that improved climate information and up-to-the-minute warnings about extreme weather events has saved crops that might otherwise have been destroyed.
আমরা সাধারণত জানি শীতকালে বর্ষা হয় না, কিন্তু এই আবহাওয়া স্কুলের সাথে জড়িত থাকায় হঠাৎ করে দেখলাম যে আবহাওয়ার ফোকাসে শীতকালে বর্ষা হতে যাচ্ছে। আমাদের মাঠে তখন বড় পাকা ধান ছিল, কাটা ধান ছিল, ওইগুলো আমরা কিষানীরা তড়িঘড়ি করে মানে রাতের বেলায়ও বহন করে বাড়িতে এনে নিরাপদে রাখেছি।
Farmers getting help from the app have improved their traditional decision-making and livelihood practices.
এই তথ্যগুলো যদি সকল কৃষকের কাছে যদি পৌঁছে যায় তাহলে আমি মনে করি সাস্টেনেবল কৃষি অবশ্যই একদিন এবং বর্তমান যে জলবায়ু সেবাটা আমরা কৃষকরা পাই এটা আমাদের কৃষকদের জীবনযাত্রার মান উন্নত করেছে এবং কৃষিকে আরো সমৃদ্ধ করেছে। আধুনিক তথ্য প্রযুক্তি কৃষকদের অর্থাৎ আমাদের নারী কৃষকদের জীবনে আশীর্বাদ স্বরূপ বলে আমি মনে করি।
Farmers are now making informed choices about when and what to plant and harvest. This simple tool is helping farmers to promote sustainable agriculture and adapt to the dramatic changes brought about by the climate emergency in the Bangladesh Delta. Now we move from the countryside to the urban heart of Bangladesh to see how water affects the people who live there. Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh. 20 million people live here in what is one of the most populous cities in the world. Unplanned urbanization means that the city struggles to accommodate its thriving inhabitants. The civic amenities are inadequate and the roads are too narrow for the multitudes of people who travel daily. The drainage system is poor and choked with rubbish. Rivers and canals have been filled in, the land taken illegally, and buildings spring up without proper planning. It only takes a little rain for the city streets to be submerged in water. In the continuous rains of the monsoon season, the city turns into an ocean, with roads disappearing under several feet of water. Flooding has become an ongoing problem during monsoon, making life extremely difficult for city dwellers.
বৃষ্টি হলে আসলে অনেক অসুবিধা হয়, রাস্তাঘাটে পানি জমে যায়, যাওয়া আসা অনেক প্রবলেম হয়ে যায়, রাস্তা অনেক জাম হয়ে যায়, আর সুয়ারেজ লাইনগুলো আমাদের ক্লিয়ার না, তা পানি ওভারফ্লো হয়ে যায় মাঝে মধ্যে, এই জন্য আমাদের আরও বেশি সমস্যা হয়ে থাকে।
The drainage channels in the city are clogged with garbage and struggle to carry away the wastewater. With nowhere to go, the water flows up through the drains and onto the streets.
রাস্তায় পানি আটকে যায়, আমাদের অফিস আদালতে যেতে অনেক প্রবলেম হয়, বাচ্চারা স্কুলে যেতে পারে না, দেখা গেছে ড্রেনগুলোতে পানি উঠে আসে, রাস্তা নোংরা হয়, মশা অনেক বেড়ে যায়, এছাড়া কিছু কিছু রাস্তায় একদম বন্যার মতো পানি আটকে যায় মানুষ।
Floods have become a feature of daily life, affecting people's health, education, the economy and the environment. But there are solutions. The government should revive the natural waterways, excavating the rivers and canals. The drains can be cleaned, box culverts unblocked, and new ones constructed. This will allow for the free flow of rainwater. More pump houses are needed to siphon off excess water when the city becomes inundated. But it requires the Dhaka City Corporation and the Water Supply and Sewage Authority to work together to coordinate development.
তাই আমি বিনয়ের সাথে অনুরোধ করব আমাদেরকে সকল সংস্থা যারা আছেন, বেসরকারি সংস্থা, প্রাইভেট সংস্থা, পাবলিক সংস্থা, যারা যারা আছেন, সরকারি সংস্থা, আপনারা আমাদেরকে এগিয়ে আসুন। একলা সম্ভব না, কিন্তু সবাই মিলে যদি কাজ করি এতে কিন্তু অনেক সম্ভব হয়ে যাবে।
It is time to create a comprehensive plan that enables this vibrant city and its 20 million inhabitants to thrive. With proper management, we can control the water and make scenes like these a thing of the past. People in the hilly regions of Bangladesh have a daily struggle to access safe water. They depend on natural resources like wells and waterfalls. But in the current climate emergency, those resources are running dry. Most people are dependent on natural water for drinking and household work. But getting water is not as easy as it once was. Every morning starts with a journey for water. Earlier, water was available within a kilometre of the house. But now those water sources have dried up, resulting in a walk of over 3 kilometres.
খাওয়ার জন্য পানি নাই এখানে, তারপর রান্না বান্না করতে পানি পরিষ্কার নাই, ওই খাইয়া নিচে থেকে পানি তোলে অল্প অল্প পানি পায়, ওইটা দিয়ে আমরা কষ্ট করে রান্না করে খাই, কষ্ট দিয়ে পানি পান করে, তারপর ওই স্নান করতে পানি নাই, এর জন্য অনেক কষ্টে আছি আমরা এখানে।
The effect of this crisis is felt across the entire region, with women bearing most of the responsibility for hauling water. Earlier, there were small fountains in the area, but now they must trudge many kilometres per day to get water for their households. Their misery lasts until the rains come. Kagratshari Public Health Engineering Department has said that they are working on solutions for this water emergency. Work is underway to install 34 deep tube wells in the current financial year.
For the improvement of potable water supply system in Kagratshari district, Department of Public Health Engineering are now introducing different types of water supply schemes like production tubewell with pipeline, deep tubewell with submersible pump, iron removal plants, gravity flow system and so on. Moreover, to overview the total water supply and sanitation scenario at Kagratshari district, a survey process is going on.
Improving access to water is a long-term project that needs action and commitment from local and national governments. Meanwhile, for the people of Kagratshari, travelling ever longer distances for their water, all they can do is hope. Next, we examine how the northern regions are faring in the face of a dramatically changing climate. Bordering India, this region has been hit hard by both the climate crisis and its neighbours' exploitation of the water upstream. As weather conditions become more extreme, this region is afflicted by flash flooding. During monsoon, poverty-stricken families struggle to find dry food, shelter, and safe drinking water. Roads, homes, and croplands in low-lying towns and villages become waterlogged. People are losing everything to river erosion. But in summer, everything changes. Repeated and severe droughts throughout the dry season transform the landscape into a desert. The intense food shortage this brings is known locally as monga. Occurring annually between September and November, people call the period Mora Kartik, meaning the month of death and disaster. Too little water in the rivers and less rainfall during the dry seasons mean drought is inevitable.
আমরা যখন ছোট ছিলাম তখন নদীতে পানি ছিল, স্রোত ছিল, নদীও গভীরতা ছিল। এখন নদীতে কোনো পানি নাই, বন্যা হলে পানি দেখা যায়, বন্যা নামি যাওয়ার পর পানি নদীতে থাকে না। সরকার যদি এটা যদি খনন করতো তাহলে মাছও থাকতো, আমরাও 2-4টা মাছ মারি খাইতাম।
All the major rivers in the region run through neighbouring India, making Bangladesh heavily dependent on India for the availability of water resources. These rivers are the lifeline for agriculture, industry, as well as for domestic water in people's homes.
ভর্তি নদী আসিল, এখন তো মনে হয় ওই ডালিয়ে ব্রিজ হওয়ার থেকে পানি অটোমেটিক কমে নেয়, ওরা কভার দিয়ে পানি আটক করে দেয়।
এই বন্যার সময় চরের মধ্যে খুব হাহাকার শুরু হয়ে যায়, বন্যার সময় খুব পানি হয়ে যায়, আমার এদিকে কোনো ইলিপ মিলিপ কিচ্ছু আসে না, আমরা পানির মধ্যে থই থই করে পানির মধ্যে আমরা না খেয়ে কত লোক, কিন্তু সরকার কোনোদিন আমার এইদিকে মানে চোখ দেয় না।
Dams built upstream and extreme weather events have had a huge impact on the elderly and children. People lose their crops, homes and livestock and are forced to live under the open sky. Some of them give up their ancestral land and move to other areas to build a new life.
ক্ষতির তুলনায় সেরকম কোনো সহায়তা পাওয়া যায়নি। আমি 1950 পরিবারের জন্য ভিজিএফ চাল পেয়েছি, যেটা যথাযথভাবে বিতরণ হয়েছে। তবে অনেক পরিবার বঞ্চিত, তালিকা করতে যাই আমরা হিমশিম খেয়ে যাই, চাহিদার তুলনায় অত্যন্ত অপ্রতুল। তো ক্ষতি নিরূপণ করে যদি সরকার বাহাদুর যদি আমাদের এই বাংলাভাষী মানুষের জন্য সহযোগিতা করে, তাহলে আমরা তাদের এই ক্ষতিগুলো পোষায় দিতে পারবো ইনশাল্লাহ।
আমার নদীর ওই ধারে আমার শ্বশুরের বাড়ি ভিটে ছিল, ওখানে গতবারে ভাঙে গেছে। এখন যে এবারে আমার একটা বাড়ি ছিল, এবারও ভাঙে গেল। এখন যে আমরা কোথায় আশ্রয় নেবো, কোথায় যাব? এমন একটা সুন্দর পোলাপান মানুষ করতেছি, আল্লাহ মানুষ করবার লাগছে, হাফিজি দিচ্ছি, সে বাচ্চাটা আমার পড়ালেখা করার তৌফিক নাই।
আমাদের কিচ্ছু নেই, আমাদের বাঁচার মতো আর কিচ্ছু নেই। আমরা একদম নিঃস্ব হয়ে গেছি। আমি নয়, আমার মতো হাজার হাজার মানুষ। এই দেখেন সব বাড়ি ঘর শেষ।
These people urgently need a long-term plan from their government and policymakers to protect their homes, their land, and their lives from the ravages of droughts and floods. Hawa, also known as a back swamp, a beautiful wetland ecosystem in the northeastern part of Bangladesh. It is a mosaic of wetland habitats, including rivers, streams, canals, large areas of seasonally flooded cultivated plains. During monsoon, Hawa is inundated with surface runoff water from rivers and canals, transforming it into a vast expanse of turbulent water. Flash flooding is the principal challenge in this area, devastating the agricultural sector and threatening the lives and livelihoods of local people. The flooding has multiple causes that interweave. The changing climate brings unpredictable weather conditions, and the drainage system is not adequate to combat runoff from excess rainfall in the upstream hilly areas. Deforestation and haphazard road and water management infrastructure only compound the problem. Water management in the Hawa region has long been lagging behind mainstream national development. During the summer, Hawa dries up, and in the rainy season, water overwhelms the region. The water crosses the field ghat, inundating the houses. Many people are left without work or income. Some people make a living by fishing, but the amount of fish in Hawa is gradually decreasing. Paddy fields are sinking as the hilly slopes funnel the excess rainfall downward. Fish and other aquatic animals are dying due to rotting paddy and grass, another repercussion of the erratic rainfall patterns.
কাজ থাকে কোনো থাকে না, বর্ষাকালে তো গর্ব থেকে দিন যায়, কষ্ট দিন যেতেছে। এই ধান পড়তে গেলে তো আরো গজব। এবার ধান লইছি কিছু পড়ছে।
In the last few years, the climate emergency has proved a real and deadly threat to the lives of the people who live and work in Hawa. Millions of hectares of gold crop rice in the Hawa are being submerged every year during the monsoon season due to unseasonal flooding and natural calamities. On top of this, losses have been increased by mismanagement in the water development sector. As a result, the people here have fallen into a silent famine.
এলাকায় যারা রাজনীতিবিদ আছেন তাদের কমিটমেন্টের সবচেয়ে বেশি প্রয়োজন।
Experts say adequate canals should be dug in the Hawa area. Nearby rivers should be dredged so they are better able to deal with the increased water flow that is inevitable in the face of global heating. At the same time, it is necessary to build sustainable dams that can be raised when required. We look to the Hawa Development Board to end mismanagement and lead the way with the participation of the local people in taking urgent action to protect agriculture and vulnerable communities from devastating floods. We need a forward-thinking strategy that integrates land and water resource management and promotes a sustainable ecosystem and biodiversity. leave now to visit the last stop on our journey through this extraordinary and diverse land. The Barind region in the northwest of Bangladesh. Once famous for food production, Barind is experiencing firsthand the impact of the climate emergency. Across the region, rising temperatures, record low levels of rainfall and drought are depriving people of drinking and agricultural water. Irrigation water is extracted for boro paddy, a highly water-intensive crop.
আমরা পুকুরের পানি তো খাই, তো পুকুরের পানিটাও তো শুকিয়ে যাচ্ছে, তখন আমরা কিসের পানি খাবো? সংসারের যা গৃহস্থালী সব কিছুতেই পানি দিয়েই হয় আমাদের, তো পানিটা তো ঠিক মতো আমরা পাই না। পানি তো পাচ্ছি না, তো ভালো পানির আশা করব কি করে আমরা?
In summer, when drinking water is not available in most tube wells, the problem is at its most severe. Sometimes people have to run from village to village in search of drinking water. Most of the Barind region is irrigated with groundwater. The water that is being taken is not being replenished, meaning that during the dry season, tube wells are depleted, leaving communities without safe water. With rain and surface water in short supply, farmers are turning to groundwater for their crops, undermining environmental efforts to reduce its usage.
আমরা কি চাষাবাদ করব গো, পানি ব্যবহার তো পানি খাইতেই পাচ্ছি না। কিছুদিন আগে সব ফার্স্টে কিছুদিন পাইনি, তারপরে কিছু মাঝখানে পাইছিলাম, আর এখন তো তাও ভাব পাচ্ছি না।
According to this farmer, drawing water from underground for irrigation should be stopped first. Other possible solutions are changing from boro rice to less water-intensive crops, building water reservoirs and making ponds and creeks deeper to conserve rainwater, harvesting rainwater from the roofs of houses. The average rainfall of Bangladesh is 2,500 millimetres per year, but the average rainfall in this area is around half that.
আমাদের এখানে নিচের যে ভূগর্ভের যে পানিটা, সেই পানিটার লেয়ার নামতে 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 এতটাই নেমেছে যে ভূগর্ভে আর পানি নেই বললেই চলে।
Due to the lack of water, many farmers are turning croplands into fish farming ponds and even brick fields.
সরমূলে একটা প্রজেক্ট আমাদের আছে, যেটা নদী থেকে পানি উত্তোলন করে এনে সেটা হচ্ছে যে আবারও খালে রেখে সেখান থেকে আবার আপনার কৃষককে সরবরাহ করা। সেটা মন্ডমালা এই প্রজেক্টটা হতে যাচ্ছে, প্রস্তাবিত প্রজেক্ট এটা মন্ত্রণালয়ে আছে। এই প্রজেক্টটা অনুমোদন হলে এটা মন্ডমালা পর্যন্ত এই পানি নদী থেকে পানি উঠিয়ে সেটাকে সংরক্ষণ করে সেটা থেকে আবার কৃষকদের সরবরাহ করার ব্যবস্থা গ্রহণ করা হবে।
The people of the Barind region are struggling with the water crisis, and they are finding ways to meet the challenges. However, more effective steps are needed to resolve it. In this country, under law, everyone has the right to water. Therefore, it is the duty of the government to provide safe water for all. When water runs out, tube wells need to be installed quickly for safe drinking water. Water supply sources need to be made healthier so that every man, woman, and child has access to the safe water that is fundamental to life. Bangladesh is looking forward. The future is uncertain. Here, more than anywhere, but communities in the diverse regions of this beautiful country are sharing knowledge and experiences, moving ahead with resilience and hope. The Mira River flows through the border of Colombia and Ecuador. Meandering 90 kilometers across landscapes of moorland and forest, the Mira River ends its journey at the Pacific Ocean in a lush delta located in the municipality of Tumaco in southwest Colombia. The delta's river and marshes provide for an abundance of life along its banks. Fish, cassava and cacao, among others to name a few, are essential ingredients for the life of the Afro and Awa communities who depend on this river. For centuries, these communities have coexisted with nature, finding a balance between their needs and what the mirror ecosystems provide. However, armed violence and unprecedented changes in the climate are limiting their access to food, threatening their subsistence and livelihoods.
Ahora hemos sufrido cosas que nunca hemos sufrido, como las inundaciones, de esa erupción que se dio por la tala indiscriminada de bosque.
Cuando llueve demasiado, se pierde nuestras plantas que sembramos, viene la creciente, se mata todo, el plátano, el zapallo.
The national governments of Colombia and Ecuador, together with the United Nations World Food Programme and local communities, are working on a climate change adaptation project to improve local food security in line with protecting the Delta's environmental services, as well as in recovering essential traditional and ancestral knowledge.
Proceso que se considera muy exitoso. Ese es un modelo de colaboración de las diferentes entidades institucionales y claramente es un modelo para otras partes del país, para otras experiencias similares.
In Colombia, the project focuses on 70 communities in the Putumayo and Nariño departments, benefiting around 2,000 people. Through this initiative, climate risk assessment and adaptation are gradually applied in community-level planning processes. Coordination capacity is strengthened and stakeholders' engagement is facilitated, with women at the centre, since they are at the forefront of the harsh impacts and the local holders of remarkable ancestral knowledge.
Y este proyecto nos ha permitido fortalecer mucho lo que es la seguridad alimentaria, no únicamente en teoría, sino también en la práctica.
The key to the success of this project is the participation of local communities. They have implementation agreements that have allowed them to strengthen their management capacities, thus becoming active partners in the execution of adaptation actions.
La protección de los deltas es un eje estratégico de trabajo del Ministerio de Ambiente de Colombia. Y por eso nos hemos vinculado como socios a este proyecto, buscando que las comunidades que desarrollan su economía en estos ecosistemas trabajen en su protección y conservación y que también desarrollen iniciativas de adaptación al cambio climático. Este proyecto en particular integró el conocimiento científico con el conocimiento ancestral y suma de manera importante a varias agendas multilaterales que tiene Colombia. La Agenda 2030, el Acuerdo de París, la meta del NDC y el Marco Sendai. Y por esta razón buscamos escalar este tipo de proyectos a por lo menos 2 latitudes adicionales, el delta del río San Juan y el río Pavilion.
This initiative promotes locally led actions under a national adaptation framework for building climate resilience through food security actions in vulnerable Afro and indigenous communities of Colombia. Beira is the second largest city in Mozambique. With a growing economy and a population of approximately 600,000 people, this dynamic city is undergoing rapid urbanization. Situated in a low-lying river delta on the coast, it is home to the port of Beira, making it an important gateway to East Africa. Beira faces multiple challenges due to urbanization, sea level rise, and vulnerabilities to floods and cyclones. In March 2019, Cyclone Idai hit Mozambique. Lying directly in the path of the cyclone, Beira was heavily hit, with infrastructure, communities, and public health all being severely impacted.
A esperança de Idai aqui nessa unidade houve muito estrago das casas, muitas casas que caíram. E até agora nenhuma pessoa que não está conseguindo recuperar é difícil dele. A minha família sofreu com Idai, eu estava no serviço.
The municipality and people of Beira are embracing a comprehensive plan to rebuild Beira and to build resilience for the city in the face of climate change and sea level rise. In the wake of the disaster, Beira implemented the Resilience and Recovery Plan. With support from the Netherlands government, UN Habitat, UNDP and Shelter, the municipality quickly developed and implemented this plan. After almost 2 years, Beira is regaining stability in its economy, infrastructure and public health, moving forwards to a resilient future. Looking forward, the Beira Master Plan 2035 is also undergoing implementation. To protect and develop the city in the long term, the municipality of Beira is leveraging resources, expertise and support for meaningful collaboration with its international partners. The Government of the Netherlands, the European Union, German Development Bank KfW, UNDP, French Development Agency AFD and others are actively supporting Beira with implementing its Master Plan 2035.
Bom, eu gostaria de ter uma Beira mais resiliente, uma Beira mais atrativa ao investimento, uma Beira cada vez mais inovadora e, sobretudo, com um planeamento sólido. Bom, o Beira Master Plan dá-nos os caminhos, dá-nos o horizonte daquilo que é a ambição de que se pretende para uma cidade como a Beira. E pode notar dos vários projetos integrados, temos o acesso à zona industrial e ao porto, a proteção costeira, o sistema de drenagem, e estamos com sorte porque o nosso Master Plan estava sendo preparado e foi preparado para a resiliência.
With international support, Beira is rolling out a comprehensive plan to overhaul its drainage system, reinforce and strengthen its coastal protection, and to create new space for urban development. With strong international partnership for smart urban planning, Beira is transforming itself into a safe, prosperous, resilient and attractive Delta city in Mozambique. The Wadden region in the Netherlands, characterised by its smooth coastlines, fertile soil, unique biodiversity, historic cities, ports and coastal infrastructure. This region is a UNESCO World Heritage Site with inestimable waterscape treasures and historical value. But it is not immune to the challenges of climate change. With temperatures increasing, rainfall intensity rising, dry spells lengthening and salinisation worsening, the impacts on this region seem insurmountable. To match this, action is being taken on the ground. Farmers on Texel have historically depended on rainwater and water piped from the mainland for their freshwater needs. As summers grow drier and saltwater intrusion threatens groundwater supply, farmer initiative, the Texel Fresh Future project, aims to help farmers become self-sufficient in this regard. Their strategy centres on improved retention and storage of rainwater, alongside reduced consumption, more efficient distribution and adoption of salt-tolerant crops. The double dike is another example of innovation in multi-purpose coastal protection. Consisting of a high dike on the waterfront and a second, lower inland dike, this approach enhances flood defences while benefiting nature, agriculture and recreation. The two dikes together provide optimal protection against the high water. The area between the two dikes provides space for ecologically valuable salt marshes, as well as innovative, high-value saltwater agriculture. The Afsluit dike has protected large parts of the Netherlands against flooding since 1932. This iconic water infrastructure is being renovated and prepared for the future. An integrated programme will improve the Afsluit dike's economic, energy and ecological capacities. The ecological connection between the Waddenzee and the IJsselmeer will also be restored by introducing the innovative fish migration river.
We hebben het over
ons voorbereiden op het veranderende klimaat. En juist die uitdaging om in die hele nieuwe manier van kijken op dijkversterking, op waterveiligheid, is het helemaal van deze tijd om daarin ook de natuurlijke processen onder water daar in dat ontwerp mee te nemen. Building with nature. Voor zo'n dijk als de afsluitdijk, een iconische dijk, die 90 jaar geleden al iconisch was. Nou, wat mij betreft dus nu met zo'n vismigratierivier ook voor de komende 90 jaar weer iconisch.
With a long tradition of water management and adaptation, the Netherlands continually embraces new approaches to better prepare for the future. Innovations that realise a vision of water safety whilst building with nature. Such a vision is anchored in a consistent policy framework and is sustained by a long-term budgetary commitment. In the Demak district of North Java, Indonesia, the coastline is severely eroding. Mangroves that once protected the shore have been cut down and replaced by aquaculture ponds. Simultaneously, land subsidence is increasing due to groundwater extraction for domestic and industrial uses. This combination of factors has left the coastline and communities exposed to the daily tides and extreme weather events, occurring more frequently due to climate change.
Orang tua kami telah mengingatkan bahwa kami harus melindungi hutan mangrove dan tidak menebanginya untuk dijadikan tambak. Sekarang dengan hilangnya sebagian besar mangrove, laut telah menyapu tanggul-tanggul tambak kami hingga masuk ke daratan sekitar 1 mil. Dan desa telah kehilangan 25 baris tambaknya.
In efforts to minimize tidal impacts, concrete sea walls were built, but these blocked the sediment transport inland and eventually collapsed in the soft mud. Efforts to plant mangroves also failed because the water had become too deep. A new approach was needed to restore coastal safety and revitalise the local economy. Local communities, scientists, governments and NGOs in North Java have designed temporary permeable wooden structures, trapping sediment and allowing mangroves to naturally recover. These structures are placed alongside sustainable aquaculture, boosting the local economy and increasing resilience. 5 years on, the project has been implemented along 20 kilometres of the coastline, and the Indonesian Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries has replicated the approach across 13 districts. Locally, land loss has been reduced, household incomes have tripled, and communities are actively taking actions to address coastal erosion. But to ensure long-term success, institutional changes are needed to provide alternative water supplies so groundwater can be protected and land subsidence prevented in line with the mangrove restoration. On top of that, other pressing development objectives, including public participation, livelihood promotion and poverty reduction, are essential. Building with nature can help protect the coastlines and communities around the world. To achieve this, a supportive policy framework for building with nature is needed, along with capacity building in the public and private sector. To maximise impact, constitutional changes are needed to provide alternative water supplies so groundwater can be protected and land subsidence prevented.
Hello everybody, and thank you for tuning in to this UNGA side event on climate adaptation, which is an initiative of the Dutch government together with the Global Centre on Adaptation. My name is Ikenna Azwike, and it is my pleasure to be your host today. Now, a mere 8 months ago, the Netherlands organized a summit dedicated entirely to adaptation, the Climate Adaptation Summit 2021. So, why are we still here talking about adaptation? Because there is still a long way to go. We need to achieve the climate goals set for 2030, and we're going to do that today with a packed program of speakers and various experts. Today we're going to look at how the commitments launched 8 months ago have fared. What have nations learned? And we're going to try and answer those questions with a focus on 3 main areas. The first is understanding the risks. Secondly, planning and implementation. And thirdly, the all-important theme, scaling. How are we going to do that? As you might expect, we would love you to be able to find the material that is going to be discussed today. So when you're looking back on social media, please just search for the hashtag #AdaptNow. All right. Before I introduce our first speaker, let's take a look back at what was a seminal moment for adaptation, the Climate Adaptation Summit 2021.
The human being is the smartest and more ingenious creature living on planet Earth. And yet, it's the only one capable of destroying its own planet.
If we don't adapt, the consequences will be disastrous.
We need the voices of young people.
We are also the ones that are going to face this crisis, for the rest of our lives, probably.
This is the battle of our lifetime.
Significantly more money and funding is needed.
And use this summit as a turning point to create a more prosperous, greener, and fairer world.
So the task ahead is vast. We will need to shift the immense power of the market away from destruction and towards sustainability.
The future is now.
Tackle this great challenge of climate change, we need all hands on deck.
The leaders today have the power to shape a better future for our planet.
我们生活在同一个地球村。
Il en va de notre responsabilité à tous et de notre responsabilité à chacun.
2021 be the year that we fight back.
Certainly collaboration is a key part of this.
President Biden has made fighting climate change a top priority of his administration.
Many world leaders with such powerful commitments, I can only be very happy with that.
We need to start building a better future now.
The future is now.
Now, that was an energizing video look back at the Climate Adaptation Summit there. And to keep the same energy, I have now at the table with me perhaps the most energetic man in the Netherlands, maybe even the world, when it comes to talking about water. I know this, I've experienced it firsthand. The Dutch water envoy, Henk Ovink. Henk, welcome.
Thanks, Ikenna. Very good to be with you here. Yeah.
Henk, the Climate Adaptation Summit and COP26, which has adaptation as one of its focuses, are obviously great at keeping the momentum going for adaptation, but are we going fast enough?
No, we're not going fast enough. I think the Climate Adaptation Summit was a real momentum. First summit on adaptation ever. Has to be used as a springboard for the action, but we're not even close. We see climate change impacts across the world, even in the Netherlands. Belgium and Germany. Floods this summer showcase that climate change is here and now, and that it is not a global south problem, it is a problem of all. So the summit set the stage for our collective action, and we've seen that collective actions emerge around the world in any region, but we have to accelerate. We have to accelerate through better understanding. We have to accelerate through commitments at every level, global, national, and local. And we have to accelerate through implementation to action. And action means capacity building, action means implementation, but action also means scaling up the innovations we need.
Okay, so in concrete terms though, you mentioned some focuses there, but what would be your top 2 priorities when it comes to making climate adaptation part of the new normal?
Well, the challenge with adaptation is it's different everywhere. It's context specific. In every region around the world, we have to do act differently. So no one size fits all. And that means that we have to build that awareness and ownership at every level, across all stakeholders, across all silos and vested interested. So accelerating adaptation means a complex set of actions at all these levels. And so we have to work with everybody around the world to make that change deliver. And that demands that's not a quick fix. It's not a medication you can swallow and then all of a sudden you're climate adaptive. This is a very consistent, committed approach that we have to do continuously.
Yeah.
The second thing, so it's different and we have to keep up that pace. The second is that it's about implementation. And there comes a challenge because we see great innovative projects around the world being implemented. But if you add them up, in the context of investments, it's not even a percentage. Yeah? So we need to bring those implementation actions to scale. And that means replication, building pipelines, new validation and evaluation methodologies in the context of climate adaptation, so we can do the better projects more, bigger, scale, and replicate them across the world.
Okay, very clear, and we'll be elaborating on what's needed later on during our panel discussion. For now, another one of the initiators of this event, and of course CAS 2021, is the Global Center on Adaptation. Its CEO, Patrick Verkooyen, is unfortunately not able to be with us live at the table right now, but I did get the chance to speak to him earlier today. Welcome, Mr. Verkooyen. Thank you very much for joining us. You are, of course, the CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation, Mr. Adaptation himself. The Climate Adaptation Summit, which you co-initiated, was 8 months ago. Tell me, what has happened since then?
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. It's great to be here. I think since January last year, lots have happened. 3 things. 1, I think it's the realization globally we're all now living in the eye of the storm. We have seen the floods and the fires in the United States. We have seen the forest fires in the southern parts of Europe. We even have here in the Netherlands and in Belgium and Germany, we've been exposed to massive floods over the summer, similar to China, similar to Africa. So we're all living on the front lines, and I think it's now also front and center of society that the climate emergency has arrived. 1. Secondly, recently, the IPCC, the International Governmental Body on Climate Change, has issued its so-called 6th assessment report. What did it say? Well, in fact, we are now already living the climate emergency. The world has warmed up 1.1 degrees on average, and we're locked into a 1.5 warming degree world. That's in fact what we also committed to in Paris, to stay below 1.5 degrees. So we're already in that reality in this particular decade. And thirdly, very recently, the United Nations has done a synthesis about the commitments of governments. How are they reducing their carbon footprint? How far are we just increasing our ambition? Conclusion, not far enough. We're warming up now to a 2.6 degrees warming world if we were to implement the national plans which are currently on the table. So in summary, we're way off track to where we're supposed to be. And it also, for me, is the realization we have to fight the climate battle now on 2 fronts. We need to lower our carbon footprint, but at the same time, we need to put adaptation on par with mitigation. This is the time and struggle which we're all living in, and I think that's also very important for Glasgow to take forward.
Yeah, well, you said it there yourself. Adaptation is definitely a hot topic. Does that mean it's plain sailing for you and the Global Center on Adaptation to get initiatives financed and so on, or are there still challenges that you face?
Well, yes and no. Very recently, we convened 50 world leaders here in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam. And what did we do? We opened up our floating office. Our headquarters is now in as a floating office, the largest floating building in the world. That's in and of itself an innovation and sort of human ingenuity and a very good demonstration of adaptation action. But what did these leaders say? They said, again, 3 things. 1, we need to increase ambition. governments, private sector, cities, civil society, we need to increase our ambition on adaptation action, one. Secondly, we also have to increase our financing. For years, the world is struggling to deliver on its commitment, the commitment of 2015 in Paris and the commitment of 2009 in Copenhagen to deliver $100 billion a year for climate finance from the north to the south, of which adaptation should be again on an equal footing. Where are we now? $20 billion short. Glasgow cannot deliver a breakthrough without countries, particularly donor governments, delivering on that commitment. And thirdly, what was agreed in our inauguration in Rotterdam, we need to forge new partnerships. One very important example, which was launched during the Climate Adaptation Summit by President Adesina of the African Development Bank and myself, was the African Adaptation Acceleration Program.
Exactly, because I was going to ask, what, in terms of concrete actions, you've talked about breakthroughs.
Yes.
Which of the initiatives from the Global Center on Adaptation are you, I guess, the most proud of?
Well, so this African Adaptation Acceleration Program, or in shorthand, AAAP, is a game changer. Why? First, it's endorsed by all African heads and states and government in Africa. So it's Africa's plan on adaptation. Two, what is it? It is the largest adaptation program for Africa to date. $25 billion over 5 years for 4 areas. One, digital climate services in food security. 2, financing resilient infrastructure. 3, building, let's say, entrepreneurial spirits for the youth in Africa in a very concrete way. And 4, financing adaptation action. So where are we today? Africa has endorsed it. Of the 25 billion, half of it is already committed. We have $12.5 billion on the table, which leaves us with a shortfall of $12.5 billion.
Which is a huge amount of money.
Which is a huge amount of money. That's why we expect that in Glasgow, which is happening very soon, Africa leaders, G20 leaders, come together and come to terms for additional financing being put on the table in Glasgow. President Tshisekedi, president of DRC, Congo, and also the president of the African Union, is convening this sort of leaders group to have the breakthrough in Glasgow, but also look through the next COP. Glasgow is not the beginning, is not the end, it's action forcing. Next year is the COP in Africa. We need to capitalize the full 25 billion, but Glasgow needs to deliver a significant amount of that.
Okay, well, let's round up and let's look to the future. Okay, you mentioned COP26, COP27 is only just around the corner. What milestone does the Global Center on Adaptation want to achieve, let's say this time next year?
This time next year, we need to have a demonstrable material impact for those people living on the front lines. By that I mean smallholder farmers in Africa needs to have their livelihoods improved. Resilient infrastructure needs to be built differently. Young entrepreneurs, again, in Africa needs to have the opportunities to build new business through this climate adaptation lens. Additional financing needs to flow to the continent. I think these very concrete results framework, so to say, needs to be delivered, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now, but in the next 12 months. That is success. If we don't deliver that, that is failure, which is not an option.
Very, very clear. And it sounds like you're very optimistic that it's feasible and we must make it happen.
Well, I'm not optimistic, I'm not realistic, I'm determined. And I think so should be the world.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr.
My
Fokoya.
pleasure.
Patrick Fokoya there from the Global Center on Adaptation. Now, understanding risks is fundamental to preparing and planning for the consequences of climate change. And thankfully, we're seeing partners internationally joining forces to accelerate adaptation by sharing experiences, resources, and connecting with one another. And I'm pleased to say that our next 2 speakers are examples of people from organizations who are doing just that. We have from the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the CDRI, the co-chair Kamal Kishore, who's live with us from India. You can see him on one of the speakers on our grid there. Hello, Kamal.
Hi.
And Dr. Johannes Kuhlmann, who's a director with the World Meteorological Organization, who's here to tell us about the Water and Climate Coalition. Dr. Kuhlmann, there you are. Welcome, thank you. Let's start with you, Mr. Kishore. CDRI is developing an assessment framework that will enable countries to really build resilience by undertaking assessments of their infrastructure sectors. Can you briefly summarize what are the elements that go into that framework?
Thanks very much, Iken. I think the talk you had with Patrick just a few minutes ago is really a nice background to what I have to say. There are two sides to how we understand risk, particularly for infrastructure sectors. The first thing is that we have to recognize that infrastructure investments are not for 5 years, 10 years, they are for the long term, for multiple decades. And while we are making that investment, past is no longer a good guide for the future. So how do we assess risk, not just as it exists now, but also out into the future? I think that's the big challenge. You know, here in India, where the Secretariat of CDRI is based, you know, till 10 years ago, we hardly saw any cyclones on our west coast. And now, you know, the West Coast is seen, West Coast cyclonic activity seems to be competing with the East Coast. So we cannot base our infrastructure on the West Coast based on historical analysis of cyclonic activity there alone. So we really have to look at what are the kinds of scenarios that might be unfolding in the future and how those scenarios actually inform the kind of investments we make in infrastructure systems. The traditional methods of assessing risk based on what has happened in the past is not good enough. You know, we really have to look into the future. It's a challenging task. It's a challenging task for developing countries. It's also a challenging task for developed countries. So I think that's one dimension. How do we look at risk not just based on what has happened, but what could happen in the future? The second thing is that we are locked into looking at infrastructure sector by sector, you know, looking at power separate from telecom, telecom separate from water, water separate from highways, highways separate from the airports, and so on. We really have to come to a paradigm shift where we look at interconnections. You know what? When a cyclone happens and the power lines go down, when the power lines go down, after some time, telecom lines go down. When the telecom lines go down, ATM machines stop functioning. When ATM machines stop functioning, people don't have access to their cash. When people don't have access to the cash, the markets stop working. So the ripple effect across different infrastructure systems is phenomenal, you know. So we really have to talk about, you know, what is being termed as systemic risk, looking at interconnections across the risks. So these are the two things we really need to do in the new era of risk assessments. Look at the future risk and look at risks across sectors. You know, don't get locked into your comfortable silo. You know, you really have to look at how risks ripple across the systems.
Yeah, super interesting, Mr. Kishore, especially because the two things that you've described are so really fundamentally, they require fundamental culture shifts, and they don't sound like things that, you know, a lot of people are really capable of doing, which is, you know, we're very short-term thinking, and this idea of the paradigm shift, you express it so beautifully, of understanding how sectors are linked. How receptive have people been to thinking differently in the ways that you've outlined?
There's great receptivity now, I mean, never, like in terms of awareness about the risk and awareness about what needs to happen, I think it has never been better than it is right now. You know, CDRI is working with small island developing states. Just in 3 weeks from now, we're doing the same exercise, looking at risk out into the future for Mauritius, looking at how do we look at risk across different sectors. So it's beginning to happen. But what I must say is that, it's not just the policy end, it's also on the technical end, people who do this analytics who really have to begin to think in an interdisciplinary way. In my assessment, the demand is there. The supply really needs to step up to meet the demand. I think if I go and talk to my finance minister and say that, look, this is how we need to look at, infrastructure investment and, look at risk-adjusted returns on investments in infrastructure, look at multiple infrastructure sectors at the same time, she will say, yes, great idea. Do it for us, do the assessment for us. And then we are scrambling for, getting people from different disciplines and putting it together. So on the technical side, on the substantive side, I think supply really needs to step up. The demand is scaling very quickly. The supply needs to really catch up on that front.
Yeah. And how will the work that you're doing impact global climate adaptation, do you think?
See, the thing is this, that again, the infrastructure that the world will have by 2050, half of it is yet to be built. So if we get this right in the next 5 to 10 years, we are locking in resilience. If we don't get it right, we are locking in risk. And, there are all sorts of numbers estimating what is the level of investment going into infrastructure. They are mind-boggling numbers. $94 trillion between 2015 and 2040 is one number that one has heard. There is a huge opportunity to get it right. It's also a challenge, but it is an unparalleled opportunity that is presented to the humanity.
Yeah.
And we've done it before. Our ancestors, if you see the aqueducts in the Roman era, if you see the drainage systems in Harappan civilization in the Indian subcontinent, we are capable of thinking long term. It's a myth to say that we think only short term. We've done it in the past. We've built infrastructure in the past which has stood the test of time for centuries. In some ways, we have to sort of rediscover that spirit in us where we think beyond our generation to multiple generations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Kuhlman, as Mr. Kishore says, we need to get it right. You're in the business at the WMO of pulling together data that is pretty harrowing, and should shock people into accelerating towards more resilient solutions. I've got one figure here that over the past 50 years, a disaster related to a weather, climate, or water hazard occurred every day on average, killing 115 people and causing over $200 million worth of losses every day. Do you find, though, that people are just numb to these numbers now, or are numbers like that accelerating a sense of urgency?
Yeah, of course, at the moment with also the COVID pandemic, people are used to terrible numbers and are a bit numb. But you can see now in the youth movements, in the youth debates, but also already a little bit in the media that goes concentrating now on COP, on the climate debate in the UN General Assembly, that people are more sensitive again for this topic. And I think it is a shocking number that so many people need to lose their lives every day. And we have seen now in Europe that it especially shocks the people when it's in their own home yard. So I think it is a little bit the problem of can I connect it? It's the same about storytelling in media. And we haven't yet totally understood how we need to relate our messages to the normal people. I think we need to do two things. We need to realize, and I think there is a nice quote from UNESCO preamble when it was created. It says, wars begin in the minds of men, and it is therefore in the minds of men that defenses of peace must be constructed. And if you translate it into modern language, you would say not men, but humans. And you would also say that the boundaries that we have at the moment to realize what we need to do are in the minds of men or of humans, and we need to overcome this. We are working on data. I have heard my fellow speaker, Kamal, who is working on infrastructure. neither the one or the other topic will save us. We need to work on having people understanding what the problem is and going beyond their normal framing reflexes. And the framing reflexes, I don't know, my country, my friends, my home, and we need to work with people so that they can go beyond the normal framing systems. Else, no investment, not 20 billion and not 100 billion will really make a change.
Yeah, I hear you. You're sort of saying we need to create communities of concern, not just not just concerned with what's going on nationally, but we're a global community, as it were. Listen.
Yeah.
The work that you're doing, the data is super important because I guess it shows that, disasters can exponentially cause a lot of loss, but opportunities can exponentially create a lot of growth and positivity and acceleration. On a personal level, are you hopeful, though?
Yeah, I am hopeful. I think now the IPCC report, we will have next year the impact reports. The COP26 will also probably not yet bring this all together, but we're working on that. We work especially also with the Dutch government on the Water and Climate Coalition, where we're trying to integrate the climate and the water topics. And I think it needs this constant, bringing it back to the awareness of people that, for everybody in Germany, at least I am German, it is totally normal. Everybody knows that we do an environmental impact assessment if we procure a light bulb. But we don't do a climate or water impact assessment if we build a power plant or a dam, and this must change. And the people know it on the street, and I think I am very hopeful that through the next 2 to 3 years, also with a big conference in New York in 2023, we can really change the way that people think and the way that people are also willing to act beyond their, as I said, traditional framing.
And what's the sort of data that you would share to accompany a kind of message of hope? Like when you're trying to convince politicians that we need to invest in this stuff, what can you give us an example?
Yeah, well, an example is how much benefit you can leverage if you do, for example, joint adaptation planning, if we're talking in the water context, that's very easy. If every country within a river basin optimizes the water resource use or the hydropower generation, this will always be way below the maximum benefit that you can get if you optimize the system as a whole. So we need to understand that we live in natural systems, not that we live in national boundaries. And you can very easily quantify that those are billions of dollars across all the river basins. That's an easy economic argument. And there's also an argument about how people want to live. People don't want to live enclosed in a national boundary. They also want to go beyond. They want to be free. And we have seen that in other political contexts in the 90s. So it is also on making people understanding that they live there in a river basin and not only in, the German part of the Rhine River Basin or the Dutch part of the Rhine River Basin.
Well, Henk, I mean, Dr. Kuhlmann just, it says it's so easy. It's an easy economic argument to make. But why aren't governments investing in changing systems or thinking along systems lines?
Perhaps three things. One, we're replicating the past. We're in this machine of pipelines of projects that are not yet aimed at that future, that are not yet assessed by WMO's assessment. Where we try to do better, we adjust the past. No, we have to reinvent. Second, that means we have to go against vested interest across all sectors and silos we see around the world. So while there's a business case that adds value, those values are not always financial. They're cultural, they're social, they're environmental. So third, we have to give people hope that what needs to be done, this massive change, which is systemic and fundamental, and both speakers addressed it, that can be done. And we see many examples and many instruments around the world that help us. So there's the hope, but it's still, not even a percentage. So there comes scale and replication.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you both. You're going to stay with us, I hope, for the session. But thank you both so far for your contributions. Okay, we have an overview of some of the risks associated with climate change. Let's zoom in specifically on developing and implementing adaptation plans for urban areas. And we'll do that with an expert panel, starting with Mrs. Eden Mati. Mrs. Mati is the country program manager for water and sanitation for the urban poor in Kenya. We also have Dr. Mark Kammerbauer, who's a director at Nexialist Agency for Research and Communication. Mrs. Nupur Proti, who is the Nature and Culture Lead on the ICOMOS Board International Council on Monuments and Sites. And Mr. Vladimir Arana, who's the Programs Manager at the International Secretariat for Water. Thank you all for joining us. Let me start with you, Mrs. Eden, or Mrs. Mati, I should say. You work to improve the lives of people who are often hardest hit by climate change, and at the same time have no or little access to a safe water supply or sanitation sometimes. How should cities be innovating and protecting their residents and infrastructure? What's your view on that?
Okay, first, we see that the access to basic services is a key component of resilience. So the foundation of it all is that if people do not have access to services, then they cannot adapt. Health impacts undermine all kinds of other issues, such as keeping children out of school or stopping people from working. And we've seen this a lot across our work in various countries. Thinking in old ways will also still keep us flooded in a new climate. So we need to step out of our water and sanitation silos and also project mindsets. And I'm happy to have heard that from Kamal earlier, meaning that not only focusing on water and sanitation, but integrating a wider range of different urban development services that relate to the needs of residents. Such as drainage, solid waste management, and planned housing upgrades. So for example, if integrated urban planning is not preventing floods, then our pit latrines and water sources will get flooded and contaminated, and all the hard work that we are doing in Nairobi and in Maputo and Beira in Mozambique, for example, in bringing access to people, all that would be in vain.
Now, you put it very beautifully there. There is no adaptation without access to basic services. Let's bring in Mr. Kammerbauer, though, because in higher income countries, the basic services are there. So I'm curious, what would you say, what are the, as an urban planner, what are the climate solutions that the urban capitals of wealthy countries should be implementing? And let's perhaps focus on flooding for a moment, because that's the most.
Sure thing. Well, thank you, Anna, for having me here and asking the question. It allows me to say that it is true, wealthy countries and wealthy municipalities are indeed wealthy, but not all citizens or residents are. And this is a real issue. And this is something that I researched with my colleague, Christine Bamsler from Lund University's Center for Sustainability Studies. And our study in particular of a German case shows clearly that there are also socially vulnerable people in highly developed industrial nations, although maybe not as many as in other parts of the world. What this allows us to do is, however, to compare cases, at least to very moderate degrees.
Yeah.
That also means if people are vulnerable and disaster impacts them differently than other people who may have resources, we talk about response all the time. We talk about recovery all the time. And in part, that takes out the air of the room when we want to talk about adaptation. And adaptation, of course, as all the colleagues here have said and will tell you, is highly important for urban areas across the world. There are certain issues here. Urban areas have become bigger across time. They are subject to increasing risk because of that. But there are also ways of living with these risks and accepting them and somehow adapting to them and living with floods. So there are different measures that we can undertake. There are structural measures that relate to the built environment. There are non-structural measures that relate to the things that people do, all the interesting social stuff that people are capable of. They can be gray, relating to built stuff, built matter, green, relating to nature, and blue, relating to water, which is of course also a part of nature. But there may not be enough funding available for a municipality to deal with these issues. Governments may not be capable of putting these solutions in place in the first place because they don't have the capacity to do so. Similarly with nature-based solutions, they are fantastic and they offer us a way out, but in cities that can be highly dense, you may not have the place to implement them. And you may have to deal with competing interests from other parties who may say, well, we don't want to build a retention space here. We don't want to build a park here or something that can absorb the water. So from my point of view, I think that there are measures in place that we can use, but it also requires a change in the culture of planning.
Well, that's thank you very much, and that's a perfect bridge to the next intervention I'd like us to have, and that is from Mrs. Proti. We're talking about culture, and Mr. Kishore mentioned it earlier. Mark said very clearly we need a change in the culture of planning. But how does that work in practice? Because culture is pretty ingrained and we are a stubborn species. How do you go about changing culture?
Thank you, Ken. You can call me Nupur.
Hi, Nupur.
Thank you for bringing culture in at this very critical juncture. I don't think we need to change any culture. What we need to do is we need to reconnect with our culture. All of us, when we talk about people, we're talking about risk, we're talking about adaptation. It's all coming down to different geographies. Mr. Ovink, Mark, Patrick, everyone's mentioned that there's no one solution. So when there is no one solution, we are obviously coming down to people. We're coming down to place. And then culture makes an entrance on its own. So I would say give culture a chance. I'll give you a quick example, actually. When we're talking about water, we tend to talk about, like urban flooding, we tend to focus on water. But actually, it's all about terrain. And what culture...
Can you say that one more time, just because you broke up slightly? It's not about water, okay. It's about...
landscape. It's about the terrain. It's about land. And the moment we understand land, which is what in the past it was understood, that where did we construct, how did we construct, where did we capture water? So the moment we understand where we are in place, how culturally we led, how we understood the water system, water management. I mean, there's so many examples. I'll take a very quick example from India, the temple tanks of Bhubaneswar, where there are temples built around the tank because it was so sacred, they could only survive if water. As flooding increases, what should we do? We should take care of the tank. But you see, in the past, they were far more intelligent and they were using their common sense far more because they were not only protecting the tank, they had temples built along the channels of water that were feeding the tank, which meant it was a clear message to the people. Please protect the channels, not just the tank. So we really, the culture is in us. We just have to go back to it and we have to get people reconnected to it.
Good grief. So the answers are there. How did we lose our way?
I would call it the grand disruption. And it's a topic for a much larger, time and audience. But it's basically that we've taught people that science and technology is more important than their own understanding of their context, their traditions, their culture, and their connect with nature. So I think it's the last 200 years, not very long. It's just 200 years of what I would call the grand disruption.
Okay. Well, Mr. Ovink, Henk, you were nodding away vigorously there.
Yeah, what Nupur was explaining is really reference also a program we set up in the world where we use water as a leverage, as a springboard. And one of the initiatives is in Chennai, in India, where we indeed very much look back in time at the history. How was this city built along there? How these water places became sacred places, temple tanks, and we're now restoring those tanks, but also building more and new as a social, but also as an economic endeavor. The community does it, they own it, and now we can scale it up. So, better health, they mitigate risks of flooding, the water quality is improved, the water goes back into the aquifer where it was lost before. So you see, that inspiration comes from the past. At the same time, we bring the current culture and the future needs to that same replication, and it's almost like a reinventing the past for a better future. And I think that connection to those values, those cultural values, are of great inspirations. It's not enough, it's a start. We need scale, we are in a different time now, but there's a lot of inspiration and lessons to be learned on how we dealt with nature and our systems. And then second to Mr. Kammerbauer on the nature-based solutions, there's a great connection with what Nupur tells. Nature-based solutions on that scale of the community do work if you work with that community. Yeah. They again help mitigate the risks, they bring the water back to the aquifer, they help clean it, they help mitigate and offset carbon, and they're cheaper. There is a business case. It saves us in Chennai in investment a third of the cost. It decreases carbon footprint because we don't need desalination plants and trucking of water anymore. And in maintenance and operation, by ownership of those communities, it saves us half. So there is real opportunity to do better by culture and nature.
Yeah, it really sounds like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Vladimir here. Vladimir, what do you think local urban areas should be prioritizing when it comes to adaptation solutions?
Thank you, Ikena, and thank you also to the Dutch government and the Global Center on Adaptation. There are many things, in my opinion, that we need to implement, and many of those things begin from the way that we are interpreting things, that we are understanding things. And urban planning and cities development in developing countries are clearly not ready yet to implement fully adaptation programs. But the thing is that disasters will continue. So either we have to prepare in a better way for those disasters, and that implies that governments need to associate with other governments and think of a regional response when disasters appear, because in many cases, disasters overcome the capacity of national governments. But on the other side, on the prevention side, we need to strengthen planning. While in developed countries, industrialized countries, planning is an extended concept, and there are many professionals dedicated to that. In developing countries, the situation is not the same. What happens is that even though the government officers are making a great job, the social and environmental demands are too much, are too high. And developing countries don't have the capacity to face these demands. So what we need is to restructure a little bit the state and prepare better for these prevention things. What happens in developing countries, for instance, is that less than 20% of cities have their plans or urban plans ready, and it happens in all the developing world in one side. On the other side, people and citizens and youth, for instance, they have a very flexible capacity to interact. They have no idea what their plans are about when they are ready. And on the other hand, we have this demand. We're talking a lot about accelerating adaptation, but here we find a little constraint, because most of the adaptation programs are implemented through central governments, and central government have a very slow capacity to make projects. And for instance, when they want to make a project, they begin the design and then approve the budget and everything. 3 or 4 years, or perhaps 5 years, may take place in developing countries. So we need to make these resources available in a more direct way, straight to the citizens, straight to organized citizens, to youth, for instance. There are many organizations in the world. And
so you're also talking about, we need to shift our focus.
Yeah, and democratize these instruments. In many places, we believe that the poor don't have the capacity to make their own planning. And I would say that that is wrong. Poor people and vulnerable people have a very strong capacity to understand these issues and to begin making also their own planning and also implementing adaptation projects. So many of these things could be resources and knowledge could be shared in a more horizontal way so we can accelerate adaptation in urban areas too.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And you bring up a point which is very timely, because I'd like to talk about adaptation in a development context, and I'll be doing that with our new speaker. Joining me via virtually, there he is, Dr. Patrick Moriarty, Director of IRC, a think and do tank on water, sanitation and hygiene. Thanks for joining us, Patrick. Listen, to switch it up, I'm going to make it a little bit harder for you. I'd like to provide you with a provocative statement, okay? And give us your thoughts on that. The statement is, adaptation is going far too slowly because we first need to reach a certain level of development before we can really start adapting.
Thanks, Ikenna. Yes, no, very provocative and absolute. Well, so yes and no. Adaptation's going far too slowly. That's absolutely right. But the idea that there's some sort of competition between adaptation and development is completely wrong. It's not even wrong. We, looking at water and sanitation, and I think you heard Eden already talk about it. If we're talking about adaptation and we're talking about resilience, we're talking about the resilience of the fundamental and basic public services that people rely on, whether that's electricity, whether that's water and sanitation, whether that's sewerage, right? And that's as true in the wealthy world as it is in the poorer world. Look at New Orleans. And when you have your power knocked out for 5 days, you've got sewage in the street, you don't have fresh water, it turns a disaster into a catastrophe, right? But the developmental angle, we don't have it. The idea that we have a competition between, should we invest in water and sanitation or should we invest in adaptation? It completely misses the point about what it is we're talking about. Who is it who delivers water and sanitation services? It's engineers, it's planners, it's all the people we've just been hearing about from the other colleagues. Building their capacity, the ability of that system, the system that delivers in water and sanitation, it's a critical part of the system that we need to have in place to adapt, right? So yes, we have to reach out more. Yes, we have to break out of our silos. But if we're not prepared to invest in development as part of adaptation, we're completely missing the point.
But is this a chicken and egg scenario? I mean, you need some focus. You need to be able to prioritize in some way or form, don't you? So, or am I seeing that incorrectly?
I think to some extent you're seeing it incorrectly. You have to bring adaptation and resilience into these critical services. And I think it's not just me saying it, I think we've heard it from several of the other folks talking today. We have to make our water and sanitation services able to adapt and use our water and sanitation services to make us more resilient.
And let's say, are funders receptive to this, to the idea that we need to, the two are just inextricably linked?
No, sadly not.
Oh,
and I think,
the laugh
so
says
why,
it all.
on the one hand, the question's maybe not even wrong. In my world, unfortunately, the question's being asked all the time because you get exactly this sort of reasoning. Oh, but if we invest in adaptive capacity, we're not going to be able to invest in the hardware to do the pipes and the pumps and the sewage networks, right? But as I think it was Kamal was saying, these are investments that of their nature are multi-generational. I mean, they're generational, 20 years, 30 years. So if you don't address adaptation now, when are you going to address it?
Yeah, very clear. Henk, did you want to reflect?
No, this is totally agree. If we mainstream adaptation across everything we do, that is of critical importance. Otherwise, everything we put in place in our infrastructure and investments will fail tomorrow. So if we don't make every investment more resilient, we fail. Second, so that's a prevention of loss. But second, if we do this more resilient, if adaptation is mainstreamed in every dollar, euro, yen we put in place, there's an added value. And that's what we've been talking about too, in culture, in environment, in biodiversity, and in our social context of communities and the most vulnerable perhaps even first. So mainstreaming adaptation adds value across, and it's a no-brainer, but as said, it's not easy because it means a shift in how we invest, away from how we did it yesterday and today, towards a model of mainstreaming adaptation in the investments for tomorrow.
A more sophisticated way of looking at things.
Yeah,
really.
it's more sophisticated. At the same time, it's also, as said, a no-brainer.
Yeah,
It's so
exactly.
straightforward.
Yeah.
If you want your investments not to go to waste, you have to adapt. Every insurer and insurance around the world help us understand this. Really say, hey, if you don't take into account future losses and risks into the investments you put in place now, you fail. And this is...
So why aren't governments following the examples or advice of these big successful insurers, for instance?
Well, we are, and this is also where we started this year with the Climate Adaptation Summit with good examples next to this call to action. But if you add it up in the dollars of investment, it's not enough. So because everything we thought about yesterday is now being put in place. So rethinking and that cultural and system shift on how we invest is happening now. So we don't see the results. Putting infrastructure on the ground takes time. We don't have that time. We really feel that urgency and that need to act. Adaptation helps us not only to be smarter, more resilient and more sustainable, also helps us to be more inclusive, bringing all these silos organized, institutionalized, but also informal to the table to ensure that we understand it comprehensively and inclusive and look at that future. So it's happening, but the results of that and this rippling effect of what we put in place is still to be shown.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on from development plans or developing plans to tackle the consequences of climate change towards implementation. And first of all, I'd like to share a video from Dr. Hengyi Li of the Beijing Institute of Water, and he'll tell us more about the development implementation of adaptation in Beijing.
Climate change will amplify existing risks and create new risks for natural and human systems, especially for megacities. The challenges of understanding and managing uncertainties are very important for us. The water-related uncertainties from climate change impacts are probably the most critical part right now. Beijing is drafting a new plan aiming to build a more resilient city with ecological restoration. A number of green action initiatives will be launched, covering wide-ranging efforts in green infrastructure, green education, and green cooperation to bring more benefits to the people of our city. We will spend about 15 years to become a livable capital, which will be able to withstand the forces of climate change. Sustainable development is what people of all countries long for. And it is also the responsibility of our generation to adapt to the climate conditions. We are willing to enhance alignment in development strategies with partners, such as GCA, scale up ecological cooperation, to build a community with a shared future in adaptive management of climate change. GCA has demonstrated a high level of professionalism and dedication, and we are deeply grateful for their efforts. We are expecting the more efficient and effective cooperation in the near future, and developing valuable adaptive measures to benefit mankind. Let's move together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Li there. Okay, let's go back to the panel. I'd like to talk to, Eden. Tell me, in a Kenyan context or in a regional context, what are the most common challenges you face when it comes to implementing adaptation plans?
First, I'd just like to reiterate what has been said by Moriarty and other speakers as regards lack of capacity to mainstream climate adaptation into development projects. We see that so often also in the work that we are doing across our cities as WhatsApp. And I really want to underscore that would be one of the main challenges that we are facing. There's obviously the challenge of silos that has been mentioned again. Not really adapting while working in an integrated environment. First of all, seeking out who are the main institutions and duty bearers in terms of, say, providing water and sanitation services, and mainstreaming and anchoring climate adaptation through all these diverse players who are delivering various services such as whether it's housing, upgrades, dealing with drainage, solid waste management, and also water and sanitation. I think one other thing that comes to mind is lack, or in the context of Kenya and Africa more widely, is data, monitoring data, information. How accessible is that information and knowledge by our key planners, people who are leading urban development work in adapting climate resilience? I think for me, those would be the key challenges that we face in trying to scale up some of the initiatives that we are already implementing at a smaller scale.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Henk, I mean, I hear the same challenges being talked about in relation to lots of different regions of the world. Lack of capacity, silo thinking, insufficient data sharing. Is anybody getting it right?
Yeah, there are luckily, as said, many good examples and also many programs that help. AGWA, together with the UNFCCC and with support of donor countries like the Netherlands and the UK, is setting up an adaptation academy. Hundreds and hundreds of people around the world are already joining this academy we just launched, really to understand how to get adaptation right in policy, projects, validation mechanisms, and so forth. WaterAid is working on a water accelerator to really help countries look across policymakers, investors, but also operators, looking across the full water cycle. And together with the Global Water Partnership, again, AGWA is introducing at the COP a water tracker. So an instrument that helps countries better perform on water as a productive factor in their adaptation and mitigation strategies. So we have many initiatives around the world that really help build capacity, understanding across silos, help enforce governance.
But these are initiatives, and I'd expect these to be good because they come from people who know what they're doing. But when it comes to convincing local governments, who's the most receptive? We can call them out, and who's the least receptive to this kind of to this the culture shift that we need and the.
Well, if you look around the world and you look very local in the communities, perhaps the communities that are most at risk, the receptiveness is highest. There is even a massive amount of capacity there.
Yeah.
And I heard many speakers already said that, but we don't tap into that capacity enough. From an institutional, often too global or abstract level, that connection between global and local is sometimes lacking. So I think one is be empowered and encouraged by the most marginalized, the indigenous, the local communities that really understand risk. They understand risk and they live with it, but they also need a partnership approach from across the world to help those interventions bring to scale and become not only resilient, but also sustainable across time. Yeah. So I think on receptiveness, there is a huge amount of inspiration there.
Okay. Nupur, you heard it there. The communities most at risk are often the most receptive. When it comes to getting local ownership of adaptation initiatives among communities which aren't at risk and do need convincing, how should we go about doing that?
So I always find that, the culture that, or the organization that I represent, we have a very unique background because we are scientists, social scientists, we're doing work with people. So one of the ways, I'll just give a quick example, and I'll give the example of the same place in Bhubaneswar. So one of the ways of actually bringing people together on the same platform was very often we engage governments in their locations, in their offices, and we bring people into their offices for the stakeholder workshops. And this time we decided to change that. We brought the government to brought the government to the temple tank. And I tell you, the engagement at that point of the local people, the priests, the councillors, that is the municipal representatives, it was something else because what you were telling them, they were seeing. So the background we come from, because we are people, we are into physical planning, we are into actually planning for heritage, planning for the environment physically. We translate what we say to the ground. So as a result, what happens is you can actually make people visualize that if you're doing this, this is where you're going to land up. And the moment you change your action, obviously the destination is going to be something else. So I think it's not so difficult.
Universal importance to Bangladesh and to the world. Thousands of fishermen like Abdul Alim and Asfar Ali caught fish in the Sundarbans. The forest is the only source of their livelihood. But the climate is changing rapidly. Coastal residents are seeing the reality of this before their very eyes. Livelihoods, houses, fish farms and agricultural lands are all in danger. The people here know that they cannot fight the forces of nature, but the Sundarbans protect them by standing as a shield in front of the tidal waves, sheltering communities during repeated cyclones.
যাতে আমাদের যত ঝড় বাদলা সব থেকে সুন্দরবনে টানে আমাদের এলাকায় ক্ষতিগ্রস্ত খুব কম হয় এই বেশি ঝড় বাদলা এই সব সুন্দরবনে বেশি হয় শহরের চেয়ে
The importance of the Sundarbans for Bangladesh cannot be overstated. However, there are no structures in place to oversee the maintenance of this precious resource. On the contrary, the forest is suffering, sometimes in the name of development, sometimes through the vested interests of various individuals or groups. The Sundarbans is being brought to the brink of destruction by the building of factories nearby, by shrimp farming processes, deforestation, and housing developments. Experts say that by 2050, 30% of the coast will be submerged in saltwater. The number of natural disasters will increase, as will their severity. The people of 14 coastal districts, that is a quarter of the country, will lose their homes, livelihoods, and in some cases, their lives. At one time, the forest area in Bangladesh alone was 10,000 square kilometers. Now it stands at less than half that. Including the Indian Sundarbans, it totals a mere 6,000 square kilometers. The danger of the damage to the Sundarbans cannot be seen from the outside. However, the residents of this coast are aware of it.
Community empowerment. বিশেষ করে সিএমসির যে রেভিনিউ শেয়ারিং এর ব্যবস্থা সেটাকে অবশ্যই এনশিওর করতে হবে। সুন্দরবনের উপর একান্তভাবে ডিপেন্ডেন্ট যে কমিউনিটিসগুলো আছে তাদের কিভাবে অল্টারনেট লাইভলিহুডের আওতায় নিয়ে আসা যায় সেই ব্যবস্থাপনা করতে হবে।
In the last few years, the Sundarbans has played a role in saving the lives and property of millions of people by stopping the cyclones, Sidr, Mahazen, Amphan, Bulbul, and lastly Yas. Without the Sundarbans, the lives and resources of millions of people on the coast are at the mercy of the increasingly ferocious cyclones and the devastation they bring.
Hey, I'm Talon, and this is Rumpus, and I'm going to show you how to start an online t-shirt business. Let's go. First, go to shopify.com and start a free trial. Next, create your t-shirt. You can use your own designs or hire a freelance designer. Once you have a design you love, add it to a t-shirt and put it on your store. Now launch your store and start selling. Starting an online t-shirt business is easier than ever with print-on-demand services. Print-on-demand handles your inventory, packaging, and shipping for you. Here's how it works. A customer buys one of your custom t-shirts. The order is then automatically sent to your print-on-demand service for printing. It's then packaged and shipped directly to your customer. With print-on-demand, you can start a business for less money, less time, and less risk than traditional business models. And you never pay for a product until you've sold it. This means you can spend your time marketing your products, creating new designs, and talking to your customers, because you don't have to worry about inventory or shipping. So what are you waiting for?
River deltas. Unique environments between land and sea. Supporting lives and welfare of billions of people. Home to the world's most fertile soil, abundant biodiversity, as well as the largest cities and ports. Today, delta regions are under enormous pressure from rapid urbanization and climate change. To meet these challenges, delta regions worldwide are testing new innovations and strategies aimed at building a resilient future for all. In Bangladesh and Ghana, farmers and scientists have been working together to develop the Farmer Support App, part of the Water Apps project, a unique mobile app tailored to the needs of smallholder farmers. It provides them with reliable weather forecasts and helps them make informed decisions about seedbed preparation, fertilizer application, or the protection of vegetable gardens. The app combines modelling forecasts with the farmer's own observations and predictions based on local knowledge. This interactive process results in more accurate forecasts and a strong sense of ownership in the farmers. As part of the engagement, a weather club has been established in Khulna for farmers to share forecasting experiences. The Farmer Support App is ready for upscaling so that it can benefit a large number of farmers throughout Bangladesh and beyond.
এই তথ্যগুলো যদি সকল কৃষকের কাছে যদি পৌঁছে যায় তাহলে আমি মনে করি সাস্টেনেবল কৃষি অবশ্যই একদিন এবং বর্তমান যে জলবায়ু সেবাটা আমরা কৃষকরা পাই এটা আমাদের কৃষকদের জীবনযাত্রার মান উন্নত করেছে এবং কৃষিকে আরো সমৃদ্ধ করেছে আধুনিক তথ্য প্রযুক্তি কৃষকদের অর্থাৎ আমাদের নারী কৃষকদের জীবনে আশীর্বাদ স্বরূপ বলে আমি মনে করি
Vietnam's Mekong Delta, the rice bowl of Asia. Here too, people are working hard to reach the world market with high-value agricultural products whilst having to adapt to the changing climate. But a sustainable future for the Mekong Delta calls for a major transformation in the agro-business and water sectors, building alternative farming systems and improving water management. Realising this vision is a great challenge in itself. The Vietnamese government and local communities are collaborating closely with scientists, businesses, and development partners to kickstart the Mekong Delta transformation. The MOTA Decision Support Framework plays a pivotal role in encouraging strategic thinking and planning. The MOTA innovation is a science-driven tool that analyses the motivations and abilities of relevant stakeholders to engage in the Delta transformation process. And what different actions and interventions they can best embrace, such as food protection, meandering 90 kilometres across landscapes of moorland and forest. The Mira River ends its journey at the Pacific Ocean in a lush delta located in the municipality of Tumaco in southwest Colombia. The delta's river and marshes provide for an abundance of life along its banks. Fish, cassava and cacao, among others to name a few, are essential ingredients for the life of the Afro and Awa communities who depend on this river. For centuries, these communities have coexisted with nature, finding a balance between their needs and what the Mira ecosystems provide. However, Armed violence and unprecedented changes in the climate are limiting their access to food, threatening their subsistence and livelihoods.
Ahora hemos sufrido cosas que nunca hemos sufrido, como las inundaciones, de esa erupción que se dio por la tala indiscriminada de bosque.
Cuando llueve demasiado, se pierde nuestras plantas que sembramos, viene la creciente, se mata todo, el plátano, el zapallo.
The national governments of Colombia and Ecuador, together with the United Nations World Food Programme and local communities, are working on a climate change adaptation project to improve local food security in line with protecting the Delta's environmental services, as well as in recovering essential traditional and ancestral knowledge.
Un proceso que se considera muy exitoso. Ese es un modelo de colaboración de las diferentes entidades institucionales y claramente es un modelo para otras partes del país, para otras experiencias similares.
In Colombia, the project focuses on 70 communities in the Putumayo and Nariño departments, benefiting around 2,000 people. Through this initiative, climate risk assessment and adaptation are gradually applied in community-level planning processes. Coordination capacity is strengthened and stakeholders' engagement is facilitated, with women at the centre, since they are at the forefront of the harsh impacts and the local holders of remarkable ancestral knowledge.
Y este proyecto nos ha permitido fortalecer mucho lo que es la seguridad alimentaria, no únicamente en teoría, sino también en la práctica.
The key to the success of this project is the participation of local communities. They have implementation agreements that have allowed them to strengthen their management capacities, thus becoming active partners in the execution of adaptation actions.
La protección de los deltas es un eje estratégico de trabajo del Ministerio de Ambiente de Colombia. Y por eso nos hemos vinculado como socios a este proyecto, buscando que las comunidades que desarrollan su economía en estos ecosistemas trabajen en su protección y conservación y que también desarrollen iniciativas de adaptación al cambio climático. Este proyecto en particular integró el conocimiento científico con el conocimiento ancestral y suma de manera importante a varias agendas multilaterales que tiene Colombia. La Agenda 2030, el Acuerdo de París, la meta del NDC y el Marco Sendai. Y por esta razón, buscamos escalar este tipo de proyectos a por lo menos 2 latitudes adicionales, el delta del río San Juan y el río Pavilion.
This initiative promotes locally led actions under a national adaptation framework for building climate resilience through food security actions in vulnerable Afro and indigenous communities of Colombia. Beira is the second largest city in Mozambique. With a growing economy and a population of approximately 600,000 people, this dynamic city is undergoing rapid urbanization. Situated in a low-lying river delta on the coast, it is home to the port of Beira, making it an important gateway to East Africa. Beira faces multiple challenges due to urbanization, sea level rise, and vulnerabilities to floods and cyclones. In March 2019, Cyclone Idai hit Mozambique. Lying directly in the path of the cyclone, Beira was heavily hit, with infrastructure, communities, and public health all being severely impacted.
A esperança de Idai aqui nessa unidade houve muito estrago das casas, muitas casas que caíram e até agora nenhuma pessoa que não está conseguindo recuperar edifícios dele. A minha família sofreu com Idai, eu estava no serviço.
The municipality and people of Beira are embracing a comprehensive plan to rebuild Beira and to build resilience for the city in the face of climate change and sea level rise. In the wake of the disaster, Beira implemented the Resilience and Recovery Plan. With support from the Netherlands government, UN Habitat, UNDP and Shelter, the municipality quickly developed and implemented this plan. After almost 2 years, Beira is regaining stability in its economy, infrastructure and public health, moving forwards to a resilient future. Looking forward, the Beira Master Plan 2035 is also undergoing implementation. To protect and develop the city in the long term, the municipality of Beira is leveraging resources, expertise and support for meaningful collaboration with its international partners. The Government of the Netherlands, the European Union, German Development Bank KfW, UNDP, French Development Agency AFD and others are actively supporting Beira with implementing its Master Plan 2035.
Bom, eu gostaria de ter uma Beira mais resiliente, uma Beira mais atrativa ao investimento, uma Beira cada vez mais inovadora e, sobretudo, com um planeamento sólido. Bom, Beira Master Plan dá-nos os caminhos, dá-nos o horizonte daquilo que é a ambição de que se pretende para uma cidade como a Beira. E pode notar dos vários projetos integrados, temos o acesso à zona industrial e ao porto, a proteção costeira, o sistema de drenagem, e estamos com sorte porque o nosso Master Plan estava sendo preparado e foi preparado para a resiliência.
With international support, Beira is rolling out a comprehensive plan to overhaul its drainage system, reinforce and strengthen its coastal protection, and to create new space for urban development. With strong international partnership for smart urban planning, Beira is transforming itself into a safe, prosperous, resilient and attractive Delta city in Mozambique. The Wadden region in the Netherlands, characterized by its smooth coastlines, fertile soil, unique biodiversity, historic cities, ports and coastal infrastructure. This region is a UNESCO World Heritage Site with inestimable waterscape treasures and historical value. But it is not immune to the challenges of climate change. With temperatures increasing, rainfall intensity rising, dry spells lengthening and salinization worsening, the impacts on this region seem insurmountable. To match this, action is being taken on the ground. Farmers on Texel have historically depended on rainwater and water piped from the mainland for their freshwater needs. As summers grow drier and saltwater intrusion threatens groundwater supply, farmer initiative, the Texel Fresh Future project, aims to help farmers become self-sufficient in this regard. Their strategy centres on improved retention and storage of rainwater, alongside reduced consumption, more efficient distribution, and adoption of salt-tolerant crops. The double dike is another example of innovation in multi-purpose coastal protection. Consisting of a high dike on the waterfront and a second, lower inland dike, this approach enhances flood defences while benefiting nature, agriculture, and recreation. The two dikes together provide optimal protection against the high water. The area between the two dikes provides space for ecologically valuable salt marshes, as well as innovative, high-value saltwater agriculture. The Afsluit dike has protected large parts of the Netherlands against flooding since 1932. This iconic water infrastructure is being renovated and prepared for the future. An integrated programme will improve the Afsluit dike's economic, energy and ecological capacities. The ecological connection between the Waddenzee and the IJsselmeer will also be restored by introducing the innovative fish migration river.
We hebben het over ons voorbereiden op het veranderende klimaat. En juist die uitdaging om in die hele nieuwe manier van kijken op dijkversterking, op waterveiligheid, is het helemaal van deze tijd om daarin ook de natuurlijke processen onder water daar in dat ontwerp mee te nemen. Building with nature. Voor zo'n dijk als de Afsluitdijk, een iconische dijk, die 90 jaar geleden al iconisch was. Nou, wat mij betreft dus nu met zo'n vismigratierivier ook voor de komende 90 jaar weer iconisch.
With a long tradition of water management and adaptation, the Netherlands continually embraces new approaches to better prepare for the future, innovations that realise a vision of water safety whilst building with nature. Such a vision is anchored in a consistent policy framework and is sustained by a long-term budgetary commitment. In the Demak district of North Java, Indonesia, the coastline is severely eroding. Mangroves that once protected the shore have been cut down and replaced by aquaculture ponds. Simultaneously, land subsidence is increasing due to groundwater extraction for domestic and industrial uses. This combination of factors has left the coastline and communities exposed to the daily tides and extreme weather events, occurring more frequently due to climate change.
Orang tua kami telah mengingatkan bahwa kami harus melindungi hutan mangrove dan tidak menebangi
Welcome to Water Pavilion at COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland. We are screening live here from Glasgow, and two of us are here physically. Rest of participants who will speak are online. I think that is the new normal, the hybrid kind of work. Now, this session on water and mitigation, from science to climate action, we will deal, what we said, with the role of water in climate action, especially in mitigation. Well, traditionally we think of water has mainly been associated with climate adaptation, since global warming is felt as too much or too little water, droughts or floods. But this perception is changing. We are starting to understand that water is in fact much more important also for mitigation measures than we used to think before. So we are organizing this event together with UNICEF, 50 Litre Home Coalition and Xylem to, well, inform policymakers and practitioners and the decision makers about the role that water can play in also solve the climate crisis. In this session, we will share key insights into the role of water for mitigating climate change, with examples from powerful solutions around the world. And first, I'm very honored to give the floor to the keynote speaker of today, which is Ulrika Moder, Assistant or UN Assistant Secretary General and Director of Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy at UNDP. So I give the floor to Ulrika Moder. And I hope soon we will have Ulrika on the screen here in Glasgow, maybe also all over the world. Well, technique is with us for the time being, but I think Ulrika will join us eventually. So let's continue our program without further ado. My institute, or the institute I'm leading, Stockholm International Water Institute, is very active in the generation of new knowledge that, of course, we share with all of colleagues who are interested in what we come through in those research efforts that we are undertaking. And of course, we would like to share that with governments and decision makers I mentioned before. And one particular field that we are looking into right now is how water can be part of the solution of climate crisis. So next, we will meet Dr. Malin Lundberg Ingmarsson, who is one of our researchers on a joint project on fresh water in climate mitigation that we are conducting together with UNDP Seaway Water Governance Facility and the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, and the Stockholm Resilience Center. And we will also meet another colleague of mine from Stockholm International Water Institute, David Herbert Kuhlman, who is an expert on how countries are implementing water in the nationally determined contributions, the so-called NDCs, to the Paris Agreement. But first, I hand over to Malin. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Torgny. I hope you can hear me well. I just saw Ulrika joining here, so perhaps let's hand over to Ulrika first for the keynote, and then I can follow after. Would that be okay, Ulrika, or you prefer that I go first? It seems like it doesn't work. Okay, so I start by introducing the work that we do then, and then Ulrika hopefully can join afterwards. Let me share my presentation. Okay, so Hello all, and many thanks for participating in this event. I will talk a little bit about freshwater's role in mitigating climate change. This is water's important role in reducing global warming. Stockholm International Water Institute has participated in these COPs, the climate conferences, for quite many years now. And together with these partner organizations, we have identified a knowledge gap. That is that in climate mitigation, fresh water is much more important than what most governments are aware of. For example, when it comes to reducing extreme events such as droughts and floods, but also in supporting nature's ability to sequester and store carbon. And together we are now producing a report that will be launched next year. But we have decided to start communicating around this topic already now, since we find it so urgent that policymakers understand the role of fresh water in climate mitigation. And I would say especially from two perspectives, and that is partly that water can provide solutions, but also that for most climate decisions or climate actions, there are implications for water. And they need to be factored in decisions. Last year, GIZ published this report, Stop Floating, Start Swimming. And I would say that it's really a critical step in presenting knowledge about water and climate. And the report has one chapter on mitigation, where they look at direct water mitigation implications. And GIZ estimates that 10% of greenhouse gas emissions can be attributed directly to only 4 areas that are directly related to water. And that is water and wastewater management, peatlands, rice cultivation, and organic matter and nutrients in surface water. And building on the findings of the GIZ report, we are now trying to broaden that scope. Today, there is a focus on technical solutions to reduce emissions. For example, transport, industry, and other energy uses. And those measures are, of course, highly important, but it is not sufficient on its own to look at these measures. In our study, we are identifying high potential as well as high risk mitigation measures or mitigation solutions. We look in water systems and energy systems, but also in different ecosystems. And the main aim of our report is to present leverage points for countries and companies and so on how to take fresh water into consideration in climate strategies. And why do we focus on the measures? In climate action, as you probably know, we need to know which measures or which solutions to invest in. And we have found in our work that most mitigation measures, both the technical and the nature-based, they either require fresh water to be effective, or they influence or modify fresh water, for example, by impacting water quality or by impacting rainfall patterns. So this means that most mitigation measures, they either depend on or are impacted by fresh water. Now, let me hand over to my colleague, David Hibbert-Coleman. He will give us some insights to which water-related mitigation measures that countries are planning for in their NDCs. Please, David.
So next slide, thanks. So yes, as we mentioned in the earlier piece, CIWI, with the support of GIZ and the Water Governance Facility, is carrying out an evaluation of the NDCs, seeing how they've evolved from the first generation to the second generation, or the the enhanced phase, and sort of seeing how water has been reflected in that. So at the moment, there's close to 150 enhanced NDCs submitted prior to the COP opening. Our study is predominantly focused on about 100 NDCs from developing state parties. It's quite clear that there is more investment in NDC processes that have been taken as part of the raising of ambition, and that there is increased knowledge about water-related vulnerabilities and risks, and there are more activities, and they have increased markedly between the first iteration of an NDC and the second iteration for most of the enhanced NDCs, whether it's the breadth in terms of the inclusion of the number of sectors around water-related activities, or the depth, which is the knowledge, measures, policies, and targets associated. So we're already seeing that trend around water overall. Next slide, thank you. In terms of mitigation itself, it must be said that the main focus of the water-related measures still tends to be adaptation. However, there is an increased recognition of, water-dominant ecosystems within the NDCs. About 50% of these enhanced NDCs are including that, but the mitigation measures within that remain low. So even though wetlands might be included, still most of the measures were related to adaptation or potentially disaster risk reduction. There has been also a much higher recognition of wastewater systems within the mitigation, with approximately 60% of the NDCs including some measures and some targets associated with that. The blue economy and blue carbon is another trend that is increased from the first iteration to the next, with approximately 35% of coastal parties including blue economy and blue carbon. But interestingly enough, for those countries that have mangrove forests, about 65% of them included mangroves, especially in terms of mitigation as part of that blue carbon. And there is some recognition of greenhouse gas reduction potential within more efficient, say, water efficiency or energy efficiency supply and distribution infrastructure, but overall that is still relatively limited compared to the potential there. And whilst a couple of countries actually noted in their NDCs that whilst they recognise that this could be an issue, they generally include it more within their electricity statistics. So there is a lot of potential for increasing mitigation potential through the water and water-related activities. Next slide, please. With an example being, in this round, the concept of nature-based solutions and the approaches of, ecosystem-based adaptation, etc., has increased markedly. Over about 40% of parties made specific reference to nature-based solutions, but overall, within their thing, they had three main approaches to the way they talked about nature-based solutions. About half of them, it was a generic connection to adaptation and building resilience, in which the nature-based solution was intended to, improve that in order to provide better adaptation resilience building. Mitigation only was in about 10% of those that referred to nature-based solutions, and then about 40% sort of recognise the co-benefits between mitigation and adaptation. And so you can sort of see that there is, 50% are sort of seeing these nature-based solutions as part of their emissions reduction profiles, but there's still a long way to go. And this is, of course, within these particular countries that referred to nature-based solutions in their texts. And most of the activities, going back to what Marlon was saying, whether it was technological or nature-based, these were about the protection, maintenance, and enhancement of ecosystems and ecosystem services. In addition, disaster risk reduction featured in approximately 30% of these NDCs connected to nature-based solutions. And that's within the limited time. Let's just give you a bit of a flavour of a report that will be prepared and published hopefully by the end of this year that talks a lot more about how the NDCs are evolving and how water has been included. So I will pass that back to Torgny. So thank you for listening.
And David, for sharing these most interesting facts and figures and also findings that you have about both mitigation measures but also what NDCs are all about when it comes to water. And with that, I now leave the floor. I hope we have Ulrika Moder, UN Assistant Secretary General and Director of the Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy at UNDP. So please, Ulrika, you have the floor and the screen.
Thank you so much, Torgny, and sorry for being late. I had too little time between meetings and it took some time to navigate. But really also interesting to have the possibility to dive in and to listen to the start of this meeting. And it's really encouraging, I must say. Also UNDP, and I will share that, also has accompanied more than 120 member states as they have developed their NDCs. And I believe in these times when we will hear that there is a gap and that we really have to mind this gap with regard to the emission reductions, we also need to see the quality of the NDCs that has been explained and the potential that is still there. Because certainly we know climate change is upon us. I don't need to explain that to anyone in this room, and it threatens our supply systems and our very existence. And I believe also, of course, this seminar is important, and what you're discussing as CV is incredibly important with your partners, because water is really the medium through which we feel most of its impacts. And that gives also water, I think, really the attention should be much more into what we're discussing here today and what you and your partners work with, also UNDP being one of them. Adding energy to the hydrological cycle, global warming makes rainfall more variable and unpredictable, as we know, and storms more intense and floods more devastating. And at the same time, we know and we see that droughts have more frequency and they are more prolonged. So already today, half of the humanity, 4 billion people, they face severe water scarcity for at least 1 month per year. And this, of course, has knock-on effects on ecosystems, on livelihoods, and the fulfillment of basic human needs and basic human rights. And we also know, and I think that this is very much the discussion taking place in COP as well, and leading up to COP, that people in poverty are disproportionately affected by all these disasters, even though they have not been the ones to make this problem occur. So addressing multidimensional poverty is one of the most direct ways that we can reduce climate change and vulnerability. And this is very much the approach of UNDP, as well as we have a broad mandate and the ability to really accompany countries and communities with system solutions. Important priorities include access to robust water and sanitation services. Nearly 800 million people, most of them in rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa, as we know, also lack basic water services. And this, of course, warrants a special priority. And I hope that this is also being discussed in many seminars, not only this one. But to address water and climate challenges, we must bring both issues to the same table. And I think that this is what we're calling for, to have a system approach to what we do. It's really a great pleasure to listen into the discussions. And I hope to accompany more of the discussions that you're having also in the Water and Climate Pavilion, because I really want to commend CV and the organizing team and the partners here for bringing water into the climate discussions the way that you do. And as we also heard David and Marlene share here in the beginning of this seminar, as a possibility actually to move forward, both with regard to mitigation and adaptation. According, and you all know the report, the latest report of the UNFCCC, countries are now committing to important greenhouse gas emissions and climate neutrality goals. But of course, as we look at all the NDCs taken together, we see a combined increase for about 16% of the emissions anticipated. And you've all seen the headings in papers. You're accompanying this so closely. So, of course, heading towards 2.7 degrees is important to have as headlines, because I think the wider audiences out there, they need to understand how serious the situation is. But at the same time, really, we have a lot of opportunities to decarbonize our economies in the energy transitions to sustainable energy resources. And while reducing overall energy demand, which is also important to discuss, we also can do a lot of important things. Scaling up solar, wind, and other renewable energy sources are, of course, very important. Hydropower is the most used renewable energy, as we know, and counting for more than 60% of renewable energy generation. And the International Energy Agency forecasts a 3% annual increase in hydropower. net new installed capacity until 2030. And this is where we must start to think about water role in climate change mitigation efforts, the topic of this event. Because in many countries, climate change is already reducing river flows, and even lower dry season flows are to be expected, increasing competition for water, as we know, including higher evaporation in a warmer climate, impacts on water availability, and the capacities for hydropower generation will also be part of the challenges that we're facing. Other renewables, biofuels, they also depend, as we know, on the availability of water, and water managing, including critical water allocation decisions, can be really a critical determinant of the success or not of these mitigation plans that are being discussed throughout this week. Water is, and everyone here on this call knows this, really critical for carbon sequestration. Most wetlands constitute net carbon sinks, as we know, and especially peatlands, covering 3% of the Earth's land surface, but they contain nearly 1/3 of the land-based carbon. And the carbon storage in peatlands is dependent on the water table and the vegetation cover. So I think that this is also something that we and UNDP would like also to make sure that we can put at the forefront some of these issues that are not so well known, but should be known as wider audiences try to understand what can be done and where are the opportunities as well, but also the risks. And on top of this, of course, the direct and indirect greenhouse gas emissions of the water sector itself. We know water and wastewater utilities was mentioned are estimated to account for between 3% and 7% of the global emissions. And this involves also carbon dioxide emissions from energy and used for pumping water and air water production and treatment, as well as methane emissions from wastewater. And methane emissions, they can be lowered by effective treatment processes and by collecting and treating a larger portion of organic wastes. And waste management is also important for other planetary boundaries, as we know, nutrient pollution emanating from excesses of fertilizers that are not taken up by plants in the fields, can overload water bodies and deplete oxygen to the extent that the aquatic life is also destroyed. So it really speaks to the importance of this system approach that we are continuously alluding to. The crisis stands by exacerbated by climate change through more extreme rainfall events and ongoing deoxygenation of the oceans as well. And climate change and pollution, they also threaten freshwater biodiversity and ecosystem contained in lakes, in rivers and wetlands, and they are being lost at a higher rate than any of the other ecosystems. And I think that this is also a fact that is not that well known. Almost 1/3 of freshwater species face extinction due to habitat loss, alien species pollution, or over-harvesting. So now, UNDP and partners like Global Environmental Facility, GEF, we are currently applying ecosystem-based approaches in 27 shared rivers, lakes, and aquifers. And this makes us the world's largest provider of transboundary water management solutions. And we also work with CIVI and many other partners with us here today to assist countries to really consider these water interactions more systematically in their climate plans. And as I said in the beginning, UNDP made a climate promise. We already had support to about 50 countries a couple of years back. And in 2019, as we had the climate summit in New York, we said, why don't we then use our worldwide network and our broad partnerships to make a promise that we can actually support even more countries? And now 120 member states and counting are looking for support to develop their NDCs. And we are, of course, looking at already now how to move from pledge to impact. And here's, of course, where the discussions taking place here today can be incredibly important and also inspiring. Because I truly believe, and just to finalize, Torgny, that we should be really concerned about what we see with regard to lack of commitments. But at the same time, and I think that this was also what we heard here in the beginning, the quality of the plans, the ownership, how we can actually start to see if we can have a whole of government, whole of society approach, integrate these plans into budget processes, into important planning processes, will be key to see if we can actually deliver. And once we see that there are opportunities that comes with these plans, we believe that we can make change happen and we can have really positive scale-up effects. I just wanted also to just do a heads up. If you haven't yet seen the dinosaur coming on your screen. Look for UNDP's campaign, Don't Choose Extinction. We are really, and I've mentioned this throughout the introductory comments here, looking at how to bring some of these quite technical but also promising discussions to wider audiences. There are solutions out there. Politicians are making choices on our behalf and on coming generations' behalf. So look at our campaign that tries to bring program policy and advocacy into a global discussion about fossil fuel subsidies, but we would be happy to discuss also onwards on these platforms, also water as a key solution to some of the problems that we are facing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ulrika, and thank you for your engagement. I see that UNDP is on top of what we're discussing today and also sharing not only challenges but also opportunities and potential for the future. And I also will refer to what you mentioned about the system approach. That cannot be underscored enough. Thanks a lot. Now, I will turn to another UN organization, UNICEF, and we have Silvia Gaia with us here in Glasgow today, and you are Senior Advisor for Water and Environment at UNICEF headquarters, and you will introduce to us some videos from some country experience on how water and sanitation hygiene sector can address these issues. So over to you, Silvia.
Thanks a lot. And thanks for being here today with us. We're going to now, we have here a lot of the data that Malin and David and all the colleagues have presented about the key potential of the water sector into the reduction of carbon emissions. But I wanted to do a little bit of a zoom in the wash sector, because this is one of the sectors that presents a lot of potential inside the big water sector. And that's why we believe that this wash sector should be at the top of the climate priority agenda. So we are going to share with you today 3 examples from Ukraine, Iraq, and Jordan, to just give you a sense of the range, scales, and enormous potential of the wash sector to reduce carbon emissions. And this is just picked from a lot of experiences that are happening right now in a lot of countries, not only rich countries, but also middle-income countries and low-income countries. And this has a lot of value. So these experiences, while they, of course, reduce carbon emissions, you will see that they also contribute to the conservation of the limited water resources that we have that are increasingly being very scarce. And importantly, they contribute also to the sustainability of the critical water services that the population needs, which is an increasing challenge with the impacts that we are having on climate change. So you are going to see now the 3 experiences on your screens. Thank you.
In Ukraine, major achievements in water and energy efficiency have been made through hydraulic modeling of the water network and a review of the asset management system. This approach has helped to identify sections of the water network that were leaking. When the leaking sections are identified, they are replaced. The replacement of these sections reduces the greenhouse emissions of the water network and the associated energy and operational costs. Importantly, replacement of the leaking section also reduces the amount of water that needs to be abstracted and reduces the risk of contamination along damaged sections of the network, which contributes to a safer and sustainable water service. In Iraq, increasingly high temperatures and growing demand for power put intense pressure on the power grid, particularly during the periods of peak demand during the summer months. This can cause severe service interruptions, including disruptions to the distribution of water and the treatment of wastewater. Due to the unreliability of many of these services, particularly in rural areas, many systems rely on backup generators, leading to an increase in greenhouse emissions. By transitioning to solar power for water systems, the emissions are reduced, and this also leads to a more consistent and predictable water service. This is particularly important during periods of extreme heat, ensuring that water services can be sustained to the most vulnerable.
الألواح الشمسية كان أكو قبل يعني ما كان تجي الماء والكهرباء والغاز بسبب الألواح الشمسية قام تجي الماء بشكل مستمر وإن شاء الله تدوم هاي الحالة.
In Jordan, an innovative approach uses solar power to treat wastewater from mosques and schools, producing treated water which is reused for irrigation. The reuse of the water ensures that the wastewater has been treated safely, which reduces emissions. Importantly, the reuse of water for irrigation purposes reduces the volume of water which needs to be abstracted for agricultural purposes, which is one of the largest users of water in Jordan. This is particularly important in Jordan because it is one of the most water-scarce countries in the world. Other positives of this approach include the generation of much-needed additional income for the school when the excess solar power is sold to the national grid, as well as the establishment of environmental clubs in the schools. These clubs reinforce messages on the value of water and the importance of conserving it to influence the behavior of future generations of children in Jordan.
Thank you for sharing these interesting examples from around the world. They really demonstrate how fundamental water is for all aspects of our societies. And that is something that we are going to deep into right now in the next segment of our session here today. First, we will hear about the 50-Liter Home Coalition, a global action-oriented multi-stakeholder platform that brings together private and public organizations to address two of the world's most imminent and challenging issues, water security and climate change. So I would now like to welcome Ratish Nambathiri, Director for Innovation for Good and Sustainability at Kohler Company. So please, Ratish, you have the floor.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm really privileged to be here representing the 50-Liter Home Coalition and Kohler Company. A fantastic event and a lot of comments being made that truly resonate with how we're approaching the water issue with the 50-Liter Coalition. So let me start by talking about what is the coalition. So the 50-Liter Home Coalition is a global platform that brings the public and the private sector together. And the goal is really to address two of the most pressing global challenges that we've all been talking about: water security and climate change. And really the goal of the coalition remains to bring innovations to market and scale them that can help consumers reduce their residential water consumption down to 50 liters per person per day at net zero carbon. And just for context, if you look at an average American home today, you're probably talking about over 200 liters per person per day of water usage on a normal daily basis. So it's a pretty significant reduction from where we're today. And one of the other important factors of this coalition is we want to deliver 50 liters without actually feeling like a compromise. And that's going to be the true challenge, right? We want to deliver 50 liters that actually feels like 500 liters. And that's where true innovation comes in. And as you can see from the slide here, thank you for sharing. This coalition really is cross-sectoral, right? So if you think about, we've got global industry leaders across the private sector, the public sector, and also a variety of different civil society organizations that are really coming together, focused around reinventing the future of water and truly changing the narrative on domestic water consumption and its true connection and relationship with carbon emissions. One of the things we've all been hearing about today, and we heard Ulrika talk about that too, was water and GHG emissions and its connection with water. So we call it the water energy nexus. One of the key innovation topics for the coalition is the water energy nexus. And let me explain to you what that means and what we're focused on. There are many studies that have documented what is the impact of climate change on depleting water resources, and I think that is fairly well known. But what is not quite out there, published, effectively enough, is the connection between residential water usage or domestic water usage inside someone's homes and the impact that can have on mitigating climate change externally. Right? That's the connection we're trying to explore as part of the water energy nexus. And in simple words, what we really need to understand, and what we're trying to understand through the coalition's work, is what happens inside our homes from a water usage standpoint, and across our kitchen and bathrooms, and how much water and how much energy is used truly across our kitchens and bathrooms to treat, transport, and store and deliver the water for different applications within the home. And that's really what we're trying to understand and optimize. Our research has confirmed that the water-related energy in the form of hot water really accounts for over 6% of carbon emissions in some of the largest cities around the world. And that makes it the second biggest source of energy consumption in homes after space heating. So, that really tells us that that is a key area of focus. And the 50 Liter Coalition believes that we need to bring innovations to market that not only help conserve water, but also help conserve energy. And all of that without compromising on an amazing consumer experience. Because at the end of the day, for us to be able to drive adoption and scale of these solutions, it cannot be perceived as a compromise or a trade-off by the consumer. And finally, I'll speak a little bit about why a company like Kohler is participating in the coalition and what we bring to the table. So, for those of you who don't know much about Kohler Company, we're a leader in the design and manufacturing of kitchen and bath plumbing products. And, we've done this, we've been in this space for over 145 years. So we really know a lot about water and how to design for water, how to design solutions and experiences that offer that gracious water delivery to consumers. And we're also very keenly aware of the water crisis and truly understand our responsibility as a company to reduce not only our own water use across our operations, but also help our consumers reduce their own water usage. And that was one of the primary reasons we became one of the founding members of the 50 Liter Coalition, along with all the other partners that you saw in that previous slide. In terms of innovation, I'll end with this. I want to give you a flavor for what sort of innovations are needed to get us to 50 liters. And I'll highlight two kinds of innovations: ones that exist in the market today versus the ones that do not and need to be considered. Let me start by the ones that exist in the market today. We have Kohler has hundreds of plumbing products that are certified to carry what's called the WaterSense label. The WaterSense partnership is something that we pursue with the United States EPA. And this, we've had this partnership for over 12 years now, and this is something that has helped us develop products that have saved over 290 billion gallons of water in across North America through our products, and over 7.3 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions. So again, solutions, these are water and energy efficient plumbing fixtures that are in the market today that you can purchase that offer a great experience, do not have to compromise on functionality, but also help you significantly reduce your water footprint. But the unfortunate reality is these solutions are not going to get us to 50 liters. These solutions may get us to about half the way there. So how do we close the gap between the other half? And that's where we truly need transformative innovation and new sort of step change in water solutions that really help us rethink how water is used and delivered and perhaps even reused within the home. And that's what we're focused on as part of the 50 Liter Coalition. To achieve these innovations, as an example, Kohler Company, at Kohler, we're leveraging one of our in-house innovation incubators called Innovation for Good. It's a team that I lead that really gives our associates an opportunity to bring innovations to market that have a social purpose. And over the past few years, we introduced a platform called iPrize, which really is sort of an innovation competition that allows associates to pitch innovations, and then we pick the most promising ones and kind of help them further develop and bring them to market. And the reason I bring that up is this year's focus for the iPrize challenge is really greenhouse gas emissions. So we're focused and we're challenging our associates to bring innovations to surface that actually have a positive impact from a greenhouse gas emission reduction perspective. The technology innovations are just one piece of it. We really need to drive innovations in the space of policy and regulatory environments as well. So we need to have policy frameworks that allow and incentivize consumers to use these kinds of products and save water and save energy. And that's what the coalition is also going to help do. We intend to work, the coalition intends to take these technological solutions and innovations and pilot these in different parts of the world over the next few years to test the feasibility and also understand the consumer acceptance and really use all of those insights to bring something to market and then scale them across cities to deliver 50 liters per person per day, at making it an irresistible experience without compromising on the functionality. So if you guys are interested in knowing more about the coalition or the work we're doing, feel free to reach out to us. We're also going to be launching a white paper soon, which will talk about the water energy nexus that I just talked about in reference. And we'll give you some insights on what is the connection between indoor residential water usage and the energy emissions associated with it, and some innovation ideas for how we can reduce that. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Radesh, and that was really interesting. I think it's a great coalition you have there in your both what you mentioned about innovation, but also the approach to the future. We're a bit late, running a little late, but don't worry. If we do overrun by 5 minutes, if we can find something for the future, that is the better for the world. So we will continue. Next, we have Austin Alexander from Xylem, who will present Water's Race to Zero and inform us on the water sector's collective greenhouse gas emissions impact. So over to you, Austin. You have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Tori. Thank you to Siwi in particular, and Malin, who you previously heard from, for coordinating today's session. Fabulous to be part of this group. My name is Austin Alexander. I lead sustainability and social impact for Xylem. And if you're not familiar with us, we are a global water technology company. We have about 16,000 employees operating in 150 countries. And core to serving the water sector, sustainability is at the center of what we do. And to serve the water sector in particular, including the water and wastewater utilities and industrial users of water, it's an important piece of who we are as an organization and who we are as a sector. And while I'm here representing Xylem, I'm very proud to also represent a bit of a motley crew that has been working throughout 2021 in interest of measuring, tracking, and celebrating the water and wastewater utilities sector and their race to zero. So special thanks to CDP, Water UK, US Water Alliance, GWI, and many, many other acronyms. So Xylem, we recently made our own net zero commitment. And as a sustainability practitioner, I'll tell you firsthand, it's not easy. It takes a lot of work to appropriately assess, catalog, and measure a baseline target and appropriately set a measured, balanced, and yet ambitious goal. Doing net zero in a credible and meaningful way takes work. And the hardest first step is making that commitment. But as a sector, we need to move. And recent studies have found that greenhouse gas emissions associated with water use and management are close to 10% of the total greenhouse gas emissions around the globe. Additionally, the water and wastewater utilities themselves account for approximately 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And a perspective I like to use, we've referenced here, is that's equivalent to the entire shipping industry. Inherent in who we are as a sector is that we pride ourselves on being a sustainable sector, providing clean, safe, and reliable drinking water, and protecting our environment by treating wastewater means that sustainability is who water is. Contrasting this with our fairly staggering statistics I just referenced seems unnatural for us as a sector. Make no mistake, it takes a lot of energy to treat and provide these critical services. Additionally, if we are truly out to set achieving SDG 6, and I loved having Sylvia present here today on some of the WASH work that UNICEF does, we should expect that energy required using today's technology and methods will expand that greenhouse gas emissions further. So on the surface, we have a dilemma. On one hand, we absolutely must expand drinking water and sanitation services to the billions of people who do not have reliable and safe access today. But on the other hand, using many of today's technology, exists energy required to expand these services and move and treat water in a changing climate environment will only increase the energy required and associated greenhouse gas emissions of our sector. And perhaps many of you have been to water or wastewater treatment plants before. I truly love visiting wastewater treatment plants. It's visiting one in college is why I chose this career path. But whether you're in California, you're in China, Paris, or Glasgow, these plants probably look quite similar to each other. And if you go back through the previous decades, they probably look quite similar as they do today. And that's for good reason. It's a sector that wants to be consistent and reliable and provide services for the communities in which they serve. But the good news, which I'm here to share today, is that we don't need to wait to get started. So much of the technology required exists today and is ready to go. So I like to think of two areas that immediate improvement in which we can do right now, and that is to commit and to cut. So the first step is always the hardest, but making a commitment is so important. And as a sector, we must together take this first step to committing to ourselves, each other, and the communities we serve, that the water sector is going to zero. And it only works if every single one of us, the utilities, technology providers like ourselves, and other partners in the sector, to set ambitious targets of net zero commitments. And then immediately, starting today, we can make the first steps in reducing the overall energy required to treat and move water. This is primed and ready to go. To give you a stat from an upcoming white paper from Xylem, almost 50% of wastewater sector electricity emissions can be readily abated with existing technologies. And they can do that 50% cut with approximately 95% of the impact achievable at zero or negative cost. 95% of those actions can either keep you the same or save you money. This potential volume of negative cost abatement is approximately 44 metric tons of CO2 equivalent annually. The energy efficiency opportunities can unlock substantial abatement under current market conditions using available technology that exists today. Simple changes to things like pumping systems, adaptive mixers, variable speed drives, and real-time decision support. Additionally, for the water utilities, remote asset management and technology like advanced meter infrastructure means utilities can monitor individual water meters remotely. No longer do you need to drive every single block through town to read a meter. These changes are holding manufacturers like ourselves as Xylem to task to make these improvements quickly, efficiently, and brought to market. And as we look to the future, I think there's three areas in which we all can focus on. The first is to decentralize. It's time for us to look at options for decentralized services as a complement to today's technology. I love the examples from Sylvia. Again, I think those were fantastic ways to address and serve rural and remote populations underserved today. We need to rethink today's technology to do so. And there are many startups out there trying out new decentralized technologies that can help with the energy requirements and reduced footprint, complementing today's existing infrastructure. Second, digest. Wastewater treatment plants are fantastic tools in themselves. We have ready to go, take home, put in the oven, pizzas that we can put in of renewable power plants. How amazing is that? We have more often will cover the energy requirements to run the plant and surrounding operations using the energy produced by the treatment processes. In many cases, this can be sold back to the grid. And utilities are doing that today, such as East Bay Mud in California. For them, this is old news, as they produce more energy than they need, selling back to their local utility. Complementing this with other renewable sources, treatment facilities could be a nice complement to load balancing and a major challenge as we move forward in a renewable grid. And finally, go digital. Every other aspect of our life has been made more efficient by digital capabilities. I can find out just about everything I need to know and do right here on my cell phone. And when you have better data, you make better decisions. And it's time for us to make that data visible for utility operators, as well as the public. And these advances can make existing infrastructure more efficient, require less capital investment, and provide real-time solutions to everyday challenges like mitigating the energy use and greenhouse gases. That technology is ready to go today. But the best news, and my favorite part of being in the water sector, is that we are close. We're a family. We're cheering each other on, no matter what role you play. And each of us don't have to go it alone in our race to zero. And as we have brave and inspiring utility partners out there to look up to, shining the light ahead for all of us, thanks to the work with our friends over at GWI, Global Water Intelligence, we know that at least 65 major utilities have made net zero commitments, which accounts for a served population of approximately 185 million. GWI has graciously posted this living list on their website, and I highly encourage you to check it out. It'll give you a flavor that these commitments are not isolated to specific geographic regions. Although I will highlight Water UK is making considerable strides in leadership today. But utilities include those like Aguas Andinas in Chile, Sydney Water in Australia, the PUB in Singapore, Metro Water District in Los Angeles. It spans the globe. All over the world, this sector, including utilities and other industrial users of water, are joining the race to zero. It's not easy, but you don't need to go it alone. And if you're out there waiting for someone else to go first, wait no longer. It's your time now. Follow the footsteps of some of these fantastic utilities. Water is here to be in the climate conversation, and water is not waiting for others to make these goals for us. We as a sector and the utilities in which many of us serve all over the world are taking this upon themselves to stand up and take action. So please join us. You have an entire community waiting to support you. We're all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. And we should definitely give credit to the utilities that already have made a net zero commitment. And of course, we would like also to call on others, both corporation and utilities, to follow after to make their own commitments. Now we are soon coming to a panel, but before that we have some more videos. But even before that, it's a great pleasure for me now to invite John Lane, who is chair of the Scientific Program Committee at CV World Water Week, and James Dalton, who is the Global Water from the Global Water Program at IUCN, to tell us about the Water Initiative for Net Zero. So I guess we start with John Lane. You have the video, I think, so I hope it works. Over to John. we give it another try. You can read the subtitles, but of course we would like to hear the voice of John Lane also. But let's start it all over again. This is live screening, always challenges, but we will make it.
Hi, Torgi. I'm not sure if you hear me. I will try from this side instead. Give me a second.
Humankind's million-year journey on this precious, fragile planet is severely threatened by the biggest problem that we have ever faced: global heating. This is a problem that we ourselves have caused. Humans are destroying our only home by pumping vast quantities of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and cooking the planet. This problem of global heating is so huge and so urgent that everybody in all walks of life must help to solve it. I'm John Lane, and I work in water. In recent months, while listening to the debate on climate change, I've noticed that government and business leaders talk about preventing climate change by reducing emissions, whereas many water people talk more about adapting to the climate change rather than preventing it. But I thought, surely we must be doing good work on water that can reduce emissions. So I spoke to a number of people working in water and mitigation, and they said, yes, we do, but we're not doing well enough at communicating our messages to the political and public arena. So we have formed WINS, the Water Initiative for Net Zero, to do that. WINS is uniting as many as possible of the organisations and voices working in water to bring their experiences and their insights to help governments and industries to achieve net zero through water solutions. Here's how it works. We're not putting our hand out to ask for more money or to plead that our sector is somehow special. We're offering water as a tool for others to achieve their aims. We're communicating messages from water professionals and scientists into the political and media world. All of our messages are positive and helpful and based on good science. We've drafted a list of the 6 main water-related activities that can reduce global heating. They are reducing greenhouse gas emissions from rice paddies, increasing carbon storage and reducing methane emissions from wetlands and peatlands, reducing methane emissions from human excreta, reducing CO2 emissions from power generation, reducing the energy consumption and the greenhouse gas emissions from water services and water supply, and reducing the power consumption and greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture. My colleague James Dalton will be mentioning more about all these in a minute. WINS is a global movement. It's a channel for everybody to communicate these positive messages about the role of water in reducing emissions. But we're not starting a new organisation to do the communicating. That's for everybody to do. WINS is not an organisation. It has no formalities, no staff, no money. I see it as a song sheet from which everybody can be singing the same songs. Right now, we're hoping to attract as many people as possible to join us. Together, we will communicate our positive messages to the decision makers, either directly or through the amplification of the media. But the messages are not the end point of our work. That end point will only be achieved when the messages lead to decisions and actions that really do reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This will take some years. We're excited to be launching WINS here at COP26, and we hope that WINS will contribute to the historic efforts of the whole of humankind to prevent global heating. Thank you.
James Dalton.
And now James Dalton should be on the screen in a second.
Thank you.
Sanities.
Can you see me?
I cannot see you.
Great, excellent.
Good, go ahead.
Excellent, thank you very much. Thanks to John for the video introducing WINS, and thank you to everyone online and in person who is joining this launch event for WINS. I'd like to end this part of the session with a few messages really targeted to three main groups of people. One, messages to colleagues who work in water with us. Please join us and lend your voice to this growing movement for the Water Initiative for Net Zero. Please send us your latest work and scientific findings and knowledge on how water can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And please use our set of key messages in your own communications. Any organization, network, or individual can join this movement. WINS offers a politically compelling umbrella and an advocacy brand that we want to grow using a coherent set of clear messages that you can use, that anyone can use, but backed by robust evidence from respected scientific sources. WINS works basically on these three main stages through using and identifying good science, through summarizing that into clear key messages, and then communicating them to politicians, to media, to decision makers, to investors as to what can be done and what should be done. And you're welcome as a water colleague to help us with any of those stages. The second group of people is to the media. Please help us to grow and promulgate positive, helpful messages about the contribution that water management and water can make to reducing emissions. There are lots of people clamoring for the attention of decision makers. So we need the help of media and communication experts to project our voices to them and our development of the work in water into the broader context of climate change mitigation work. Thirdly, our message to political, business, and financial leaders and decision makers is that water management is a tool to help you to achieve your targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to help prevent global heating. Please make use of the science that's available, the knowledge and the experience within the water community of practice at large to unlock the benefits of water solutions for net zero emissions. John already mentioned briefly some 6 key areas that we've identified over the course of developing WINS that would actually have the greatest impact on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Reducing emissions from rice paddies is a key activity that needs to be considered and better understood within broader agricultural frameworks. Increasing carbon capture and reducing methane emissions from wetlands and peatlands is critical. We heard this in the keynote speech earlier on. Wetlands and especially peatlands remove and capture even more carbon from the atmosphere than forests do, but they can also emit methane if they are not well managed, if they are degraded, if they are drained, or if they are flooded. So better water and soil management is key to harness the power of our best allies in reducing emissions are natural systems. We must also look to reduce emissions from human waste, something that John mentioned earlier on, has been mentioned also by others, including Austin from Xylem. We must also work to reduce CO2 emissions from power generation, and we must use our existing global hydropower fleet far more strategically to allow renewable energies such as solar and wind into the energy grid, rather than developing more and more hydropower opportunities. We must look at what we've got first and use that far better than we are doing. We must work to reduce emissions from water supply. Xylem again mentioned this. Water is heavy, water is bulky, it takes a lot of energy to clean it. The cleaner we have our freshwater systems, and the easier that we recapture energy in moving water around the planet, the better we can reduce the emissions from those systems. And finally, reducing energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions involved in agriculture. Adopting smart management of water for agriculture can reduce energy needs, increase the carbon storage in soils, improve water retention, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Looking to new tools in the right place at the right time, such as solar-powered irrigation. These can work alongside reforestation, agroforestry, and other activities that can improve soil conditions and increase the carbon storage on degraded lands. While not all of these actions can apply everywhere, every action at every scale, from local to global, contributes to net zero efforts and to the Sustainable Development Goals more broadly. Let's look for both the big wins and the small wins in all aspects of our work. In conclusion, the founding members of WINS are a wide range of institutions and individuals associated with water, and we're all acting on a voluntary basis. But we've formed WINS because we want our grandchildren to live happy, safe, healthy lives, and we want the same for everybody else's grandchildren too. WINS is a global public good with no national, political, or religious affiliation, and exists for all the people in the world and your descendants. We welcome you and offer you collaboration and solidarity and a sense of purpose and hope in the work that we're trying to achieve. If we can prevent global heating, then people themselves, other species, and the planet will have a more viable future. We all have a stake in this future, and we all have a role in achieving it. So finally, please seize the moment, join the movement, and let us achieve more together. More information about WINS can be found on the website and by emailing the email address that you see on your screen. But this is a call to action, but it's our action. Let's not expect others to reform without us reforming first, understanding and learning the lessons collaboratively with others and sharing that experience on to ensure that we try and achieve more as a global community of practice and integrate water into global mitigation success. Thank you very much. Back to you, Tony.
Initiative for net zero, a winning concept, I will claim. Now, it's a great pleasure for me once again to welcome back on stage Silvia Gayat, who will introduce some new video recordings from around the world. Please, Silvia.
Thanks a lot again. And as we showed before, the water and sanitation sector can greatly contribute to reduce the carbon emissions through the water supply. But now we are going to showcase how we can also reduce carbon emissions and methane through wastewater and sanitation systems, because they indeed contribute to have an impact in the sense that they need a lot of energy and a lot of intensity in this energy for the water treatment and for the distribution systems. And therefore is a sector that contributes to the emissions. So we are going to have some examples to showcase how this can be reversed. According to the environmental agency here in the UK, the water sector contributes to as much as 5.5% of greenhouse gas emissions, and this percentage is likely to be higher in developing countries because the efficiency of the systems is not the same. So for that, they do energy audits of utilities because they are very good instruments to identify inefficiencies and invest in technologies that reduce the carbon footprint. So one of those technologies is the recovery of methane generated by human faces to produce biogas. So in the following two examples, we will see two applications of biogas, and I think that Austin was making reference a lot about the digesters, so she was a very good introduction for this. And I hope that both Jon and James will like the examples on how this biogas is recovered through the sanitation sector. So the first example comes from Johannesburg wastewater treatment plant in South Africa. And they have been able to reduce their emissions by 15%, but they aim to reduce it up to 50%. Other plants around the world have been able to even go carbon neutral or dramatically reduce their energy bills by just using biogas recovery. So the second example showcases the same technology, biogas, but applied to rural areas in Vietnam. Through a successful national biogas program that benefits almost 1 million people and reduces 1.1 million tons of CO2 equivalent per year. So that program benefits from carbon credits to continue the scale up of these programs, and it contributes to the long-term sustainability. We have picked this great example from SMB because you will see the expansion, the scale of the project, and also the fact that they are, because this project is done at household levels in rural areas, the families are mixing the livestock excreta with human excreta to make the biogas more productive. So thank you very much. Let's put the videos.
This is the unlikely source of South Africa's future energy. This massive sewage pipe runs through northern Johannesburg. Here, at this wastewater treatment plant, that sewage is turned into energy in the form of biogas. Plant engineers say electricity price hikes in South Africa push them to look into generating their own power. This facility produces methane gas that powers about 15% of the plant's electricity needs. Engineers hope to add more facilities to get to 50%. Biogas is fuel created by the fermentation of organic material, like animal and human waste. It's an age-old technology that has come back into fashion. Engineer Peter Lowe says South Africa has about 300 biogas-producing facilities, from home setups to large factories. Those facilities largely use the energy for their own needs.
Biogas it's energy, life energy, and we thought let's use it, let's enhance it, clean it, and put it back into use, so that we can then obviously improve life, the quality of life.
Vietnam Biogas Program. A look back after 17 years. The household's livestock farming model poses a pollution risk to water sources, groundwater, air, land, and agricultural products. The greenhouse effect leads to warming. People's respiratory and digestive health is affected. In 2003, the biogas program for animal husbandry sector in Vietnam was established and implemented by the Department of Livestock Production under the Ministry of Agricultural and Rural Development in partnership with the Netherlands Development Organization SMB. By treating livestock waste, clean and affordable energy is provided to local people, protecting the health of farmers, supporting the local economy, and preserving the environment while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The biogas program in Vietnam has evolved over the last 17 years throughout 3 phases. From piloting, disseminating, and expanding, to market-based development, and the issuance of carbon credits that enable the financial sustainability of the project, the biogas program has installed over 180,000 biogas plants in 53 provinces. A key innovative component of this program has been the issuance and commercialization of carbon credits generated by these biodigesters to ensure the financial sustainability of the project. With 3,072,000 carbon credits issued, creating a turnover of over $7 million.
Đấy, chính vì thế mà việc dự án phát hành cũng như là đăng ký thành công cũng như là thương mại hóa được 3 triệu tín chỉ đến bây giờ, và đến bây giờ thì hơn 3 triệu tín chỉ chúng tôi đã bán gọi là gần như hết, chỉ còn có hơn 100.000 tín chỉ nữa thôi, thì cho thấy rằng chúng tôi đã rất thành công trong cái việc gọi là đăng ký cũng như là thương mại hóa cái tín chỉ carbon và cạnh tranh với lại các cái tổ chức và các cái công ty quốc tế để thu hút được cái nguồn vốn về cho Việt Nam.
The Biogas Program for Animal Husbandry Sector of Vietnam, a program that creates clean and renewable energy, a program that improves the environment, a program that contributes to the health improvement and a safer society.
But what's truly remarkable about this program is all the different benefits that come from it, not just environmental and farm productivity, but sanitation as well. More than 60% of the biogas owners are connecting their toilets to the biogas system. So in that respect, health impacts have been extremely positive and overall just a fantastic benefit to the community.
The application of biogas technology in livestock production contributes to the successful implementation of targeted national programs on new rural areas, following the implementation of Vietnam's NDC commitments and its plan of green growth for the agricultural sector, a bright and new look for Vietnam's countryside.
Thanks a lot, Sylvia and UNICEF, for sharing these valuable contributions from experience and real-time experience, real-life experience, I would claim, from South Africa and Vietnam. Now, coming to the final segment on our session or this event on water mitigation from science to climate action, we have invited some experts from outside the water sector to address issues that we have been discussing now for, well, an hour and 15 minutes about water and mitigation. And I'm soon going to introduce our three partners taking part in this final part of our discussion. And I will pose two questions, one at a go. First one question, and I'll get some responses from the three participants, and then another question before we wrap up. So, the participants are Morgan Richmond from Climate Policy Initiative on climate finance, his specialty. We have on climate finance also Hubert Jennett, Senior Infrastructure Advisors, Green Climate Fund. And from public sector, Paula Kehoe from San Francisco Public Utilities Commission and chair of the US Blue Ribbon Commission. And my first question to all of you, and I give you some 2, maybe 3 minutes, but to respond to is, please comment on the development and develop your thinking around water and mitigation from your point of view and what you heard today. So I start with Paula, please. Your comments on what you have heard and on water mitigation.
Thank you. The San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, we are a municipal public agency, and we provide 3 utility services, water, sanitation, and power. So we provide significant services to our community. And for decades, San Francisco has created and implemented policies and engaging frameworks to reduce emissions citywide. For example, since 1990, the city has achieved a 41% reduction in emissions. And really, that's been primarily driven by our clean electrical grid. We generate hydroelectric power. And we also have improved energy codes and citywide energy efficiency. We are planning and updating our climate action plan. So we are aiming to achieve a net zero greenhouse gas by 2040 citywide. And we're addressing that by looking at racial and social equity, public health, economic recovery, and resiliency. But when it comes to water in particular, obviously many utilities around the world share a similar common theme, unfortunately, is that we face a number of challenges. Aging infrastructure, increasing demands on our systems, droughts and floods and fires, regulatory issues. And certainly from a utility perspective in our water, we've taken a number of actions to assist assist us in those challenges, infrastructure improvements, addressing water loss, automated meters we heard about. We promote and encourage water use efficiency, recycling wastewater for irrigation. We have a comprehensive watershed management activities. But I also want to just mention two quick things. We are also pursuing a long-term vulnerability study that really looks at the potential impacts on our system to deliver water with various climate change. And secondly, and I think very importantly, is that we've adopted a one water approach that really looks at an integrated planning approach with our three utilities, water and power and sanitation. And this approach really enables us to take a systems approach. So I'm going to conclude there and happy to jump back in. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Paula. And next to Hubert Jenner, you are at Green Climate Fund, and your take on this question about water and mitigation from your point of view. Over to you, Hubert.
Thank you very much. I won't introduce the Green Climate Fund. I think you know enough, or you will hear about it enough. And thank you for inviting us to be part of COP26 Water Pavilion presentation today. I think it's a very interesting question because we are all playing catch up with mitigation, which is taking most of climate finance. Emissions in the water sector are typically undercounted because they're mostly part of energy production. And I'd like to remind you that energy represents about 50% of the operating cost of a water utility. And if we look in the literature, the World Energy Outlook report found that the amount of energy used in the water sector will more than double over the next 25 years. So there is a lot of mitigation gain to be done. In terms of portfolio, GCF has 19 water projects, is about 10% of our project, and 86% of the money go to adaptation. And the balance going to cross-cutting project, which basically comfort the dominance of adaptation in the water sector. And I like to remember a phrase coined by the World Bank, saying that water is to adaptation what energy is to mitigation. So we have a traditional focus on building people resilience to climate change by climate-proofing water infrastructure, and that's the job. Now, most NDC include water security in their measures. So we have some imbalance in our water portfolio. We are working on it. And with the assistance of accredited entity that develop a project and national designated agency that develop country program, we're trying to address this, because another issue we have is all the water projects are grant funded and there is no private sector funding. So that's something we are a bit concerned. We're publishing a series of sector guides. Some are already published, and water security will be released for comments next week, public comment. And we're addressing both adaptation and mitigation in two paradigm shifting pathways. The first one, which is mostly mitigation, is on water conservation, and the second one, mostly on adaptation, is preservation of water. So basically the path toward responsible and sustainable water management lies through a combination of saving water through water conservation, water efficiency, better water management, and water reuse and recycling. Also educating the public and policymaker. We don't have the solution. We need the country and the accredited entity to volunteer some project, and also allocating scarce water, freshwater resource through proper regulation. So in conclusion, water efficiency leads to improve water management and expected to increase mitigation benefits by maximizing the use of digital tools that are readily available. The cost of sensor has dropped, and we can generate a large number of data, and the increased computer power for data processing and machine learning, which is another word for artificial intelligence. We follow the principle of climate smart utilities developed by the International Water Association, and as the largest user, climate smart agriculture is a very important field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hubert. And the same question over to Morgan Richmond from Climate Policy Initiative. Good. Thanks.
Thank you.
So at Climate Policy Initiative, we seek to support governments, businesses, and financial institutions in mobilizing effective finance towards climate solutions. To that end, and echoing others, I'll first note a number of key barriers we observe in mobilizing finance to projects in the water sector that can reduce emissions and be resilient to climate risks. Those barriers include a lack of transparent and bankable pipelines of projects in the water sector, especially of projects that have rigorously assessed emissions impact and underlying climate risks. Second, water sector project returns often don't compensate investors in developing countries, especially for the additional risk associated with challenging regulatory and policy environments. And then third, there's significant complexity of project due diligence, not surprising, I think, to those in this session, such that many private sector actors, including institutional investors, often avoid financing water and wastewater projects due to cost recovery challenges and the complexity of technical due diligence. So with that in mind, and though those obstacles are significant, the evolution and growth of strategies and activities within the water sector to reduce emissions, targeting especially high potential measures, this has been discussed in this session, provide a real opportunity to build project pipelines that are robust and can provide better project returns for investors. I'll echo others' comments on key steps to mainstream climate considerations, both mitigation and adaptation, into project design of water sector projects, briefly in 3 ways. First, project implementers should ensure that they have sufficient technical capacity to rigorously assess the emissions impacts of projects across the life cycle of the project and to manage any increases in the energy demand associated with new water infrastructure. Second, I know this has been highlighted by several folks on in the session, during project selection, pipelines should be mapped against the list of priority adaptation and mitigation action in NDCs of the country where implementation is occurring to ensure alignment that can leverage advancement in country-level planning in the water sector that's increasingly reflected in NDCs, as been highlighted by previous speakers. And then finally, across municipal, subnational, and national levels of policymaking, implementers should ensure that emissions plans and goals capture emissions risks and opportunities in the water sector, encourage inclusion, especially as again has been highlighted by many others, of nature-based solutions within efforts to reduce emissions in the water sector. I'll leave it there and thank you.
Thank you. And now my final and second question to the panelists, and I would ask you, given what you've heard and discussed in this session on water mitigation from science to action, what will be your take and the next step to mitigate climate change? If you would mention something, one thing. And I start with the same order as before. Paula, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. The concept about the 50-liter coalition is really an intriguing concept. Certainly provides us the opportunity to further transform water management. San Francisco has been a long supporter of water conservation and water use efficiency. Our residential per capita is 159 liters per person per day. But we recognize that water use efficiency, reducing the use of our resources, is the best management strategy that we can take. And also the opportunity to recycle water and reuse water, the right water for the right use. So we look forward to learning more about the 50-liter coalition and participating in the success of that project and understand the application that it may apply here in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Paula. And over to Green Climate Fund and Hubert Jenny. Your take.
Thank you very much. So basically, we start engaging on the back of our water security sector guide with recipient country to develop projects that support this paradigm shift in water security in general and water conservation pathway in particular. So as mentioned by my colleague before, demand management is one of the most cost-effective approach to manage water conservation. In irrigation, the largest consumer, but also industry and municipal water in cities. So we'll be looking, for example, in cities at national non-revenue water program that combine energy and water savings so that we can generate mitigation benefits and contribute to water security. And water reuse is being considered as a new asset class. The second thing is we're looking into decentralized water and wastewater management around circular economy model so that we can reduce transportation and therefore pumping costs of water and wastewater. And climate resilient wash program will be developed along those lines. Last but not least, resource recovery especially the sludge from the wastewater process to generate biogas. So to conclude, we are working now on a study on climate resilient infrastructure, and we're looking into the greenhouse gas emission from the supply chain. For example, manufacturing concrete and steel to be managed through a future green procurement process to be in place, so that we can give a very good competitive advantage to blue and green infrastructure and ecosystem-based approach over gray traditional infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hubert. And Morgan, you have the final minute on this panel before we do the closing remarks. Over to you, Morgan.
Great, thank you. So in terms of climate policy initiatives, next steps, one element of our work is as Secretariat of the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance, which is a public-private partnership that accelerates well-designed financial instruments targeting climate solutions while also reducing private investors' risks and improving their financial returns. And over 7 cycles over which the lab has operated, instruments endorsed by the lab, including a number targeting climate solutions in the water sector, have mobilized more than $2.5 billion US. The lab, as I mentioned, operates on an annual cycle, and the call for ideas for this year's lab cycle is currently open. So those with ideas for climate finance instruments can apply through December 22nd, and selected ideas will receive guidance and support from high-level leaders from both the public and private sectors over the course of the annual cycle. So just note that in the context of this discussion, we would welcome application of financial instruments targeting climate outcomes in the water sector to apply. And if of interest, more information on the lab and the call for ideas is available at climatefinancelab.org. So thank you.
Thank you. And now, going into the closing remarks, my stopwatch is now 3:31 here in Glasgow, so we are running into overtime. But don't despair, because those of us who follow Premier League games know that overtime you must have the most decisive goals being scored. So stay on for 5 minutes and you will get the outcome of this full session. And the outcome will also be elaborated by Mike Enskat, who is head of section for energy, water and mobility in the Department for Sectoral and Global Programs at Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very happy to speak some of the closing words, and I hope that I can match your expectations in terms of the Premier League quality of that. But thank you all participants for your valuable contributions. It's a really great to hear all your perspectives. A couple of months ago, GIZ jointly with the Potsdam Institute and Delphi has published a comprehensive study which was entitled Stop Floating, Start Swimming, which looked at the interrelationships between climate change and water. And it's so great to see many of the themes also from that study reappearing here. So I'm really delighted to close this session by shining the spotlight on once again on the potential of water for climate change mitigation. At COP25, it was said that water is for adaptation, what energy is for mitigation. Since then, increasing floods, droughts, and extreme weather events have made the importance of water for climate resilience of communities and ecosystems even more clear. But still, the pivotal role of water for mitigation is often underestimated, and I think we have heard that also in the course of this session. Adaptation and mitigation are complementary strategies in our view. Successful adaptation is only possible by transforming towards a low-emission lifestyle and low-emission economies in line with the Paris Agreement. And mitigation cannot be done without water. First of all, most mitigation measures needed to reach climate neutrality are impacted by water. Water is essential for energy generation, whether in hydropower or as cooling water for power plants. This means we need to think about water holistically. Water must be mainstreamed in all climate mitigation planning processes like energy and agriculture. Second, sustainable water management and healthy freshwaters ecosystems hold large, untapped greenhouse gas mitigation potential. Just to name a few examples, as we have seen in the video, contributions from around the world by UNICEF, improving the energy efficiency of water and sanitation utilities and using renewable energy where possible can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Here, the water sector has to do its homework in identifying mitigation potential in its own energy consumption. GIZ, as an example, supports the development of an energy performance and carbon emission assessment and monitoring tool, which is called ECAM. It allows water and wastewater utilities to quantify and evaluate their greenhouse gas emissions at a system-wide level. This helps them identify opportunities to reduce their energy consumption and thereby the emissions. Beyond technical solutions, we should, though, also harness the power of nature. Restoring and protecting the natural functioning of freshwater ecosystems like wetlands holds large mitigation potentials, as we have also heard in some of the presentations today. In regard to mitigation, peatlands, for example, are powerful carbon sinks. We heard about that, which can store twice as much carbon as the world's forest. In addition, such nature-based solutions can also provide adaptation co-benefits by protecting against flooding, landslides, and droughts. And they also deliver a range of ecosystem co-benefits by safeguarding biodiversity in our freshwater ecosystems. This means we should double down on our efforts to harness the power of freshwater ecosystems and do this alongside more technical approaches. So in a nutshell, yes, water is for adaptation, what energy is for mitigation, but mitigation cannot be done without water, and water has its own strong mitigation potential. Overall, dire consequences of climate change on communities and ecosystems are abundantly clear. We need to act now with joint efforts in all sectors to take decisive action and accelerate our mitigation efforts. This session today has underscored the important contribution which water can make to mitigate climate change. Without water, climate change cannot be done. Only then we can deliver on the promise of this pavilion, water for climate. Thank you all for this fruitful session and for your great contributions.
And thanks a lot, Mike, to summarize what we have been discussing for 90 plus minutes in 4 minutes. Well done. Now it's 3:36 UTC or GMT, whatever abbreviation for time zones you are most adhered to. Stay tuned, because at 4 p.m. here in Glasgow there will be another session, and this is just day one of the Water Pavilion. We will be here for the full 2 weeks. So if you haven't done it before, you can go into www.waterforclimate.net and see you for next session or the other days here at COP. Thank you for attending this session.
In the Demak district of North Java, Indonesia, the coastline is severely eroding. Mangroves that once protected the shore have been cut down and replaced by aquaculture ponds. Simultaneously, land subsidence is increasing due to groundwater extraction for domestic and industrial uses. This combination of factors has left the coastline and communities exposed to the daily tides and extreme weather events, occurring more frequently due to climate change.
Orang tua kami telah mengingatkan bahwa kami harus melindungi hutan mangrove dan tidak menebanginya untuk dijadikan tambak. Sekarang dengan hilangnya sebagian besar mangrove, laut telah menyapu tanggul-tanggul tambak kami hingga masuk ke daratan sekitar 1 mil. Dan desa telah kehilangan 25 baris tambaknya.
In efforts to minimize tidal impacts, concrete sea walls were built, but these blocked the sediment transport inland and eventually collapsed in the soft mud. Efforts to plant mangroves also failed because the water had become too deep. A new approach was needed to restore coastal safety and revitalize the local economy. Local communities, scientists, governments and NGOs in North Java have designed temporary permeable wooden structures, trapping sediment and allowing mangroves to naturally recover. These structures are placed alongside sustainable aquaculture, boosting the local economy and increasing resilience. 5 years on, the project has been implemented along 20 kilometres of the coastline, and the Indonesian Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries has replicated the approach across 13 districts. Locally, land loss has been reduced, household incomes have tripled, and communities are actively taking actions to address coastal erosion. But to ensure long-term success, institutional changes are needed to provide alternative water supplies so groundwater can be protected and land subsidence prevented, in line with the mangrove restoration. On top of that, other pressing development objectives, including public participation, livelihood promotion and poverty reduction, are essential. Building with nature can help protect the coastlines and communities around the world. To achieve this, a supportive policy framework for building with nature is needed, along with capacity building in the public and private sector. To maximise impact, constitutional changes are needed to provide alternative water supplies so groundwater can be protected and land subsidence prevented.
Hello everybody, and thank you for tuning in to this UNGA side event on climate adaptation, which is an initiative of the Dutch government together with the Global Centre
Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. If not, I suggest that you grab some, for those of you who are in person, grab some headphones from the back so that you are better able to hear. So we have a packed schedule for this event today, so we're going to go ahead and get started right on time. I want to welcome everyone who are both joining us physically here in the Pavilion as well as online. If you haven't joined any Water Pavilion events yet this day, let me be the first one to welcome you to the opening day of the first ever Water and Climate Pavilion at a COP. It's really exciting to actually be here in person, and I can say on a personal level, it's really nice to see a bunch of you physically, not, in your computer squares. So that's very exciting. Although we now have this reverse Zoom because I can see everyone's bodies, but not their faces because of the masks. So anyways, without further ado, I think we should be getting the agenda pulled up here in a second. But if I didn't introduce myself first, my name is Ingrid Timbo. I'm the Policy Director at the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this event where we are going to be focusing on a very new, exciting project called the Water Tracker for National Climate Planning. I'm welcoming you on behalf of the number of organizations that are involved with this project, including the Global Water Partnership, GWP, Sanitation and Water for All, SWA, and UNICEF. And we receive support for this project from UK Aid and also from the Dutch government. So welcome everyone to this event. I'm really excited. We have a lot of really great speakers today who are going to talk about the work that the Water Tracker is already doing. It's very exciting because we launched the Water Tracker back in May of this year at the Petersburg Climate Dialogue. And I'm happy to say that we are already working with a number of countries to implement the tracker. We're going to hear from those countries today, and also from some of the other countries involved with the Adaptation Action Coalition, or AAC, which this project is a part of. So I think we've got the agenda up. So I'm not going to go through it myself. We're just going to go ahead and get started. First up, we have Mr. Vijay Rangarajan, the Director General of America and Overseas Territories for the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office of the UK government. Director General, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you all very much for coming. I hope you can hear me. So that's my title. I actually do global health and climate change, and those are the areas I do, which is why I'm here. There are a few things I just want to say at the beginning to just frame the debate really as we go. First of all, thank you, Ingrid. Thank you to all our partners at AGWA for organizing this, and it was great to see lots of friends and old friends like Henk Ovink, who's going to speak immediately after me on this issue. I mean, the importance of the issue shows a bit why we're doing this on day one of COP. Water is absolutely crucial. It has been even more crucial, and I think the importance is obvious when you look at what we're living through in a global pandemic at the moment. The investments that we're putting in to better water, to sanitation, to health, the whole WASH agenda, the infrastructure that is then needed, all of this is based around water. And that's just at the moment. We all know that water supply and water in general are so threatened and so changed by climate change. We are going to see everything from floods, and I won't go into them, you all know that better than I do, to droughts, to great changes in water, in a way that is profoundly unfair and very destabilizing. And not just the health issues and the people issues, but our entire agricultural systems, food systems as a whole, sustainable agriculture. And then finally, water is one of the absolutely key issues around adaptation as a whole. In this COP, and as COP presidency, we're putting several themes much higher on the agenda than even in previous COPs. One of those is adaptation, and you probably heard in the opening session how important adaptation is and how crucial it is now that we know that the world is going to warm. Whatever we do, we are going to have significant warming. We have to adapt to that. And I think listening to Prime Minister Mia Mottley really gave a very clear idea of why that was so crucial. The second thing is we know that water use is going to get even more difficult. We are using water, the rate of increase is something like twice the rate of population growth. So this is not an issue that gets easier as we get more efficient, as it does in other issues like energy use. It is profoundly harder. The second big issue, which we're trying to really elevate in importance at this COP, is nature and nature-based solutions. There's a whole day coming. We will see some remarkable things and some really quite major commitments by governments. But I just want to make the link here, which is nature is an absolutely core part of, and nature-based solutions, a core part of handling this challenge that we face on water. And we'll come back to that, I'm sure, more later in this event. I was always very struck. I've just come back from working in Brazil for several years. The protection of springs there, where rivers flow, has been absolutely crucial to much of what they have done in terms of water. In the UK, tree planting to stop flooding has been absolutely crucial, and our Environment Agency is doing a huge amount there. We have come late to this party, and many others have done much more. So I think, and this is really my absolutely key point for today, learning from each other, and the UK by no means being great at this. We are all learning how we do this better. Around you in this amazingly beautiful parts of Scotland, you will see some remarkable degraded land, deeply susceptible to flooding. You've probably experienced some flooding in the last couple of days, because I certainly have. And that is really exactly the consequence of some of the choices we have made over the last 100 years, which we now have to reverse when it comes to reforestation. So the links I really wanted to make, just as framing this, are absolute centrality of water, core to the adaptation agenda, absolute importance of nature-based and nature-based solutions in the way we tackle it. And just to echo one of my ministers, Zach Goldsmith, we need to rebalance the scales so natural options are considered equally alongside traditional infrastructure. Now, how do we do all of that? I've said sharing best practice is important. This is where the Adaptation Action Coalition, what it has at its absolute core. How do we share that best practice? And exactly as Ingrid said, the water tracker is absolutely at the core of that. How do we actually know what is doing, convening the right people together, focusing on the water tracker? I won't go into more on that because you're going to talk more on that later, Ingrid. We would like many more countries to join that and join the Adaptation Action Coalition. So if you know of countries who are thinking about it, please tell me, and we will go and pressure them as much as we can and explain why this is such a good thing to do. I hope this COP, as I said, becomes a big springboard for adaptation and for this at the absolute center of it. And finally, I just want to mention another event that you may be interested in. On Friday, the UK is launching the Glasgow Fair Water Footprint Declaration. And that's a partnership of governments, business and civil society to tackle the water crisis together. And it's really aimed at consumers and their global environmental footprint. My own personal view, to end this, is mitigation has been made retail. We all talk in terms of our own carbon footprint. Net zero. People know what it means for them. I think our challenge now on adaptation is making it really retail for people. So in their own personal decisions, their own businesses, when they re-roof their house or they buy a new set of gutters, they know what is coming for them on a 20, 30 year time scale, and you'll see a lot of data flowing around that, and they take those decisions. And that, I think, is our next challenge springing out of this COP. That's plenty for me, but thank you so much, Ingrid, and our partners in Agua for organizing this.
Thank you so much to Director Rangarajan for being here today and letting us know the press is on. The pressure is on for countries to take adaptation as seriously as they do mitigation, and that is something that we all know is incredibly important. So, as he mentioned, if you want more information about the AAC, you can speak to him, or you can also go to the Water Tracker website, which will be up at some point. So, Next up, so as we know, this is a fully hybrid conference. So we have lots of you here today, which is fabulous. But we also have a lot of speakers who are joining us remotely. And so next up, we have Mr. Henk Ovink, who is well known to most of us, but he is the Special Envoy for International Water Affairs with the government of the Netherlands to give some messages from the Dutch government. So Henk, there you are. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Ingrid. But also thanks, Vijay, for your inspiring call to other countries to join the Water Tracker. It's great to see you. I'm almost on the train towards Glasgow. It's going to take me some days, actually, because there's more, but I'll be there as of Thursday night. Thanks to the audience for joining us today at a special place, the first water pavilion ever at a COP. Opened its doors, well, not literally doors, but we are there to welcome the worldwide climate community. And this is what we need, making the match between water and climate. Talk and exchange ideas, and more important, accelerate and scale up on water and climate action. And of course, with that, a big thanks to AGWA, the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation, Global Water Partnerships, Sanitation and Water for All, and UNICEF, the partners that host this event on the Water Tracker. The Water Tracker is designed as a guide to enhance the role of water in national climate planning. So important. Mentioned in your remarks, Vijay, key to this program is the integrated approach, working cross-sectoral with intertwining governance structures. In the Water Tracker, connections are made. And this is what it's all about. We're not only bringing knowledge and experience together, we're combining adaptation actions, concrete actions, because we need to see impact on the ground, scaled up. For at this point, and Vijay already underlined what is at stake, that is what we need. Moreover, this is what we owe to future generations and the planet. Manageable solutions, innovations, and opportunities for future generations that we can replicate and scale across the world. Therefore, the Netherlands is delighted to announce that we will support the Water Tracker. And as part of the water work stream of the Adaptation Action Coalition, the Water Tracker will enable us to be a driving force to improve water resiliency and national planning towards a sustainable future, a resilient future, a climate equitable future, but also as a stepping stone towards the UN 2023 Water Conference. At this moment, 3 countries have joined the Water Tracker, and another 6 are interested. This is what magic is about. It will lead us in 6 steps to 192 countries. So it's only the beginning. We call out the Netherlands, the UK, and others to more countries, so that next year at COP27, we hope to announce that about 24 or 48 or 96 have engaged the Water Tracker. So we go from 3 to 6 and beyond. As the need is high, so are the ambitions. Therefore, we aim that in March 2023, at the UN 2023 Water Conference, the Water Tracker will be a robust and useful tool which countries can use to self-assess water resiliency in their climate plans. And by then, we hope to have well over 100 countries participating. How will we do this? For example, through all our programs and partnerships we already have. We have a Partners for Water program, working together in countries in Latin America, Asia, and Africa, increasing water security and water safety, especially dedicated to deltas and river basin level to protect supply chains, providing food, water, and energy. Our Water Tracker activities in Egypt and Indonesia, scaling up Water Tracker to countries like Colombia and Vietnam. In all these countries, we're working on coastal resiliency, water governance, and activities with communities on creating water solutions in agriculture, cities, and beyond. We are working cross-sectoral, inclusive, at the local level to offer an amazing opportunity to explore further steps. We try to be a front runner, but that is always tough. But at least in the way we forge coalitions and build partnership, together be front runners towards stepping stones like the UN 2023 Water Conference. We want to take real action on the ground, because only together with local partners, government, businesses and academia, NGOs and communities, can we make countries adapt better, with water as the great enabler, with water as the springboard for that sustainable climate action. And we have to use our national adaptation plans for funding policies and practices, replicating and scaling up solutions that matter. Creating perspectives for future generations, it's important. In line with the water tracker, the Netherlands will also support the CAST, the Adaptation Academy. Through the academy, professionals from developing countries can train their skills on, for example, technical capacity and coordination. Help them improve the national adaptation plans in their country. From plans to projects, projects to programs, programs to pipelines, impacting with this rippling effect. As we call upon you, young generation, to join my generation, we can prevent national adaptation plans that don't take into consideration water uncertainty, like floods as a consequence of heavy rainfall and droughts, which causes damaged crops and a GDP loss over years to come. So let's start here, right now, at this COP, working in partnership towards the next COP in 27, the next COP27 in Egypt, with the UN 2023 Water Conference as inside. Join us, for now is the time to act. We can and we must. Through water we can prepare. We have to do this together, scaling up action by scaling up this water tracker coalition in 6 steps to 192 countries. Best of success, lots of inspiration, forging partnerships, and look forward to see you in Glasgow end of this week. And thanks, and back to you, Ingrid.
Thank you so much, Henk, for those words. Always glad to have you, and we're really looking forward to seeing him later this week. And he also mentioned another project called the Adaptation Academy. If you would like to learn more about that, it's an initiative of the UNFCCC, my organization and others. There will be an event on Monday, the 8th of November in the afternoon, right back here in the Water Pavilion. You can learn all about that. Because we are, as he said, we are all about action, right? And so we have heard the call that we need to act now. We don't need to act in 10, 20, 30 years. What are we doing now? And the Water Tracker and Adaptation Academy are good examples of work that we are doing right now today. So next up, we are going to hear from another virtual speaker. We have Mr. Michael Krake, the Acting Director General of Global Health, Private Sector, Trade and Rural Development at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this event and add some remarks to what Vijay and Henk just said. Let me start by stressing the point that the role of water is key for the NDCs and the NAPs. You know, nationally determined contributions, NDCs, and national adaptation plans, NAPs, this all sounds terribly technocratic, but these two things are the most powerful tools that we have to really generate climate action and to contribute to our climate goals. So Henk and Vijay already elaborated on the critical role water is playing as a critical resource for life on Earth, and it has obviously a very important role also in national climate planning. However, if we're honest, even though water is implicitly embedded in nearly all climate change plans and activities, the question remains as to whether the priority in the NDCs has been actually matched during implementation so far. You know, theoretically, we always know the Earth's ecosystem depends on water. Water is cross-sectoral, tied to economic prosperity and development. But sometimes I think it's fair to say that we have the feeling that this gets forgotten once we get into the actual planning processes. So we must highlight again that water management is critical for adapting to and mitigating climate change. Neglecting the integration of water throughout the formal processes of the Paris Agreement puts many of the actions and targets described within the NDCs at significant risk of failure. So therefore, we need to water the climate agenda, I would say. Water-aware climate policies can strengthen climate change mitigation and adaptation goals. We need water projects to be part of increasing climate ambitions as well. So the answer on how to enable tangible climate action by strengthening water into national planning processes has brought us here together. And I think the water tracker is an excellent example for this. And Germany is committed to enabling climate action related to water. As BMZ, we have pledged a total of 4.44 billion euros of international climate finance in the year 2020. And water is our second biggest adaptation sector. So it's roughly 18% of our bilateral adaptation finance that goes into the water sector. In our work, we focus on achieving water security and climate resilience through integrated water management approaches. So we see the Adaptation Action Coalition and the water tracker in particular as a kind of continuation of these efforts. I would call them, these two, they are bridges over the troubled waters that we're into with the climate crisis that we're facing. And Germany is a proud member of the Adaptation Action Coalition. Other members are here, and I hope we also have some future members in this event here. And so we see that this Adaptation Action Coalition really accelerates global adaptation action for climate resilience by 2030. We especially value its enablement of peer-to-peer learning from each other on a global level for effective climate adaptation. So the water tracker helps countries to water their national climate planning through self-assessment. It ensures meeting their goals as set out in their national climate planning. And for this reason, BMZ supported the water tracker's development by laying part of the scientific foundation of it. So we financed and published the report Watering the NDCs in 2020 for this. So I think it's great to have a water pavilion with the slogan Water for Climate. Let's make sure that this really holds true. So now is the time to really join forces in watering our national climate planning, and together we can deliver on tangible action on climate change adaptation through water. We hope for many more countries to join the water tracker journey. It is said that the most expensive thing you can do when it comes to climate change is do nothing. So please invest also in attractive tools like the water tracker, take them on your journey. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be here, and I'm looking forward for inspiration in this session.
Thank you so much, Herr Krake, for being here today and for the work that BMZ and GIZ has done. They have really been key partners for us for a number of years, not only on the water tracker, but on a number of initiatives, some of which he mentioned. So we're going to continue on with our speakers. Next up, we have Mrs. Monica Medina, who's the Assistant Secretary for Oceans and International Environmental Affairs with the United States Department of State. Ms. Medina, the floor is yours.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Monica Medina. I hope you can hear me okay. It's a little weird with the headphones, but I'm getting used to it. As I said, I'm Monica Medina, and I'm with our State Department in the United States, and I work on global health and climate. So, like you, that's why I'm here. And I'm very delighted to be here to represent the U.S. and to say and to show you that the U.S. is back. And I hope you're prepared, that's a hint, because I have a big announcement, a big U.S. announcement to tell you about. First, I want to talk a little bit about our presence here, just so that you know we're back. We will have 13 of our cabinet secretaries appearing here over the course of the week, and they will be making critical announcements about all the new initiatives that we're undertaking both at home in the U.S. and abroad, and many of those involve the critical subject we're here to talk about today, which is water. And I want to tell you that we are intending to stay engaged on this issue of water from now on. The U.S. is committed to putting together a whole-of-government approach and building capacity and expertise towards addressing adaptation needs, including knowledge, planning, and finance. We're also elevating our engagement on adaptation and building resilience towards the future. And why does this matter? Because water is life, and we know how important it is to life. We know that water security is fundamental to health, prosperity, and resilience, and yet millions around the world still face grave challenges. 2.2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water supplies. Over half the global population, that's 4.2 billion people, lack safely managed sanitation services. Nearly 300,000 children under 5 die every year from preventable diseases due to poor sanitation, poor hygiene, or unsafe drinking water. Think about that. 300,000 children die because they don't have safe sanitation and water to drink. And in recent years, we've seen water shortages that have been felt in major urban centers like Cape Town, South Africa, in India, in Sao Paulo, Brazil, in Iraq, and at home in the United States. As a result, the steps we take and the tools we design to solve water problems can provide a blueprint for addressing many of our future adaptation challenges while providing the foundation for healthy communities, economic prosperity, and resilience today. Getting this right will require leadership, regional cooperation, better use of data, stronger or more nimble institutions, innovative financing, as well as new approaches and thinking. As we can see from all of the discussion in the events today, and I'm learning a great deal about things like the Water Tracker Initiative, and I'm going to take that learning back and bring it to our government. That success isn't easy or without cost, and achieving the water-related sustainable development goals of the UN will require an estimated $1 trillion annually through 2030. What I'm pleased to tell you about the U.S. today is that we have quadrupled our climate finance commitment at the UN General Assembly meeting to $11 billion, of which we are now committing $3 billion to targeted adaptation. That's a massive opportunity to foster innovation and economic opportunity abroad. And today, the U.S. is very pleased to announce another new initiative in which water resilience will feature prominently. It's called the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience, or PREPARE. Let me make sure I've got this right. The President will work with Congress to provide $3 billion, as I said, in adaptation financing for PREPARE by 2024, in the largest U.S. commitment ever made to reduce climate impacts on those most vulnerable to climate change worldwide. Through PREPARE, the U.S. will act with urgency to significantly scale up adaptation efforts around the world to save lives, safeguard development, and reduce instability and the need for humanitarian aid. In much of the world, the time is ripe to build approaches such as water reuse into broader water and sanitation planning and financing efforts. Many low and middle income countries still struggle with harmonizing and empowering decentralized decision-making structures, insufficient financing, lack of training, and other factors that are foundational to climate resilience, as we know. The United States is very proud to work with many of you to help countries achieve water security. We have a lot of work ahead of us, both within and outside of the water and climate sectors. But as we embark on an ambitious adaptation and resilience agenda through this new initiative, PREPARE, the President's initiative, PREPARE, that he announced actually earlier today in the meetings, the U.S. is committed to ensuring that water is a central part of water adaptation and our assistance efforts. So in closing, I just want to emphasize the obvious. We are here to elevate this work, to help water issues get the attention within the climate discussion that they richly deserve. The science could not be clearer that devastating impacts increase as we contemplate increasing temperatures beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius. We're feeling those impacts already, especially across our water systems. We need to deepen our engagement on water resilience, and that's why we're stepping up at a greater scale than ever before. And President Biden and our entire team, from Administrator Power to Secretary Yellen, our Secretary of the Treasury, to Special Envoy Kerry, and the whole cabinet are making climate change, including adaptation, an absolute priority in everything that we do. So I want to celebrate your work. I want to thank you all for all of that work. I want to say to you that the U.S. is here to partner with you, and we are prepared to partner with you, especially after today's big announcements. And I want to thank you for the chance to tell you about them here today. Thanks, Ingrid.
Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary Medina. And let me give you one of these so you can learn more about the Water Tracker and the work we are doing. As a fellow American, it is so exciting to hear some good news from my government. This is really, really fantastic. And I'm really looking forward to working with our colleagues at State and elsewhere on the Prepare program. And looking forward to learning more about it, since it was just announced today. So for all of you who weren't in the actual sessions earlier this morning here, now you're learning about it here at the Water Pavilion. So don't say we're not breaking any news. We've got some here too. So we're going to pivot a little bit from these great opening remarks that we've had to talk a little bit about what the Water Tracker actually is, what it does. One of the things that I think it was Hank who mentioned, water is often embedded in climate plans, but it's not always explicitly mentioned. And so one of the main things that we're trying to do with the Water Tracker is to understand where water fits on both the mitigation and adaptation side. So commitments that are made, where does water fit into that, not just in the water sector, because we know that actually water is primarily used outside of the water sector. And so how is that accounted for? And that's what we're trying to do with the tracker. So for this presentation, we're going to go back to the virtual world and hear from my colleague, Mr. Simon Tuo, who's the country engagement specialist, and he's going to give a presentation on the tracker itself. Simon, can you hear us?
Yes.
Is he?
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Simon.
So I'm going to give an overview of the utility of the tracker in Egypt, if you will allow me. Let me just see if I can share my screen.
Simon, we can see the presentation here. I think Kelsey's running it.
All right. So can we get to? Sorry. Yes. So to give a context of a context for just a moment. I'm having a bit of a challenge. Yes, the greatest challenge for Egypt is a rapid population growth, currently at about 1.5 million per year, and at the moment there's more than 105 million Egyptians. And this is expected to top also the impacts of climate change. Next, please. And when you look at the water tracker, we are not only using it for addressing issues around climate change, although this is extremely important. We are also looking at what are the key development challenges and targets, and how does water address this. And when we look at Egypt's development strategy, they're looking at expanding the Suez Canal, reclamation of more than 1.5 million Fedan, which is almost maybe about 500,000 hectares of land as part of a long-term plan to reclaim almost 1 million hectares. And then there is also planning to do more than 1 million new housing projects within the framework of housing, and then major storage works and development of minerals and development of priority areas, including the Sinai, the western north coast, and the hinterland and South Egypt. And there is also ambition to construct a new administrative capital, all of which will require a great deal of water. And you know, Egypt is one of the most water scarce countries in the world. Next, please.
Simon, you're presenting the screen. Go ahead and go through the slides.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then the national priorities include improving the standards of citizens, empowering the youth, because almost 60% of the population is below 20, through provision of decent and productive job opportunities to build their skills in order to keep up with the demands of a competitive labor market, enabling infrastructure for development of micro, small, and medium enterprises, to provide substantial support to vocational education and training, and supporting the current production base and removing the barriers. And then the challenges to the water sector, some of which are climate related, include very heavy dependence on the Nile flows, on little rainfall in some part of the countries, and increasingly groundwater. In the agricultural sector, which is the largest user of water, two major crops, that is the wheat and maize, it's expected they will be reduced by almost 15% to 20% by 2050 due to temperature increase, irrigation water deficit, pests and plant diseases, and then 12 to 15% of the most fertile arable land in the Nile Delta is negatively affected by sea level rise and saltwater intrusion into this critical area. And again, climate change is expected to increase the seawater temperature, to shift fish production northwards and to deeper waters, and increased salinity in the coastal lakes is expected again to negatively affect fish species. And the coastal zone is expected to suffer from climate change direct impacts, including sea level rise and inundation on low level land. And it is expected that this that a rise by 50 centimeters will lead to serious impacts in the Delta area and the highly populated cities such as Alexandria and Port Said. Then some of the plans in Egypt's NDC include maintaining water levels in Lake Nasser, increasing water storage capacity, improving irrigation and drainage systems, but also to change cropping patterns and farm irrigation systems and also reduce surface water evaporation by redesigning canal cross sections. And it is expected that there will be development of new water sources on the Upper Nile. And they're also looking at rainwater harvesting, desalination, and treating wastewater recycling, and increasing the use of groundwater reservoirs. And this will require increased investment in modern irrigation systems. But Egypt is also ambitious. It looks at itself as supporting other African countries, and in particular, they want to cooperate with other Nile Basin countries to reduce water evaporation and also to increase the river capacity, but at the same time develop national policies to encourage Egyptian citizens to a more rational use of water. And the water sector has been is extremely important in Egypt. It has received the highest grant, for instance, from the Global Green Climate Fund through UNDP for water resources development. And this is supposed to reduce assist in reducing the impact of coastal floods on the northern coasts of Egypt in the governorates of Port Said, Damietta, Dakhlia, Kafr, 5 of the key governorates which are facing the sea level rise. And it has been stated that Egypt is ready to host COP27 in 2022, where some of these activities will be showcased. And going forward, the water tracker will be used to support monitoring and coordination across different sectors and institutions. But in our initial work, we have found that there is still need for greater collaboration between sector ministries and agencies. And in particular, there is also need for multi-level governance between the national level ministries and agencies with the local administrative units. And this is also for planning and for implementation. And Egypt has set up a National Council for Climate Change, which seeks to work across the sectors to overcome the challenges of coordination. And this National Council is chaired by the Prime Minister. So yeah, that is my overview on the Egyptian situation and how the water tracker will be used.
Perfect. Thank you, Simon. Yes, we can clap for Simon. I don't know if you can hear us clapping, Simon, but hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. So that's some examples from one of the countries that has already been working to implement the tracker, Egypt, as we just heard. And they've already been doing a lot of work. And one of the things that we've been talking about with the Egyptians is exactly as what Simon mentioned there towards the end, about the need for greater integration and sectoral cooperation. And so that's a theme that's come up on a number of occasions and something that they are already taking into account. They have a lot of innovative programs, such as the one funded by the GCF that was mentioned previously. So next, I think we are going to transition to our Costa Rica example. So regrettably, the Vice Minister, Cynthia Barzuna, was unable to be here today. She had planned to be here, but her flight was canceled. So at the very last minute, our wonderful consultant, Mario Lopez Perez, is stepping in to give the presentation about the work that the Water Tracker is doing in Costa Rica. So Mario, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ingrid. As Ingrid said, on behalf of Cynthia Barzuna Gutierrez, Vice Minister of Water and Ocean Affairs from the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, I am authorized to give you her deepest apologies for not being present at the Water Pavilion with you, presenting this Costa Rica water tracker implementation as she had programmed due to traveling issues like flight cancellation and delays. Therefore, I am double honored to participate at the COP and represent Costa Rica in this water tracker event, and thank the Costa Rican government for this opportunity to present the water tracker implementation. Next slide, please. Why is important climate change for Costa Rica? Due to a series of socioeconomic factors, such as a strong dependency of human activities on water resources, Costa Rica is sensitive to climatic events and variations. As availability and demand of water will vary throughout the country, some sectors will face water stress situations while others will benefit from opportunities. Such is the case of the hydropower sector. Agriculture is one of the sectors more impacted by climate change. The region prone to droughts corresponds mainly to the Guanacaste province and is part of the dry corridor. This corridor stretches across Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, encompassing many agricultural land and highly vulnerable communities. According to the climate change scenarios for Costa Rica, you can see on the slide, there will be an increase in temperature as twice as much as agreed in the Paris Agreement by 2080. Also, on the other side, severe droughts in the Pacific and severe floods in the Atlantic will occur if we do nothing. So Costa Rica is one of the main countries that has strong commitments with climate change. These are the reasons. Within the implementation analysis we did for Costa Rica, we analyzed 5 climate instruments, climate change instruments. The 2 national determined contributions, 2015 and the updated 2020, the National Climate Change Adaptation Plan, 2017-2018, the National Climate Change Action Plan 2015, the National Climate Change Strategy 2009. But also we analyze water and climate, how they are embedded in the National Development Plan 2019-2022 and in the National Disaster Reduction Plan and the National Disaster Relief Policy 2016-2020. But also we analyzed the National Integrated Water Resources Management Plan 2008. And we found that Costa Rica included the water resources topic. The next slide, please. We found out that Costa Rica had the water resources included in all its documents. Water has been present in all climate instruments and their impacts are very well understood. So Costa Rica understands the connection that water gives to climate and to the sectors. Recent documents, the NDC 2020 are more sensitive to the importance of local participation and the inequities faced by women. Generally, the proposed nature-based solutions benefit from the strong system of payment for environmental services that the country has. So these are only some of the key findings that are present in the documents of Costa Rica. However, Costa Rica understands that there are also windows of opportunity, areas for improvement within those documents. Valuable principles and ideas are mentioned throughout the climate documents, but are not strongly reflected in the proposed actions. They do know that. Links between water sector and the other sectors are not always well developed. Therefore, water requirements, water as an opportunity, are not specified in sectoral actions. Incredibly, in the hydroelectricity. So they consider that they can do it. However, is there enough water to comply with the proposed action? This is one of the key things that we found out. But also, water uncertainty is rarely reflected in the flexibility of proposed actions. In any case, Costa Rica is committed to improve their climate instruments. In the next phases, the next steps that Costa Rica will move forward are they will develop a matrix to align the different climate instruments and prepare a proposal to support the country's Paris Agreement commitments. Also, this analysis will enable to update the climate plans when Costa Rica issues them. Another output of the water tracker application for Costa Rica is the portfolio of multi-sector projects which can be prioritized and fed into the climate water resilient project pipeline to connect with climate finance institutions. But also, Costa Rica has a national information system on climate change in place. The information of the tracker will improve and provide information to consolidate the system. Next slide, please. I think you are showing a different presentation. Okay, go back. Okay, no, one forward. Okay, this. One of the things that it is important for Costa Rica is the adaptation successes they do have. One of them is the CINIHIRT, which is the National Information System for Integrated Water Resources Management. This system gives us information on data collecting, monitoring climatic factors, statistics, and technology. But it is being used as an example for decision-making for water planning and management focused on adaptation. The inclusion of the water tracker, the analysis provided by the water tracker will improve the information that will be included in this national information system. But also there's another example. Next one, please. Another adaptation example. The Guanacaste area. In the Guanacaste area, there is a program for water supply. It is a success because they provided water security, food safety, water for ecosystem, and sustainable use. It is encompassed with human rights to access of water, communal aqueducts. They provide water infrastructure. They increase food production with irrigation systems, and they provide novel but suitable technologies, promoting sustainability of ecosystems and conservation activities. So they improve with this project in the Guanacaste area the use of available water with priority on groundwater and the efficiency of water for water supply. Next one, please. I think you are showing a different presentation because I do not have that slide.
Okay, let me switch.
I think we're also running close to time as well.
Let me,
if you have some
yes, let me give,
remarks. Yeah.
That's correct. The wrap-up remarks from the Costa Rica implementation is Costa Rica efforts to meet international agreements regarding mitigation and adaptation to climate change have been undeniable. It is also important to mention that the strong ecosystem conservation agenda of the country has contributed to make its climate action more robust. An example of this is the Earthshot Prize that the Royal Foundation gave to Costa Rica recently this year. So it is undeniable that Costa Rica has made progress and will continue to be a leader for not only for Latin America, but also for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mario, for that presentation. Indeed, we do want to congratulate Costa Rica for being a very deserving recipient of the Earthshot Prize this year. So very well done to them. It's clear from the work that you showcased that they really are true leaders. And so next, we want to hear from another country. We are going to hear from Malawi. So we have with us today, we are very honored to have Mrs. Nancy Tembo, who is the Minister of Forestry and Natural Resources for the Republic of Malawi. She is here in person today. So Minister Tembo, the floor is absolutely yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to be here, and thanks for having me. For us, the water sector in Malawi is facing challenges. This is because of weather events, extreme weather events, but also a rapidly growing population. We have positioned water as a solution to climate change, despite the many challenges that we have. We intend to achieve this through efficient use of water, by practicing water demand management approaches, reuse of partially treated wastewater for agriculture and industry, conserving and managing our water catchments, this through tree planting. Because of the rapidly growing population, we have degraded most of our landscapes. And in recent years, our rivers have dried up, but in areas where we have replenished the catchments, where we have done restoration, we've seen our rivers flowing back. So that is a major challenge for the country. We would like to have our river banks restored. We are also trying to use energy-intensive treatment and distribution methods that contribute to carbon emissions. We're using solar pumps rather than using diesel pumps, encouraging the use of solar pumps, and scaling up construction of water infrastructure that promotes climate resilience like dams and high-yielding boreholes, amongst others. We have a national adaptation program of action which has identified the water sector as one of the developmental sectors that are affected by climate change. I was talking about construction of dams. In these dams, what we have done is to have an integrated approach to the dams. In these dams, we do water harvesting, but we also do fisheries in these dams. We are promoting aquaculture. We are using these dams for irrigation, agriculture. And so it is an integrated approach across ministries within our government. In addition, the scientific evidence of the impact of climate change in Malawi has featured more on the water sector through the occurrence of dry spells. Flash floods in the lower Shire of the country have made the lower Shire apart from the floods, we have a lot of degradation. And in the lower Shire, which is the lower part of our country, we have, that's where we generate most of our electricity. But because of the flooding and because of degradation, we've seen that our power generation of the hydro is being affected. So what I said earlier about restoring our landscape is critical to ensuring that we continue to generate power from our rivers. What then that does is promotion of adaptation and mitigation measures in water resources through promotion of the rainwater harvesting technologies, the development of dikes in flood-prone areas, and management of the whole river system. Besides, the National Climate Change Investment Plan has highlighted an integrated watershed management program as one of the adaptation measures to climate change in the water sector. The government has also identified water sector as one of the socio-economic development activities. Like I said earlier on, our rapidly growing population means that we have a whole age group, our youth, needing job creation. And so through water harvesting activities, we are ensuring that our youth also get jobs, get employed. Through these water harvesting facilities, we're ensuring that our women who oftentimes they have to travel far to draw water, they have access to water within reach. And because of access to water, having water nearby through the harvesting of water, the girl child is able to go to school. Culturally, in Malawi, it's the mother and the girl that will provide water to the family. And oftentimes they have to travel like a kilometer away to draw water for the home. But having these dams close to homes, it means that then the girl child is able to have access to water and go to school and continue with school. We expect that the girl child then continues the school, does a 12-year school cycle. So that helps us with the development, helps us to ensure that we have a literate nation that is able to understand things. We think that in the long term, this also makes sure that we do not have the rapid population growth that we currently have. We have a growth of 4% per annum, which is huge in that part of Africa. The main challenge of converting our policies into action has been sector coordination. We find that we in the forest and natural resources are doing one thing. We are encouraging restoration. And you go to the Ministry of Agriculture, which is a separate ministry, they encourage treadle pump irrigation, which means they are degrading our riverbanks. And we are saying do not do any cultivation within 30 meters of the riverbank. And yet the other ministry has a contradicting policy. So this is something that we are trying to work out. But also inadequate financing. We do not have adequate financing for the construction of infrastructure for water harvesting, even to conduct projects, to roll out our restoration activities. So financing is a challenge, and we need to invest in this thing and invest in adaptation measures. The water tracker, for us, which is aimed at identifying gaps in existing national plans, adaptation plans, and improving climate adaptation planning related to water resources. In this regard, we expect that the water tracker will be able to assist in tracking the implementation of the planned water activities in the national climate plans, for presenting the action plans that can promote sector coordination and financing of activities. We anticipate that once the planned water activities have been isolated from the climate plans, it will be easier to monitor and evaluate the implementation of the activities. This will be done through a monitoring and evaluation framework matrix linked to a budget line and implementation schedule. Using the budget line, it will be possible to prioritize activities to be done in short-term, medium-term, and long-term periods. We hope that the water tracker will help to reduce and increase the time of planning and implementation of the water activities, respectively, in the face of climate change. In this way, it will be possible to achieve a water-secure Malawi that is resilient to climate change. We therefore welcome the use of the water tracker to achieve our climate plans, especially in the water sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister Tembo, for those remarks. And I want to highlight something that you said in there, talking about in water harvesting the role of youth and engagement and jobs and the importance of that. That's something that hasn't been touched on by any of the other countries and is really, really critical, and something that we're also thinking a lot about. So I hope these kind of country presentations of the work that's being done already have been interesting and informative to you. Just to let you know, if you would like to learn more, we have country profiles for each of the countries, Egypt, Malawi, and Costa Rica, up on the website already. I think there will be a slide at the end, but the website is www.watertracker.cc. And we're now going to go to closing remarks. We're going back to Egypt, so everyone's getting a lot of frequent flyer miles today, from Malawi back to Egypt, with Dr. Mohamed Abdel-Ati, who is the Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation in the government of Egypt.
Dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure today to participate in the event Water Pavilion, the water tracker for national climate planning, taking place on the sidelines of the COP26 in Glasgow, a significant initiative of Egypt and UK-led Adaptation Action Coalition. Increasing water scarcity could threaten the entire 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, since water is a cross-cutting element affecting not only SDG 6 related to water, but also Zero Hunger Goal 2 and Health Goal 3, Sustainable Cities and Communities Goal 11, and the Climate Action Goal 13, Life on Land Goal 15, and others. Also, water is a crucial element in climate change adaptation and mitigation. The global climate crisis is closely linked to water, as 90% of all disasters are water-related. It is also essential to place water at the center of resilient climate planning. However, and despite of these evidences, water has not been significantly considered in the climate change negotiation as in Paris Agreement. Allow me to shed the light on the challenges my country is facing and demonstrate examples of good adaptation practices in Egypt, and especially the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. In fact, 95% of our projects are recognized as adaptation and mitigation measures at the same time. Egypt is highly vulnerable to climate change, which puts the country under severe pressure caused by sea level rise and saltwater intrusion in the north, flash floods, in addition to uncertainty of the impact of climate change on the Nile flow, originating from outside borders. The associated risks touch several sectors where water plays a major role, like economy, social and environmental sustainability, agriculture and food security, energy, human health, coastal zones, and infrastructure. Egypt is one of the most hyper-arid countries around the world. We only receive 1 billion cubic meter of rainfall. The Nile River is the main source of life for Egyptians, since it represents more than 97% of Egypt's renewable water resources. The major challenge is to balance the gap between the water resources and availability and the rising demand of fresh water in the light of the current and the future challenges, including unilateral upstream development, pollution increase, climate change impact and its implications within the country and outside the borders. Accordingly, Egypt has developed an ambitious national water resources plan till 2037 that would cost initial estimates $50 billion US, but with current development activities, this will reach 100 billion US dollar. That represent a challenge to mobilize. This investment's main objective to achieve water security, and this is also a major challenge to mobilize the fund again. The ministry is implementing numerous mega projects in order to face the current water challenges, and in terms of combating climate change as rationalizing water use, increase water use efficiency, and maximize return from each unit of water. These projects include national projects for the rehabilitation of canals and tertiary canals, MESCAs, the national project for shifting from flood irrigation to modern irrigation systems, as well as several major projects in the field of water treatment and reuse, with a total treatment capacity of 15 million cubic meters per day, such as the projects to benefit from Bahr al-Bakr drain in the eastern delta. The treatment capacity is 5.6 million cubic meters per day. The project to benefit from the water in the west delta drains through Hammam treatment plant, treatment capacity 7.5 million cubic meters per day, and many others, in addition to intermediate 430 mixing stations. This reuse of water actually, with a high salinity level, reaches up to from 3 to 7,000 ppm. On the other hand, we implemented more than 1,500 flash flood protection works, 230 kilometers of shore protections work. On the regional level, it is crucial to ensure transboundary dimension in addressing climate change adaptation, given that Egypt is the most downstream country. Is very sensitive to any uncoordinated projects that might cause significant harm to downstream countries if managed unilaterally. However, GERD could be a model for regional cooperation, following principles of international law, and only if a balanced, fair, and legally binding agreement is reached for filling and operation of the dam between the three countries, Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia. And this will ensure energy supply for Ethiopia, protection from floods in Sudan, securing water resources for Egypt. Last but not least, I would like to emphasize the fundamental role of water as a major pillar for sustainable development. Egypt is assuming the presidency of COP27 in 2022. And it is of utmost importance to incorporate water as main component of COP. Water and its implications are crucial for human rights. They must be properly and adequately reflected within climate agreement and its related processes. Egypt is looking forward to host COP27 on behalf of the African continent, and we will work to work to make a significant turning point in climate partnership with all interested parties for the benefit of African continent and the world. And again, mobilizing funds and securing sustainable financing instruments are the key elements towards success of the climate agenda. Meanwhile, we are considering the organization of Cairo Water Week as a core activity of COP27. Also, the Cairo Water Week in 2022 has been titled Water on the Top of Global Climate Agenda. This is a significant and remarkable sign on how the government of Egypt is committed and prioritizing water in the climate agenda. Thank you very much and wish you all a successful event.
Shukran Gazilan. Thank you very much to to Dr. Mohammed for his remarks. We are well out of time for this event. We've gone a little bit over, so I'm going to wrap it up very quickly just by thanking all of our speakers once again. Thank you for being here today. Learn more about the water tracker. We've got cards here in the pavilion, or you can go to www.watertracker.cc. And thanks especially to the governments of the UK and the Netherlands for sponsoring this project. And we really look forward to joining everyone next year at COP27 in Egypt, where we can learn more about what the countries have done between now and then. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a great COP26.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start UN Water and Climate Coalition side event. Please come inside, take your seat. We are going to start in a minute. Take your headphone, come inside, be seated. We are going to start soon. Dear friends and colleagues, please try to get your headphone so that you can hear our side event, which is going to start in a minute now. Okay, we shall start. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, UN Water colleagues, on behalf of UN Water Expert Group, Water and Climate Coalition, I would like to welcome you in this side event. Water Action as an Answer to Climate Change, Collaborative Approach for Resilience. This is a UN Water side event put together by UN Water Expert Group, co-led by UNESCO, WMO, and UNEC with Water and Climate Coalition. In this session, we will hear from leaders, youth, national stakeholders about national perspective, international agenda, water and its role in, as a solution in management. And we will start with the message from UN Water Chair, Mr. Gilbert Hongbo, Chair of UN Water and member of the Water and Climate Coalition Leaders Panel. Let's put a video of UN Water Chair.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, around 3/4 of all disasters between 2001 and 2018 were water-related. In a very real sense, we experience climate change through water, in flood, rising sea levels, and contamination, or through its absence in wildfire and drought. Today, the crisis is worsening. Water scarcity could displace 700 million people worldwide by 2030. By 2050, 2 billion people could be vulnerable to floods. making development sustainable, responding to climate change, and reducing the risk of disasters all are about managing water more effectively. That's why, under the umbrella of the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework, the work of the High-Level Water and Climate Leaders Panel to bring about an integrated global water and climate change agenda is so urgent. Improving the way we manage and use water is central to mitigating and to combating climate change. Our job at UN Water, with our members and partners, is to highlight the importance of water in the climate change agenda here at COP26 and beyond. We must do more to make the water cycle more resilient to climate change. I hope today's event will help win water its rightful priority position on the climate change agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, as we have heard from UN Water Chair, improving the way we manage water is really important, and we have to do it now. And as he laid out, UN Water Expert Group put together climate change and water, a policy brief, UN Water Policy Brief. And I would like to encourage all of you to go through policy brief, which is available online at the UN Water website, but also some of the copies might be still available here in our pavilion. The key messages of this policy brief, which calls water as a solution to climate change. Water really provides solution, and we need to act now. As UN Water Chair said, there is no time to wait. We don't have any minute to wait. We have to wait. We have to act now, considering water as a part of the solution. Also, we need to improve water management practices, and we need to ensure transboundary cooperation in adaptation. There is no single solution. One country can solve the water problem alone. We have to bring countries together. We need to bring really scientific information, knowledge, and disseminate and make science open to all, accessible to all. And also rethinking financing, thinking water first to put water in the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, with these key messages, I would like to also tell your delegation to take this policy brief, the key messages, so that they can negotiate to put water in the forefront of the agenda. And this is what UN Water calls for. With that, I would like to now take the opportunity to hear the voice of youth. We need to bring youth in the agenda, as we have borrowed from them. We need to really think about them. And we have before us today Miss Lindsay Blodgett, the World Youth Parliament and Water member of the Water and Climate Coalition. She was trained as a water risk assessment expert, and she works on youth and water for non-profit sector. She is a youth leader in the coalition, and this World Youth Parliament for Water is covering around 30 countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And I would like to invite her to make her remark. Please, Lindsay, you have the floor.
Thanks, Anil. % of the world's population is young people. That includes ages 25 to 15, as well as children, 40%. Therefore, it's of vital importance that the voices of young people are definitely heard in this coalition, and I'm here to make sure that that happens. In 2023, there will be a UN conference that reviews SDG 6, and part of the coalition will be gathering young voices and doing consultation meetings around the globe to make sure their voices are heard. In order to get this work done, we'll be working with the Secretariat of the WMO to collect these voices. in a way, youth are not a country. We don't have a delegation. So it's important that the collective voices are gathered together. So far, we've been able to identify several water and youth organizations. Happening just yesterday, actually, was Youngo, or 2 days ago was Youngo, the Youngo conference. And those perspectives were actually drafted into a packet, a statement, and we were thoroughly involved in that process, and we will include that in the upcoming proceedings. So again, just to iterate, the voices of young people really matter, and as a part of the coalition, myself and another delegate were here to represent that large part of the population, to gather their voices, to make sure that they're included in policy making, and not just an advocate, not just an agency, but part of the policy and development change. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Lindsay. Indeed, as I said, we have borrowed time and energy and precious resources from the youth. So we need to leave behind all these resources for them, and really highlighting that 40% of the population covered by youth. So we really need to put youth in our agenda. And with that, I would like to now inform you that after hearing from youth voice, we will go into a very interactive panel session, which will be moderated by my friend and colleague. As I said, in the UN Water, UNESCO, WMO, and UNEC, we coordinate UN Water Expert Group. And also, this event is jointly organized by Water and Climate Coalition. So my friend and colleague, Johannes Kuhlmann, Director of Water and Cryosphere of WMO, will moderate the interactive panel session. Johannes.
Thanks a lot, Anil. Welcome, everybody. I am happy to be here with our panelists today. I want to introduce live on the stage Ingrid Timboy. She works with AGUA. That's an NGO that provides knowledge about what we need to do, what are the gaps in terms of analyzing, tracking what needs to be done to achieve SDG 6. We have hopefully online. Can we see our online participants? Can we put them on the screen here for the audience to see them also? We have Tom Williams here from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Tom and the coalition are trying to figure out what are real actions that we can take to make a step change in how we integrate water and climate solutions, of how we go away from talking about it and actually linking it to the business sector, to the economy, to the day-to-day of the people. So what we have with Lindsay here for the youth, we also need to replicate and really ingrain into the economic activities and the real business of this world, because if we only talk politics or policy, we will not change anything. And then also on the screen, I hope we have Edith Felicitas. Can we show her? Do we have her on the screen? Good, here she is. She joins us from Nigeria. She is the chief scientist of the Nigerian Environment Ministry, and she will give us hopefully some insights on what we can do in a context where we need to integrate into a community of developing people, and integrating this with the environment and the conditions, so that we can develop a decent life on the planet without prejudicing the environment that we have. And last but not least, we have Juan Botero on the screen also today. Can we also see him? So, Juan. Okay, we have some connection issues with him. He is the Vice Minister for Agriculture from Colombia, but I hope we will have him later on the screen. Now, without further ado, I would like to ask Edith, first of all, from your perspective from Nigeria and as the chief scientist in an environment ministry, what are the things we need to do? What are the 2 or 3 things we need to do immediately to stop reversing the trend that we are losing water from our environment? We are losing at the moment in the last 20 years 5 times more water than the humanity consumes in terms of fresh water every year. This is data from the GRACE mission, so we are dewaterizing our environment globally, and at the same time we need aquatic healthy ecosystems to ensure we have the ecosystem services for our people to live a decent life. And I would like to really know from Edith, what do you think are the most important things in terms of bringing science to the table and making science actionable? And how does that relate to what you are doing? And can we make sure we have that in the nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement and in our national adaptation plans? So Ingrid, Edith, the floor is yours. She's not on anymore? Yeah, but
hello, can you hear me?
I've asked a colleague from Nigeria. Yeah, can you please put her on the screen? Okay, we have some technical issues with Nigeria as well, so I will go back to the people who are actually in.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Okay. So can you please? Did you understand my question?
Yeah, yes. The network was actually not so good, and let me start by saying that I'm very pleased to be here with you today and to talk about the issues of water, which is very paramount to us. And you know that Nigeria has revised its nationally determined contribution. And before now, in 2015, we had 5 sectors in the NDC. But currently in the submitted NDC, we have now included issues of water and waste, which shows that it is very paramount to us, and it is an aid for sustainable development. And how we have seen it in Nigeria is that water is serving as a connector to a lot of global agenda. Water is serving as a connector for the Paris Agreement. Water is also serving as a connector to the SDGs and also serving as a connector to the Sendai framework, and which is the disaster risk reduction. So basically what we did is to highlight what are the mitigations and adaptation components of the water system that we also aid people's livelihood in Nigeria, and these are reflective in the NDC that we submitted. So basically the government is taking proactive measures in terms of energy efficiency in ways and manners of how to integrate issues of water and its strategies and policies to national development. So I'm not too sure if I had your question clearly, but if there's something else you want me to add, please kindly go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I would maybe just come back to you right away and ask if you had all the possibilities to decide what needs to be done now. What are the 2 things you would prioritize in terms of making sure that in Nigeria we create a future that, as we have heard, works for youth, works for the environment, but also works for the economy? So what are the 2 things you would prioritize?
Basically, the 2 things I feel that should be prioritized as a recommendation from the government side is for us to make sure that there is whole societal approach. There's whole societal approach, and there's integrations of institutions that is responsible for issues related to water to undertake detailed assessment of Nigeria water sector vulnerability to climate change. Adaptation strategies and measures should be based on the result of vulnerability assessment, as well as on development objective stakeholder considerations and resource availability. So analysis, there should also be to analyze national level, cross-sectoral, and within sector water commitments, maybe particularly in regions of the country that are facing water scarcity or flooding, which will disrupt rather than help water availability and may cause long-term damage to water infrastructure. This is to increase national understanding of where surface and groundwater is currently budgeted nationally and where it might be needed to shift to support climate mitigation and adaptation activities in country.
Thanks a lot, Dede. That was very clear. I would now like to turn to Ingrid, and sorry for mixing up the names. It has been a long day. And Ingrid, you work in Agua, and you are trying to help us understanding where the gaps are in terms of what we need to do with national policy development, but also maybe with information. So can you tell us a little bit about your view in terms of making sure that we develop this at the country level, that we know at the country level what is needed, but also give a perspective maybe on the partnerships we need, because it is pretty clear, I think, after analyzing, I don't know, the cooperation potential in the Zambezi River and in the Nile River Basin and in the Mekong, and I come from the Rhine River Basin, where it is super clear that no country in Europe alone can resolve water adaptation. So what are your perspectives? What would you like to tell the public in this COP?
I'll just stay seated. That's okay. Great. Fantastic. Thanks, Johannes, for the question. It's something we talk about a lot, right? You'll hear it for the next 2 weeks here in the pavilion. We really need to integrate water into climate plans. But what does that mean? So just to give a couple of examples of the types of things we're talking about, it was already mentioned by our speaker from Nigeria, but a whole of government approach. There needs to be, at the national level, mechanisms to facilitate coordination across whole of government systems, because we know that water is actually primarily used outside of the water sector itself. So we need to connect agricultural ministries, we need to connect finance ministries, planning ministries, also water ministries, environment ministries, etc. And so that's something that, for example, the government of Egypt is actively doing. They are putting, they have in place coordination mechanisms, several of them, one of them funded by the GEF, that is helping them do integrated planning at the national level, which is really important. Another thing is capacity building, local, national capacity building. This is something that there's another project that Agua is involved with called the Adaptation Academy, which I mentioned in the last session. There'll be a whole session on it next Monday if you want to learn more about that. But it's working directly with national adaptation planners and other government officials on increasing their internal knowledge and capacity to actually address adaptation in a holistic way. And water plays a really central role in the Adaptation Academy. We just had our first Adaptation Academy sessions last month. There were over 100 participants from, I think, about 70 countries already that have participated in that. And so that's going to go a long way to pushing us further on actually integrating water into national climate planning. The other thing I want to mention, which Johannes mentioned, is taking a landscape or basin approach to things, because as we know, one single country cannot effectively do adaptation efforts, especially when you're talking about water. So water doesn't know political boundaries, and so we need to make sure that we are working at a transboundary scale. And there are a number of institutions, UN Water works on this, UNECE and others that are working to facilitate transboundary cooperation on river basins. And then one other thing that I would mention is also including a lot of local coordination as well. We're talking about national planning, but really it's implemented at the local level. And so if you're not including local stakeholders, networks, et cetera, in the national level planning, it's really not probably going to be effective. And one country that's doing a really great job on this is Costa Rica. And they were mentioned in the previous session as well, but they do extensive stakeholder engagement, local coordination in the actual setting of priorities. So they don't just bring them in afterwards and say, here's what our priorities are, how can you help us achieve these priorities? But they actually integrate them into the planning, into the first phase of saying, what are your adaptation needs? And then working to come up with national level solutions that fit those plans. So just a couple of examples there, which we can talk about more. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Ingrid. I would like now to ask Tom Williams from World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We always say we need the private sector. We know that financing in terms of what is also discussed at the COP, the 100 billion a year, this is not going to make it without really involving the private sector with its financial power. We will not make a step change in providing sustainable futures for our people. So Tom, there is often this, yes, we want to work with the private sector, but how do we really actually make it actionable for the private sector? What do you tell the COP people, which are politicians, NGO people, people like me or Lindsay, or I see in the audience here we have people from IPCC, from different stakeholders. So what do we need to, how do we need to formulate proposals or propositions so that the private sector changes their mind from corporate social responsibility, nice type to have projects, to actually really changing business operations for a sustainable future? Tom.
Great, thank you, Johannes, and thanks for painting the picture of the audience, because I can't see them, so it's good to hear who's there. Great to be part of this discussion. And I think, as you were introducing, great, largely untapped opportunities for increasing engagement with the private sector around water action and climate change. For too long, we've seen the private sector being reactive to water and climate change challenges, which often leads to inefficient, costly, and counterintuitive responses. I think we need to get into a more proactive mode, and this can only be achieved through this collaborative approach that identifies some common ground amongst stakeholders. And I think that the Water and Climate Coalition is a great space to do this. And I want to focus on 3 areas for private sector engagement, and then 3 related policy asks that will better enable that engagement. And these areas of engagement are supply chains, and specifically the role of small, medium enterprises. Secondly, on infrastructure. Third, on financing, and you just raised the important opportunity of private capital. And across these 3 areas of engagement, I want to emphasize the need for business to support a human rights-based approach and ensure that the value of water is embedded in decision-making, because I think these are 2 levers that are really critical in supporting these areas of engagement. So first, on supply chains, and COVID has really exposed their vulnerabilities. And when we think of this vulnerability in the context of climate change impacts, we should look at supply chains that are most impacted, those that depend critically on utility and infrastructure networks or natural resources in their supply chain. So food and energy, for example. And if we look specifically at these supply chain vulnerabilities, it's largely about small, medium enterprises, SMEs, and their capacity to adapt. They need to have access to data, finance, and technologies that support their adaptation. And as we seek to find ways to match climate ambition with ever narrowing national interests, investing in supply chain resilience that targets small and medium-sized enterprises is really a surefire way for governments to invest in socio-economic development and also resilience. Secondly, on infrastructure, the private and public sector already share critical infrastructure, but they could do so much more together, whether it's conventional grey infrastructure or nature-based solutions. And I think a huge untapped area in this space is around wastewater. Wastewater presents a climate and a water challenge for both business, industry, and the public sector, but also it's a resource. And I think we need to explore how, at scale, wastewater can be a resource for industry in the food and agricultural space, energy production, and other manufacturing sectors that are dependent on water. If there is a compelling business case, then industry will invest. The public sector needs to learn how to create attractive investment opportunities for business around wastewater reuse. And this brings me to the third area on finance. As I mentioned, with a clear business case, industry will invest resources because there is so much potential in combining private sector and public sector capital instead of those financial flows occurring in parallel. So we need to think about how we can leverage public sector finance for private capital. And one example around this is rice. This is a crop that is a large water user. It's impacted by climate change. For business, the margins for rice are low, and farmers require support to transition to sustainable rice practices. The public sector needs to incentivize and support farmers to adopt such practices, and business can guarantee long-term purchasing based on farmers adopting standardized sustainable practices. In this way, the purchasing power of business is directed to producers who are most resilient. And then 3 policy asks that support this collaboration. First, we need policy measures that support TCFD implementations. For those of you who don't know what TCFD stands for, it's a Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which provides a framework for how business should report and disclose on climate-related risks and opportunities. Ultimately, what this aims to do is direct capital flows to those businesses that are managing these risks and opportunities at the pace and scale that they need to be. The more governments that mandate these kinds of disclosures, the more business will need to respond to water and climate-related risk, and the more capital should flow to those solutions managing that risk. Secondly, data. For all the things I mentioned earlier, SMEs, infrastructure and finance, we need better data acquisition, management and sharing systems in place. I think we need a huge effort from government to set a framework for water-related data management. And thirdly, capacity building. And we heard about the importance of this from Ingrid. Government needs to invest in developing water stewards, from farmers to accountants, from urban planners to school children. The private sector needs partners that have the capacity and the capability to collaborate. So in summary, to enhance private sector collaboration, I would say we need to invest in SMEs, particularly those in vulnerable supply chains. These are the backbones of our economy. Second, create attractive opportunities for business investment in infrastructure, where there are clear co-benefits for the public sector and the private sector. There should be plentiful opportunities. And thirdly, direct public finance towards areas of the market that business can scale through their capital. This should be informed by mandated disclosure by business of their climate-related risks and opportunities, exactly like what is put forward by TCFD. So hopefully that gives you a sense of some of the priorities where I see good opportunities for private sector engagement and some of the policy needs to actually accelerate and scale that engagement.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Tom. I think I'm on the air again now. So we are half through our event, and I want to do now a little bit round where we involve the people that sit here and listen to you, who are mostly online. So make it a bit more interesting for the people who are here. Is anybody sitting here who wants to say something or who wants to ask one of our panelists, including the ones online or physically here, a question? Is there anybody who feels motivated to come in, chip in at this moment? Yeah, we have somebody here. Thanks a lot. So can you just introduce yourself, say who you are, and...
Natalie Bennett, Green Party member of the House of Lords. And my question really is, how do we, the absolute basics, with water so much privatised, how do we ensure people can get access to their basic needs, which is something which is so much under threat?
Yeah, that is a very provocative question. I don't know, is anybody feeling enlightened to answer this right away? I don't know.
I'm happy to, Johannes, if you want.
Yeah, Tom, do you want to take a shot?
Yeah, absolutely. And it goes back to the comment I made earlier about the human rights-based approach that should be and is being embraced by business. But this human rights been adopted since 2010, and we simply haven't seen the kind of progress that we should be seeing by now in terms of government realizing that human right. And I think with climate change impacts, the need to enshrine that human right within national legislations and to make sure that it's actually being followed are going to be even sharper. So I think we really need to make sure that the human rights-based approach is adopted, widely understood, and those that are responsible for it should make sure it's seen through. We have the human rights in place. It's now really about implementing it. And as I mentioned, I think it's only going to be a heightened need with the impacts of climate change.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I think you allude to something that is a super important discussion. There are some really big roadblocks in this because transparency is the enemy of corruption and nepotism, and people don't really like to disclose at some point, and sometimes what I don't know, privatization businesses or operations mean. So in many countries we have extractive economic systems that extract the benefit from societies or from the environment and give it to companies or single people who are in power, and that is one of the worst enemies of sustainable development. So we need to think together how we can overcome extractive systems and go to inclusive systems where all the people partake in operations and in deciding about privatizations or whatnot. But the water privatizations in the EU are one of the examples where we have had a massive public engagement against some of the water privatization laws that were ongoing some years ago. So there is actually some hope. But now I want to give the floor to one of our prominent people in the audience. We have Abdallah Moqsit here, the secretary of the IPCC, who wants to ask something.
Thank you very much, Johannes, and thank you for this opportunity, Anil, and also for this excellent event. It is very useful one. As already Johannes, just in your remark now, you insisted on sustainable development and how people are interacting and how any segments of the population should, contribute in this common effort. I think, and this is why this event, side event, is well constructed, because we have youth, you have regional representation from Africa, you have from Europe, and you are indicating private sector, ethical sector, and so on. Now, looking to climate change, projection, the main feature of the climate change projection is that in coming years we will deal with extreme events. What it means, the extreme event, that is a lot of water in short time. And also long droughts. The distribution is totally modified. That means we should really think about how we can use the tampon process concept. This is something, and this is what I am proud. The second thing which is really important now, let's take in consideration a city, a big city with enough water resource now. I mean for people use or agricultural use, irrigation and so on. With climate change, we will be concerned by intermittence of this water. The city now providing water 24 a day to each user. In 10 years, 20 years, we can lose this opportunity. Why? Because this concentration in time, this is bad distribution. Now it is time to start thinking how we can start to make good planification and how to manage scarcity and how we can manage intermittence. I'm sorry, those are two terms which are lacking, because now we are speaking about crisis management, risk management. Now we should go beyond. We should think about knowledge risk management. We need anticipation, because now the rhythm is really so accelerated. And even developed countries have not the capacity to adapt. That we need some time to anticipate. And second thing, we should also install in water resource management the kind of vigilance. We know what is the vigilance in security, but also we should install. And this is the concept. And yes, thanks to youth, thanks to the regional, because all the regions in the world are not well equipped with the same capacity. I know that WMO is doing a great job. I know because I know they are from there. So with I am not demagoguing. It is good. And I think, yes, we are in good hand. But this is some concept we can introduce. And once again, thank you very much for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdallah. I don't think we are great enough yet because the situation is not good enough yet. So we all together need to acknowledge that we are, partially still failing the expectations that young people have, that poor people have, that the people have who don't even know that COP happens. Most of the people on this planet probably are busy playing on their PlayStation 5 in Germany, where I come from, or trying to survive hacking away in some dry field in an African country, or trying to plant some rice anywhere in Asia. So how do we make sure that we connect and that we really build a global community? Ede, I want to go back to you. Can we bring her back to the screen, please? Ede, if you think in your role as the principal scientist, what can we do to make sure that all these aspects that we have heard now, transparency, inclusion, the support to the finances, fair access to information and knowledge, what is it that you require from us or from politicians or from anybody to make sure that we can create a more hopeful future for the young people in your country?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity that you have extended to the government of Nigeria to maybe reiterate what we are doing in terms of water management and also mitigation actions of that comes out of issues of related to water. So first and foremost, Nigeria will lay emphasis on whole societal approach. If we are very key in on the net zero emission reduction, and you know that the government can't do this alone, so there is need for us to carry all stakeholders along with the policies and strategies that has to do with issues of water. So I would like a capacity building for subnational government and also for Nigeria to have to build the capacities of climate actors in the local communities, and also to have maybe technology transfer. That is also very key to us. These people are the people, day-to-day activities has to also to do with issues of water management. And also I would like Nigeria to have a very standard wastewater treatment, which is one of the activities that also contributes to the mission of Nigeria. So I would also like a situation where most pump systems are switched to solar energy or even hydro energy instead of using the diesel generators that is currently in use. So I would also like financial mobilization. I would like also to talk about issues of political will. Political will is not really a challenge at this point because we have done a lot of activities to make sure that the political heads are carried along. So basically it's centered on technology transfer, it's centered on finance, it's centered on capacity building, and is also centered on massive awareness creation, and also it's centered on mainstreaming this strategy into sub-national agenda so that the sub-states can take climate action. So I think this is what we need, and it will go far in making sure that Nigeria actually achieve the targets that we have put in the NDC in the water sector. So over to you, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. While you were speaking, and because I am from a country, I'm German myself, I'm from a very developed country, I thought about the errors that we have done in Germany. We have polluted our rivers so heavily that it took the German society and government around 30 years and probably 100 billion easy in investment to clean up the mess that we have created. So we need to make sure that we not only transfer capacity and knowledge and technology, but also help you avoiding those errors that we have made. And we have made those errors on your accounts because you cannot do the same errors, and we have, to be honest, abused of the resources that we got from other parts of the world. So I am maybe not very politically correct now, but the availability of resources that we had in Germany to clean up the mess we created, we of course paid for also with money that we made in trading nice cars to all the world. So we need to really have that in the back of our minds. And if you want to stay connected after this event with the Water and Climate Coalition to help us with your views, how we can do things differently, then that would be really appreciated. But I want to go back to our two people here who are on our panel, so to speak. So Lindsay, if you think, if you had the 100 billion a year, what would you do? How would you invest them to make sure that the young people's voice are not only heard, as you said, but what are your most provocative asks? What do we need to do differently so that actually we don't just do a gradual change in the same way of our economic system or of our political decision-making system? What are your provocative asks? What do we need to do different to actually change the course, not just adjust the course by 2 degrees?
Thanks, Johannes. Actually, I'm working on a project right now focused on young people in the Middle East, and I did a consultation with several different youth groups. I had 50, and we also ran a survey, and one of the biggest outcomes from that was their desire, big desire for more capacity development. Entering into the job force, into the water sector, into the climate change sector, I've been hearing the struggle over and over again that often entering, you can come in with a master's degree, even a PhD, but you're still not getting that experience. And so if I'm here as a leader echoing their voices, I would push for more capacity development. That would be with learning more about climate change in every aspect, as well as to capacity development in their jobs. They're the next leaders of the future, and they need to know the issues, and also finding those positions as well and preparing them well. Yeah. I also wanted to make one more point just to respond to your excellent point. As the leaders meeting, one of our biggest messages is to have one data portal for water and climate data to be collective under one system. So it's not just dispersed from country to country, but it can be more easily accessible to the general public and for decision makers. So I wanted to address that point because that's something that the leaders on the panel were really pushing for on this coalition. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay, for touching upon this. Better capacity in terms of actually integrating youth into decision-making processes is one of the big asks of the youth COP that just ended 2 days ago. So one central point in their ask is empower us to participate, because just having them sitting around and saying nice words doesn't help. We need to empower them to partake. They need the structures to engage. There is no UN organization for the youth. There is no real structure in many countries for youth actually to decide on allocation of budgets, on development of policies, on legal frameworks. So, and I am German again. I bring that example because I blame my own country. In the run-up of the new government now, we had this discussion, do we lower the voting age from 18 to 16? And of course, the majority of the population doesn't want to do that, but the majority of the population is age 56 and above. So of course, they don't want this. So this is the skewed mindset of our current systems that we need to change. And I think we need now alternative solutions, and we actually need to stop smiling nicely at young people and actually giving them part of our power. And when I say our power, it's the guys with the gray hair, really. So this is the issue here. So but now I'm getting emotional. Maybe I shouldn't. Ingrid, what is your contribution? Maybe with the water tracker, can we use the water tracker to highlight some of the entry points where we need to make a change now? Do you want to maybe say 2 words about that?
Yes, and I would also like all of that money that you mentioned earlier to Lindsay, not just for the water tracker, but please, yes, let's talk afterwards. I'll give you my card. We would like that money because we really need to completely transform the way that we manage water systems. Our distinguished colleague from the IPCC, he mentioned exactly this. The science could not be more clear about the interactions between water and climate change, and we are already experiencing them every day in every part of the world. We are having extended droughts, floods, etc., and all of these sorts of things. And what this really touches on is that we're experiencing a lot of uncertainty and variability. And so because we are not exactly sure how much water we are going to have at any given time in the future, we need transformative risk management-based approaches to water management that take this uncertainty into account. It's incredibly important that we have this. There are examples. This is already being implemented across the world. Mexico City right now is undergoing a massive, massive study of its water infrastructure system and completely overhauling it. And this is a decade-long and plus project to look at its water risks and how they are changing over time because they are extremely vulnerable to both floods and droughts. And the fact is we're not just getting one or the other, we're getting them both oftentimes. And so being able to manage kind of both sides of that coin. Johannes mentioned the water tracker, and this is a new initiative of the Adaptation Action Coalition, the AAC. And what we're trying to do there is really, to use a water term, to daylight water or to expose water in national climate planning, because we know that it's really embedded, much like groundwater. It is embedded into our national climate plans, but we don't often see it. And if we don't see it and if we don't explicitly account for it, then we're going to have some problems in the future. We know that. As we said, the science is very clear. So I would like all that money to transform our water systems. And yeah, we can talk about it more.
Yeah, I'll start with a personal donation. Yeah, I want to open the floor again to our audience here. So we will have now about 10-15 minutes at the most to close up this event, and I see some hands in the audience, so I'd like to give the opportunity for the audience to do short statements or ask short questions, and then I would try to wrap it up.
Thank you. My name is David Ellison, and I do a lot of work on forest-water interactions in particular, and I think it's great what you're doing. I really love to see the attention to water. I've been arguing we should have more attention to water since at least 2012, where I published a paper talking about this in the context of climate discussions. And I'm wondering, so you want to map water, right? But it's really the forest-water interaction that drives the water availability in the long run, right? So you have to look at vegetation, trees, forest, cover, and water as a sort of symbiotic whole. So I'd like to hear anything you can say about how much that's actually being considered.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's an important part of the solution, and yes, we know about it for years. I'm not on. Okay, maybe I'm on this one. Yeah. Okay. So that of course is an important part of the solution, and it's as you speak. We know since the early 70s, when the first ESO report, Exxon report on climate came out, they had predicted within 5% today's temperature and today's ppm of CO2. It's not a surprise to us. We knew it since I was a kid, and we haven't acted upon it. So that's a bit shameful for our generation, I guess. And it's the same with the water problems. We know about these things. We now need to make sure we link climate and water for resilience, for adaptation, and for mitigation, because there is none of those without the interlinkage of the cryosphere, hydrosphere, and all the atmospheric parameters, the carbon cycle and the energy cycle. So I want to ask Tom and Ede, can you give us your last wise words? So if you had the 2 sentences that you want us to carry around these days in the COP and shout at every decision makers, what are your 2 sentences? Ede, would you want to go first?
Okay, I grew up in a little community where access to good drinking water was a very huge problem, and it impacted in my life in a negative way. So if I have the opportunities or the resources that we need, I would like to, or if I become a political head tomorrow, I will make sure that every sub-national actions or agenda, they should mainstream issues of water to it. Water is life, and water is a priority, and water is a connector to every other agenda, both locally and globally. So issues of water should not be taken slightly, because it has a lot of disadvantage when it is not right. So I encourage, my last word would be for African developing countries to make sure that they prioritize issues of water and access to clean water for all. Over to you.
Thanks a lot, Ede. Tom, your final words of wisdom, please.
Well, thanks, Johannes. And I wanted to pick up on something that Ada mentioned earlier about Nigeria's strategy and how they've incorporated wastewater into that, because I think it's such a big untapped area in terms of climate solutions. 80% of all wastewater globally is untreated, discharged directly to the environment. 10% of global methane emissions are from untreated wastewater. And it impacts on freshwater biodiversity, it impacts on water security. I think there's so many great opportunities around solving this wastewater problem in terms of solving industrial increasing demand for water. There's a really good example I would point people towards in Sao Paulo. It's called the Aquapolo project, an industry public sector partnership where industry signed up for 41 years to purchase reuse municipal wastewater, and they were able to build one of the largest water reuse plants in Latin America. And this really helped in a place like Sao Paulo mitigate against the impacts of drought. So I'd really encourage people who are involved in NDC development and the climate community at large to really consider wastewater treatment, wastewater reuse as an important climate solution, because I think it's low-hanging fruit and it has so many benefits.
Go to our, now I'm on. Thanks, Tom. We go to the people on our podium. So Ingrid, do you want to say your last words? I don't know if this mic works.
We're able to switch them. Yes, I think we're good. All right. Yes. So I think, one of the things that I just really want to emphasize is that, we talk a lot about water as a risk, and I've already mentioned that on the stage. Others have mentioned it as well, but really I want to emphasize, as was just mentioned by Tom and Ede, that water is actually a solution as well. There are a lot of water solutions, and they are available now, today. We are involved in a number of them. My organization, Alliance for Global Water Adaptation, or AGWA, work on a number of these tools and solutions to help build a water-resilient future. And as Edith said, it has so many co-benefits across society and across the economy. It's not just the climate agenda, it's the sustainable development agenda, it's the Sendai DRR agenda as well. These water solutions can have impacts for all of our global development agendas. So, and just for our colleague who asked the question about the forests, I did want to get back to that just really quickly. There's a wonderful group called it's very complicated. We know that forest-water interactions are very complicated, but they are essential to consider. There's a great group called the Forest and Water Champions that work specifically on these issues, and I can get you in touch with them. Cheers.
Good, thanks. Now, last and not least, our youngest participant and a woman, so maybe I should be fired as a moderator next time. Lindsay, you have the floor for your last remarks.
Thanks, Jonas. My last word is invest in young people. No, can you hear me? Good? I think we're good. Invest in young people. Have conversations with them, take on mentorship, any way that you can kind of prepare them for the next stage, specifically in the water sector. I cannot emphasize this enough. We have so many young people I'm in touch with. They're hungry for more knowledge of not only within to follow the actions of the coalition. We're really pushing for collaborative actions with different members, so that can be your organization, and we're really excited for you guys to follow us along our journey here.
Okay, thanks. This is a really interesting conversation, and although it's the end of the day and everybody is tired, I think this is a super important topic. We really need to re-waterize our environment. We need to think water and climate, and we can do that. We have all the people around that we need to do that, so please join us in the Water and Climate Coalition. Shamila ASG from UNESCO sits here in this audience. She's one of the driving forces of that. We had IPCC here. We have all these wonderful people here. So please join us in this coalition. We can link all the other wonderful activities that are around this all together, because we need to be bigger. We need to be so big that we can't fail in this. If a bank is big enough not to fail, why is the people not big enough not to fail? So let's join us. Let's make us bigger. And I had this very nice quote earlier from a participant in the cryosphere pavilion, be the change you want to see. So we need to be that change. We need to work together to make that happen. Last thing is a little propaganda. Tomorrow at 11, we will have Lindsay on the panel with the Hungarian president and other important people in room 4. So there will be the official announcement of the leaders group where Lindsay is a participant. If you have time or you know somebody who should be interested, make them go into room 4 at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And with that, I would like to thank Serena from UNU, Anil, all the wonderful people from SIWI, and everybody who has been in this event, the audience, our speakers here, the people online. Thanks a lot. You have made that my day ends really positive. So thanks to all of you, and goodbye.
Okay, welcome to the reception, the first night of the Water Pavilion at COP. I mentioned this morning that it took us 12 years to come here. We started in 2009 after Copenhagen COP. After 12 years, we have a Water Pavilion. Now we have 12 days to make the water on top of the agenda. So 12 days from now on, this is day one. So we should celebrate tonight that we have the Water Pavilion around. And I would like to start this celebration with inviting some of our core partners that have been able to set up this pavilion to say a few words about where we are and where we are going. So let me start with our dear friend from Tajikistan, the first Deputy Minister of Energy and Water Resources, Jamshed Jumzoda. Please, a few words from you.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. And as we mentioned it, today is a very historical day because we are, all our colleagues also mentioned that this is the first time in the 12 years that we are coming to COP. And I believe that it's we're not just coming to, we're coming because it's serious issues. The water is very serious and very important issues. And the water playing big role in the climate agenda. And in any mitigation is also depend on the water. And I'm very want to say a word of thanks to all our partners which are indicated here, and government and non-government organization, and of course my word of thanks to your team, to what we are doing here is very interesting, very popular, and I believe that another 11 days will be also very interesting as of today. And I believe that the Water Pavilion will be registered as a COP, as any meetings, and will be used every platform to promote the water and the climate agenda in the global area. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, and I believe that we also bring some dry fruits from Tajikistan and invite you to test it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks a lot. And another of our core partner from governments is our next guest on stage, Dr. Bernard Marcus Liss, representing, well, on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, but you are head of section for climate and climate policy in the Department for Sectoral and Global Program at the Deutsche Gesellschaft für Internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ. Please, Dr. Bernd Marcus Liss, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, for inviting us here. On behalf of BMZ, unfortunately, they regret they couldn't make it in their tight schedule. I'm very glad also to convey the organizers here and also to thank for the opportunity to be a partner within this water pavilion, the first water pavilion in a COP. I think this marks a turnaround because water and the nexus of water, climate, energy, nutrition, adaptation and mitigation is very important, and it's to be emphasized and to be stressed that water is at the core of climate adaptation and mitigation. So just talking about nature-based solutions, the wetlands, etc., when it comes to adaptation, but also mitigation when we talk about fossil fuel use for water supply, for waste management, etc. So I'm very glad that we had this partnership and have still with the Stockholm Institute for Water Management, and we are very glad also that we now talking on behalf of GIZ, we could engage in a few events here also and contribute. I'm thanking all the partners here around, and let's join forces for more action for water and to put this in the limelight of managing the climate crisis, and for more water, for more climate action and cross-sectoral approaches. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate to be here at the first Water Pavilion.
Thank you, and good to have you in a great partnership. Then among the 30 plus partners that have been cooperating to make this possible, I would like now to recognize the International Union for Conservation of Nature. And tonight we have the pleasure to have Chris Buss here, and you are Director for the Center for Economy and Finance at IUCN. Please, Chris.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here to open. Actually, Bernd Marcus
I think has opened up with all my words that I was going to say, because it's great to see here. I mean, actually, what is really impressive is, in my briefing notes were the range of partners and sponsors. I mean, that's a fantastic group that are being brought together around a series of over 100 events. So very impressive, and I congratulate the steering committee and organisers of pulling this off. Well, perhaps we congratulate on day 12, but at the beginning we'll start now with a phase of optimism as we are right at the beginning of COP. But so I mean, and Bernd, Marcus, you mentioned this is the first water pavilion at COP, which I didn't know, so thank you for informing me that. And but I think, you know, in speaking to my water colleagues and hearing water people, it's always the forgotten sector. It's always disappeared. So now it has a pavilion on its own. It's taking leadership and showing that its role in climate change, the role in adaptation, the role in mitigation. And I think as we drive our nature-based solutions agenda with IUCN, it's great working with so many partners to keep driving the role of water that just across every sector. And sometimes we're all very good at putting ourselves in every sector, but that means you get lost in every sector. So hopefully this is also an opportunity for that step change to really make that happen. So I believe there's also cocktail parties, so it's always a danger to keep on the microphone for too long. So I would just say thank you very much to everyone's collaboration, and look forward to participating in a few events over the next 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Chris. That's fantastic. And now, before returning right, on my side at least, I will give the floor to Danny from Global Water Partnership to tell us a bit some messages, and verbal, and I think also video messages. So over to you, Danny.
Can I take that? Yes. So we made it. We arrived at COP26. And how sweet it is. From the seed of this idea that germinated 2 years ago into this tree that has blossomed into 100 flowers today. We couldn't have done it, again, without the support of all of our partners, and we're really excited to be able to celebrate what we have achieved. Some of that has been around some messaging work. The idea was to create some strong messages and united messages that could be echoed by everyone throughout the halls of COP26. Some of you who might like late night television shows, like, you know, they do reverse countdowns, right? So the top 5. So the top 5 water messages, we're going to do a water countdown. So you could have the drum roll, please. Number 5, the water community is united on ambitious science-based climate action. Number 4, hosting 100 events across 11 themes, the Water Pavilion at COP26 is working for the inclusion of all voices in action for water and climate solutions. Number 3, water offers powerful climate solutions and can help us secure a 1.5-degree future. Number 2, more effective water management will also enable smarter climate adaptation. And number 1, local communities typically bear the brunt of water-related climate impacts and are often responsible for stewarding their water resources. Climate finance needs to flow to those who need it the most, vulnerable communities on the front lines of the climate crisis. So everyone has a role to play. There are different ways of communicating. We can use entertainment as a medium of communication for water. We can use music as a medium of communication for water. So we're going to watch a couple videos. First of all, it's CEO Gary White and actor Matt Damon, who we all know and love, co-founders of Water.org and Water Equity.
Hello, I'm Gary White. I'm pleased to be here with my co-founder of Water.org and Water Equity, Matt Damon, speaking to you at the first ever Water and Climate Pavilion at COP.
I know thousands of people are tuning in online because you couldn't make it here in person, and that level of participation shows that we understand how critical climate action is at exactly this moment.
That's right. We are here to remind people that climate change is and will continue to be most dramatically experienced by people through water. Droughts or floods and hurricanes too much water or too little water.
And let's not forget that the people who suffer the most from the realities of climate change so far are the people with the fewest resources to bounce back from major shocks.
Absolutely. That's why it's critical to be a part of the first unified water presence at COP. We are here to help this community understand that water is not only a climate challenge, but also how water can serve as part of the solution.
Yes, water action must be a part of climate action, and we need governments to raise their level of ambition in their climate commitments.
And from what I've been hearing so far, many commitments and national adaptation plans are playing it a bit too safe. I want governments and their advisors to know that there is a network of support at the ready. Water.org and a host of others are here to help you with climate-smart water policy.
We're serious about this. Connect with someone at the Water and Climate Pavilion today, or go to water.org for more information on how we can help.
Very great words, a call to action from our friends at water.org. And now we are going to be listening to Lapsley, who is an English artist and producer performing Through Water on the strong interconnection between water and both climate adaptation and mitigation.
Hello, my name is Lapsley, and my ancestors come from a little place not far from Glasgow, in Falkirk, where the canals meet in central Scotland. And Lapsley actually means keeper of the loch, which I thought was interesting. I've always had an affinity to water. I actually grew up by the seaside in North Liverpool. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to perform for the Pavilion opening ceremony. The song that I'm about to sing was born from a place of both fear and curiosity as a young person navigating through information about climate change, exploring my own concerns and conscience throughout this track. The spoken words you hear are taken from a speech made by Mark Fletcher from Arup on how the majority of impacts of climate change will be felt through water, how mitigation and adaptation will be the key tools to help tackle this inescapable transition. From his words, I took optimism in the ability of science, engineering, and international relations to find radical solutions. This is Through Water. The majority of impacts will be felt through water. Through water. Through water. Next 10 years. For the next 10 years. This is followed by the failure of mitigation and adaptation. Adaptation and mitigation. Mitigation and adaptation. I think about the glass running out of sand. I got a conscience in my left and decisions in my right hand. I think about the oil underneath my feet, to the cars on the road, to the tarmac beneath my feet. Mitigation and adaptation. Extreme weather events, food crises. Food crises. Connected with the water and the water cycle. Connected with the water and the water cycle. I think about the glass running out of sand. I got a conscience on my left and decisions in my right hand. I think about the oil underneath my feet, to the cars on the road, to the mitigation and adaptation through water. Thank you.
Fantastic, wasn't it? And now I think the bar is to be opened. Enjoy!